Hello guys, good morning everyone. How's life? How's it going? How are you guys all doing? Good morning, good morning. Hope you all doing well. Coffee Sunday time. Hey Dreamwater, hey Siggy. Hello guys, hello, good morning, good morning. How are you guys all doing? Vi Gucci with Tamaguchi. Alright, post this stuff and let's go. Done, close. Good. Vi in. Alright, let's get the Sunday started a little slowly. Playing some Doom today. Getting some grind going. And then we gonna do the weekly gaming news recap around noon CEST as usual. The usual time. That's gonna be the plan. There's gonna be the plan for today. Tomorrow RPG Monday. Tomorrow KCD1 continues. Some main quest was done. Unlocked a bunch of side stuff. Now we're doing more side stuff and another DLC I guess that waits there. Plus the Money Sing DLC. We'll get through that too. No rush really. We'll get through it. So yeah, gonna be a lot of progress there. Tuesday, Wednesday next week also off. It's gonna be more or less kind of standard, except now some upcoming weeks, some day offs will be kind of like shifting around. Let me see, actually some I can update already. Like 19th for sure will be a day off, like 100%. And one more day off on that week during work days, we'll see when, because that's when I'm gonna need to buy tickets for. So the flights, so I'm waiting with that for now, so I will update. It's gonna be either like 14th, 15th, or 16th. So like one of those days is gonna be off, and 19th will be off. And then we'll see in the upcoming weeks after that, I will kind of like adjust my schedule. Potentially maybe it will be actually Wednesday and Thursday, because my friends, they also usually are Wednesday, Thursday, so maybe I'll just kind of like sync with his schedule. We'll see. We'll see. Basically like after like 15th, you know, second half of July, all the way until... Was it 25th or was it 27th actually? I forgot. I think 25th. All the way until like 25th basically of August will be like kind of all over the place a little. Like not taking any vacations, but it'll be kind of as close as it can be, I guess. So it's gonna be like a couple day offs every week for sure, and it's gonna be just kind of like a bunch of like some like shorter streams here and there, some later starts here and there, you know, kind of very chill, because I'll be all day with my laptop most likely there. And yeah, in general, kind of like, while I will be there, I'd rather like use the time to spend with like friends and family, right? While I have an opportunity for the first time in 2 years, so we'll see. Stream still will be obviously regularly, but yeah, gonna be like a little all over the place sometimes. But when I return back though again at the end of August, we go ham. And then we go ham for sure. And that is gonna be massive stuff there for sure. Alright. And that's basically gonna be the plans for now. For a while. Next week already gonna be like a whole bunch of releases. I like a couple of early access to things that are gonna be released in the second half of next week and after that. So I'm gonna be checking some on Thursday, some on Friday, some maybe even on Saturday. We'll see. And there is a whole load of stuff to deal with. A whole lot of games to play next week. I guess like the end of, you know, like the sale right now, right? So everything is kind of like calm and chill more or less. But as soon as sale is over, everyone is like, you know, like dropping their releases, you know. And just as soon as it's over, because something's releasing like on 10th of July, which I think is the last day of sale, right? So people just kind of like waiting for it. As soon as sale is over, boom, we're dropping the new games. Not sure if it's like a crazy good strategy really, with people, you know, just like with empty wallets after the sale. And then boom, some new stuff also full price. Yeah, not sure if I want that right now, you know. Just bought a whole bunch of shit on sale. Do I really want to buy more stuff right now for the full price especially? Unless it's something really good, and some of the stuff is very good, so we'll see. Hey Nick, hello. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a good idea. I'm not so sure. Well, some release in early access though, so I guess they kind of don't really care. They're just gonna release them. They're just gonna, you know, like slowly develop, slowly sell. Like if they play long game, they don't really care too much. They don't even care too much. Good morning, good morning. They maybe don't care too much. All right, I have this beautiful candy right here. Whoop. Uh-huh. There we go. My kind of candy. Let's go. And the insane breakfast time. Well, brunch, right, I guess. I guess the breakfast was early in the morning. This time we got one with pork.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Actually, not bad. I kind of like beef maybe a little more, but that also works. That's the interesting part about like Armenia and Georgia. You can easily get the pork kebab, pork shawarma rather. In other places, it's gonna be like in Russia even, it's gonna be mostly chicken. Sometimes beef and lamb, if you're lucky. But mostly chicken everywhere. Cynic, I see. Well, I mean, when it was just out, I remember initially it wasn't that super hype.
Sector
like
weather
walking
alert.
seam,
A
you
large
know,
sandstorm is approaching.
memeing on it and stuff. And then time passed and people kind of were like, you know, actually not bad. It is actually not that bad. It actually might be a bit tastier even. It's like pretty fatty pork. And they like fry that pork really good, so you get this like, you know, like kind of like the pork cracklings, you know, like the fried fat. I'll take it. That's good. I think memes hello. How we doing, man?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Shawarma. The pork shawarma. I just went like shopping at the marketplace and the store. I already had like no time left until stream basically. So we just grabbed some on the go. Now it's time to consume. Like a gigolo. The taste, it's really nice, well-fried pork. As I said, it has like kind of a really fried fat, like pork cracklings, you know, feeling like crunchy fat, feels good. Hey, what's hello? Hey, boss face, good morning. How we doing, man? And yeah, a bunch of fresh veggies, some of their spicy peppers. Not really like that crazy spicy for my taste already. That's a lot of pork. I need to try to go there more on Sunday morning. Because I think we sniped today the owner or something. Because it was like the dude that is totally not in the uniform and stuff. Dressed way too good, you know, for the regular worker. And it's like a pretty good fucking portion right now. And we got free fries. So, I like that. A boss face with the streak. Thank you, man. Thank you, thank you. For me, it's just shawarma. Shawarma. Basic dinner. Dinner roll. Well, considering it's pork. More like gyros, I guess. Even though it doesn't have tzatziki or something. So it's the pork doner, basically. Damn, I see what I say. The deadlock is not only dead game, but also unbalanced game now. Even more dead then. The shawarma here is a little more expensive than other places. But it's actually good, dude. Like, this pork is actually good. Like, some shawarmas I eat with pork, they were kind of like, you know, it's like really bland pork, you know. It doesn't really have a lot of taste. And this one is really good. The thing I don't like is that they kind of like wrap it in the way, you know, like half meat, half all the vegetable stuff. See if you kind of like end up biting it from this way. You kind of bite one piece full of meat, one piece full of veggies. Should kind of like flatten it different way. That would be more balanced. I see with this too. So it's like the planned layering. It could be cooler if you kind of like, you know, like flatten it this way. Then you have meat and veggies on top of each other when you bite. Let's see what this here. I read the review of one of the like shawarma places here too. And someone like ordered delivery and they forgot to put meat whatsoever. And we've been to that shawarma place. It's really popular and they constantly in like complete chaos and rush, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just forgot. Hey Slavik, hello. True Slavik, true. They shoot him, they shoot him. Like a nice kebab place there. Like was a lot of Indians last time there. It's kind of interesting because yeah, it was interesting to like witness them, you know, try to communicate with Armenians in English. Well, to be honest, they almost got what they needed at least. A lot of Indian students here. Let's see what this say. Yeah, I hate that too. I hate that too. I agree. Usually kind of fine here, but yeah, it depends. Like that place is like really, really packed. We went there ourselves and we waited for our shawarma for probably like 30 or 40 minutes, just like standing there like idiots. But it was really good. It was really good. Now this with doner meat. This is basically doner meat. They just chop it. But you can get on the skewer one. On skewer usually it's just kind of like, you know, the minced meat kebab. Like the third kebab, you know. The lula kebab as it's called. They also wrap it in the flatbread with the veggies. And you also can get it kind of like this. Lost connection there somehow. And why? Because the fucking Wi-Fi again. Nice, amazing. Det är kebab pomegranat sauce, I see. See over this here. Just doner, not doner kebab. Yeah, it is Adana, technically. Even though I think specifically Adana should be wrapped in the and fried in the flatbread also. Let's see this here. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. Now here everything that is from doner is basically called shawarma. If it's like Adana wrapped in flatbread, then it's called ikibir. That's pretty much kind of it in terms of like local naming conventions. You also have lahmacun, which is, you know, kind of the same as you get in Turkish places. Can find Pliskavitsa there, I see. Time to go to Balkans. Maybe we'll get there one day too. Well, I mean, Russians go there, no problems. Our female friend here, who is like half a year here, because she has a right of abode. She needs to extend it and need to live here for half a year at least to extend it. And half a year, she lives in Montenegro. Alright, the lights already skamazin. Oh yeah, just because connection died right now, I guess. The Wi-Fi died. Ah, why is it so dull again? Work. I hate this router, man. I hate this router. Now reconnect it, hopefully. No, it doesn't want to work. I hate this shit. I'll fix it though. Just take some time. It really takes time, like restarting the thing. That's it. Well, there is no better solution than that. Just keep restarting it until it actually connects. Sometimes it takes a bit. Sometimes it takes a while. Well, now it works. Replay. Whoop. There it is. Now it works. Let's see what this is. Well, I mean, I have quite warm relationships with them, so I guess. Kinda want to go there too, we'll see. I'm gonna have like a base of operations now in Armenia, looks like. Since friend decided to kind of keep this small apartment here rented all time, even when we leave for his papers. So this is gonna be our like office, you know, of operations, I guess, in the warehouse. Yeah, boss phase, yeah, saw that one. Weirdly expensive if you go capitals. Like, after war started and Russians moved there. Like, even Sok said, I think. Like, the place he was renting out in Belgrade for like 200 euro or something. Like, places like that became like, you know, 1,000 euro, no problems. And then obviously everything goes in price out after that. Same in Yerevan, same in Tbilisi. Tashkent, pretty much like every capital of the countries where a bunch of Russians went. Oh, a lot of Ukrainians also went to those places. And people who move usually are, you know, people who can afford it, people who have jobs that allow working like that, right? So it's mostly like IT people with mega salaries. And all the prices becoming insane. When we're renting something, for example, in any country, they also always go like, oh, you IT guys, alright, yeah. $800, dude. And that is always the case, dude. Prices are ridiculous. Gyumri here is kind of right, though. My friend got this like small apartment just for the sake of papers. For basically like $150 a month. With everything. So you're gonna keep it probably. To keep the papers in check. I'm gonna leave. Maybe I'll leave my PC there actually. To not drag it with me to Asia. And then we probably will return after half a year in Asia, maybe. Maybe we will. Spend like next summer, for example, here too, maybe. We'll see, we'll see. What did they say there? Well, Ready or Not is going to be released on consoles now. Alright. And while the rating already was like 18 plus and stuff, consoles have a little like internal requirements for content. So basically they censor some of the gore. Like for example, now you can mutilate enemies when you kill them, but you can't, you know, mutilate the bodies after, before you could actually. They covered some of the nudity on like hostages and stuff, I guess. And the bodies. What else was there? Then there was like some like kid in convulsions or something on the floor. They just removed the convulsions or something, so it's just like, you know, kid's body, I guess, or something on the floor. So basically kind of like removed over the top stuff, let's put it that way. And obviously people are not happy about it. Even though in my opinion it's not really that big of a deal. But I guess it's just the fact, you know, that they're censoring something that was already in the game that causes all the re. The rest is stupid. No, I mean, yeah, it's just the consoles requirements. So they just kind of like making it a little more tame. Yeah, making it more tame to be present on more platforms, basically. In my opinion, not that big of a deal. But also, yeah, I can kind of get behind that, I guess. Like everything was the one way. And then suddenly, boom, let's do it the other way. I also don't get why would you need to have like... Well, I mean, I can kind of understand it's just easier to manage like one version, right? Than having multiple versions. But yeah, could just make like a separate patch sort of for consoles, separate patch for PC. And like, you know, PC people want to stay the way they are. I'll let them have it if they like it. No, in this case it's both though. In this case they remove both. Well, not remove, they kind of like reduce it, I guess. Like honestly, it's not the kind of game even where you kind of like really need it. Like, it's not about that. I guess it just kind of adds to, like, you know, the immersion and realism because, you know, you're solving, like, hostage situations and a bunch of other fucked up stuff. So, obviously, you know, it's gonna be brutal. That is kind of immersive, huh? And to be honest, like, by adding all those, like, kind of, like, controversy, like, they had a lot of controversies back in the day, right? Like, they had, like, the school shooting mission there and stuff like that. And whenever they were kind of, like, you know, getting opposed by some people that they kind of adding some fucked up stuff, they shouldn't have it in the game. They were like, you know, well, you know, we're making, like, a simulation here, we don't give a shit. You know, don't like it, don't play it. So I guess that kind of, like, you know, created the expectations from the audience that they, you know, kind of were, like, very against censorship, very, you know, kind of, like, edgy, I guess, in a way. And then all of a sudden they kind of taking a turn, and they already kind of build the audience of people who kind of, you know, like what they have in the game, who like their position about the content in the game, and now they suddenly bend, and people obviously not taking it well. That's like the part about, like, many things, really. Like, people nowadays are really dislike when you change your positions. No matter how much you're gonna be, like, you know, justifying it, how you can, like, argue about it and stuff, you know, which position you have and stuff, from where you're coming, no one cares. And you changing position, that's bad. The human and robots instead of humans, yeah. I mean, at that point, I feel like they could already. Like, if they already started, like, I feel like it doesn't matter, like, amount already of censorship. Like, if you started and you got, like, a lot of shit from community, then I think you might as well maybe, you know, go ham. Since you already own it, how about you kind of, like, lower it to get, like, you know, 13+ rating now instead of adult. If you're already taking reputational hit, at least, you know, try to make the best out of it in terms of the market share. Yeah, kind of joking though, because the game in general is, like, very, very specific audience oriented, I would say. So you can't really make it into wide appeal, in my opinion. Or, I mean, you can try, but you're probably just gonna lose whatever you already have then. Most likely. Yeah, let's see. I kind of want to try that. The snub that was maybe. That one was feeling kind of decent. And the aluminium one, I guess, then. For when my pistol will break. Inevitably. Inevitably. What? Who? Don't need any of this. Actually, wait a second. Let me do one quest. It'll probably show me what to craft next. What the quest wants me to craft, so let's follow that. Delphis wreck. I did all of these, and I need the Western Shield Wall. Testing Station 60. There's gonna be some quests there, probably. Okay, Slaver Scout Armor. Sure, let's get that. Yeah, it was enjoy. Enjoy. But they don't have holes anymore in this supermarket here. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. The cinema at 12:30, I see. Well, I mean, you know, economy-friendly Cians there. Why not? Smart. Smart, I would say. Where are the spice masks then? Not in garments. Now, did we research that? Maybe in survival then. Already, boss face. Enjoy the walk. Enjoy, man. Have a good one. Now, walk sounds good, eh? Alright, that quest done. Next. No next one. Nice. Dumper. Personal light. Tilt tents. Slaver still suit. We still need also. Fine, let's do that too. Immortal, hello. How we doing, man? Slaver still suit, you say? Fine. Almost BDSM there. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. How's good, Immortal? How's life? Doing good. Celebrate mode for 1 week. Damn, son. Insane. That's why you're on Twitch. I see how it is. I see how it is. That's how successful people end up here. The Horse Girls Gacha game. Why? 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 Why not? I mean, doesn't seem like my kind of game. Simple as. Hey Akira, hello. I really shouldn't be awake. I should probably sleep then. Should probably sleep then. Space Marine plans 2 today? Nah, not today. Today is gonna be the gaming news at noon. Next week, Thursday most likely, because yeah, tomorrow gonna be KCD. Tuesday, Wednesday off, and then Thursday we're gonna play some Space Marine. You want to join? Next Thursday and next Saturday, for sure. Yeah, today news, Today the gaming news, Today the gaming news, I mean, we could. If there'll be more people, we could. Not for long anyway, though. Next Saturday? Yeah, let's do it next Saturday. Let's go. Let's go. Next Saturday should be possible. I can do a longer one if you will be down to join. It's like you need to catch people in the moment. I always like, well, we're gonna have a session at that time, and everyone is like, oh yeah, Pog, nice, let's do it. And then yesterday, everyone knew about it already for a week, and yesterday it was like basically like me, Steve, Bosherman, and Slavic. What you wanted to play didn't even appear. Like Amuga already was a bit late for the fun. Hard to catch everyone, man. How to catch everyone? Mark on the team's calendar. Alright, let's go, let's go. Probably like around noon. We might have like friends over, but that's still gonna be like evening though. Like I warned everyone that it's either Tuesday, Wednesday, or expect me after 6 PM local time, so don't touch me until then. Because I'm gonna be moving for a little trip to visit family with friends soon. So I wanted to gather friends here before that. But before that, Alright, there we go. Rest we scrap. Yeah, Booga, hello. How we doing, man? How's life? I'm gonna get the souvenirs in. I mean, I need to. We'll see, though. We'll see, though. I got like 10 kilos of luggage, and I might actually have a whole bunch of shit that I'm gonna be dragging home just to never carry it around. Like my microphone and everything goes probably. I will either just use my, you know, my wireless stuff that I use for IRL streams, or I will use the cable one that I use in my kitchen streams, like, you know, the lavalier mic. Maybe I will see, because like this shit is just too heavy. It's nice, it's a good microphone. But I think it's like the quality is not really that crazy much worth to carry around, like fucking 5 kilos or more of setup for just for the microphone. Not to mention space. Yeah, this table at least kind of lucky, so I can actually like connect it to the table here. But yeah, in Uzbekistan I already had like PPG setup for this microphone. And then you have like the external audio device, right, for that too. Amps, preamps, cables, you know, a lot of space, a lot of weight. So probably going home with me, most likely. In worst case, I'll just get like some new one, not the lavaliers and stuff. But lavaliers should be good though. I think they're kind of fine. We'll need some setting up, but should be good. I think it should be good. I'm doing a bit of a light mode, because yeah, the Asian trip most likely gonna be moving around way too often to carry too much luggage with you, and too expensive also with all the luggage. Blinking Morse code, yeah. I'll test actually. I'll test what they're gonna use. What they're gonna use. When my Mega setup will be waiting for me at home then, I guess. Alright, this quest done. Spires. Eastern Jumble Outpost I don't have apparently. That's like the only one I don't have really. Looks like. Spice Mask one's good. This one. Personal light actually need for quest. Fine, make one. Need a thumper also. Make one. I better the spice masks up. Still tent I also need actually. What is this shit? Where the spice mask is? I think I did research that. Actually, where was it? In gear, but it clearly wasn't there. Light. Oh, it's light armor. That's why. That's why I probably haven't seen that. Alright, sure. Wait, where did they want me to go? Oh, I remember now. The rift. I'm gonna harvest some spice in the spice mask. Fine. So you can hide from sunstorms in this one. Is there even like some point in there really? Like Thumper I can see, and the still tent at the moment at least I kind of feel might be a bit useless. Maybe useless. No, for that we'll need... Well, actually I can fly around and see, I guess. So, Hug a Rift I think we need, right? Hug a Rift and use the light. Any specific areas there? I guess any. Guess any. Hey, Steven. Just have it in inventory and get the button for that. Interesting. Oh, yeah, use the separate one. Before this is actually Spice Mask? No, it's not. They ain't still tent either. What about goes in this slot then? We journey with that complete actually. That's some delayed stuff, whatever. Bison. All right, works. Some spice here somewhere. Yep. That's some unfinished spice spot, looks like. Someone gave up. Someone was eaten. Motion man. Hello. I gotta get some trade in there. Damn, son. Enjoy, enjoy. Sounds good, sounds good. And Jude Lurk. Okay. What was that? That's what it was. That's what it was. I'm so close here every time. It's fucking Wormson. Did we get it? Did we get it? I think we did. Spice Master low finished. Alright. BL testing station that I can do. Eastern Jumble Outpost. Where's that one? Jibali Frit. Allegarbem. Which one was Allegarbem? Shark. There. Outpost. One of these then, right? Eastern Jumble. Yes, where do we go? Might as well. We collect more poop first though. Well, yeah, in the book it is actually produced by worms. That's why, you know, that's why they even alive. That's why they need to be alive. In later books there are some shenanigans about that stuff, I think, regarding worms and spice. Trying to remove the supply. No one knows how to kill them for now. Well, I mean, here at the moment, yeah. Technically, water just kills them. That's part of the reason why I do this still, you know, full desert mode, huh? No one's actually kind of interested in making it all nice and watery. Because then there will be no spice. There is no spice, there is no space travel. There is no navigators. That's more comfortable distance, rather. And the worst dandruff, yeah. Could be that, could be that. Increasing the lifespan? Well, I mean, yeah, it changes like the human metabolism and everything too. Metabolism, mental capacities. I think Mentats also are using kind of byproduct of it. Actually, don't remember. Was it exactly the spice byproduct or was it something else? To improve their human calculator, you know, abilities. That high, brother. I'll need you to go that high there. Alright. How do you find the spice? Gonna get enough for the mega spice refinery. Not the medium one. The big one is like 1,000 spice melange. That will take a while. That one will take a while. Oh yeah, I need the Solido. Save the base. Copy the building. Done. Now we have the copy of this one too. That's kind of more like important quiz. Alright, shell. Iodine pill, I can make one. Alright, let's get the testing station then real quick. Outpost I saw. Steel tent I made. Bumper. Now let's see. Steel tent. Amazing. Phobia. So this way you can kind of hide from the sandstorm. The problem is you can't hide your vehicle that way though. I wish they would be also make some more stuff where you need to use all those things. Like some mega deep desert things where you actually need to use still suits, you know, tents and stuff like that. That would be cool. Now that would be cool. Can repair this shit anyway, so might as well just demolish it. And some unique weapons I got. Gifted sword. I think I got better. No, actually, no. Oh yeah, I do have the burst drill shots actually. 69.5. But this one is forklift though. Two-round burst of burrow darts. You know what is better? Let's grab this one then. Let's bring some space here while I'm at it. I keep this for collection, I guess, for now. Not sure why, but we'll see. Maybe it will be needed at some point. And I dropped the thumper somewhere too. I can drop the thumper good, huh? That's like the MLG secrets of using the thumper. I need to break this one. Actually, I can get this to get better Vulcan here anyway. Hey sheep, hello. How we doing, man? How's it going? Are you a Space Marine, by the way, Monshman? Be like someone, if people want to play some Space Marine, I would say with some non-randoms kinda. We do have some people, so maybe we can gearing up, but I'm still gonna be playing some Dune though today. Mortal wanted to get some practice there. Bill have some community Space Marine enjoyers there, huh? Well, I'm grinding this shit for a while. Let's go get some question. Hey Rev, good morning. How are you doing? gliding. That's good, Raven. How's your morning? Couple of coffees. Okay, it's a whole couple. From the get-go, From the get-go. Insane. Staying up till 4 AM. Who did that? Who did that to you? Nah, can't get them this way. Sadly. Come here. Got him.
Identify yourself.
No, you shot. God. Combos in here. I think was the one. No, it was the one. Some good loot. No, it wasn't the one. Prevented me from looting. There we go. Twice beer. And what exactly makes you stay that late? Shit actually can get me to stay late too. But I'm managing. I'm resisting. At least I'm trying. Poison should get you right. Nice. Did get him. Let's see. I'm reading until 4 AM. Now that I can respect. I mean, Red Dead Redemption 2. But reading is the special kind of respect. I wish I didn't have like all these like fucking works and like the same problem that I could be in some other southern countries, dude. Like Albanians are really slow when it comes to dealing with things. Like there is like some works, like road works basically in our yard. Like it's a house with a yard, right? Like they're putting like the tiles on the road. That shit already, like there's not that much really, but that shit already stretches for like 3 weeks or something. It's like 2 guys doing it. It's like they're arriving sometimes kind of early actually, like 8 AM or something, start working to, you know, to the happiness of everyone around. I guess at 8 AM, you know, with like with those like rubber, you know, hammers, getting those tiles in. Then they kind of work for like 3 hours or so. Then it's time for a break. Long break usually. And then maybe sometimes they do a bit more, and sometimes they just don't anymore. And they just peace out. So that shit already goes for like weeks. And like I don't mind, but it's our yard, you know. I can like sometimes, you know, sun and everything, and just want to kind of like, we have this like, you know, like these like the swinging couch sort. I just want to go sit outside, read a book or something, you know. I don't want to sit outside when there's like people like, you know, like some random people like walking around and doing stuff. Annoying, eh? And we didn't ask for that. Yeah, I see, Rev, I see. It's on to the work, I see. The noise I kind of don't like. I wake up already anyway, so like I'm actually don't mind. Like here I'm happy with my boomer schedule. Like I'm waking up and like in 20 minutes, like my friend's bird is starting to go ham, waking him up because he just went to bed basically at like 6 a.m. and he's fighting that bird like all morning basically, and trying to make it quiet. And I don't care. I already woke up. Someone works somewhere. I don't care. I woke up. And I'm kind of training right now, sort of. Like, I sleep like in the corner here, like right in this room. Like, if you see the video, like kind of annoying with this camera. But yeah, just like sleep in the corner of this room in the inflated bed, basically. So yeah, it's like not the best room for that. Kind of loud one. But I'm actually kind of like, practicing, I guess, my capabilities to fall asleep everywhere. Some coverage for that corner? Nope. I kind of decided not to in the end because it would be kind of like hassle to do, like extra expenses and stuff. I kind of was thinking that it might be annoying here, but nope. I just, I just lay down and they just pee poof, all good. Huh? Like my friend has like the door and his lights when working, and door with all these like kind of windows things, right? So light kind of all goes into the room. Like I usually like trying to do everything before I turn the lights off, so it's not dark. And then I turn the lights off and I realize, oh well, I don't need to. It's still bright here because of the lights from different room. But I don't know. I just like go to bed and then just pee poo. And the only time I was kind of waking up because of the noise is when we had like some mega thunderstorm. Like that was like some loud ass thunder. Like holy shit. And that was a mega thunder. Where is it? Oh, hello.
Leave me alone. Unless... Are you the one I have been waiting for? Oh, thanks, the Emperor. Tell Ilara that I am done. I cannot do this kind of work anymore.
Why is so upset? That seems kind of like a rhetorical question, then.
When I first got here, I infiltrated the slaves quickly. I heard about a special cadre of slaves being kept for a special leader. I knew this is who we were looking for, but he eats people. He cuts them open and tears off their flesh in great quivering chunks. I have seen him. Sometimes he doesn't wait until they are dead. Take it. Take the key. But I warn you, do not go down there. He'll be waiting. He can smell anything, anywhere.
Me about to smell these. $40 meters down. I wonder if there's like a special butt chest around here though. I kinda want that. If there is one. If there is one, I would love to get one. And while I'm here, might as well get the loot. But this key I don't have though. I want that. Wait, this inflated bed is actually kind of nice. I like it. I like it. I'm getting some practice now, I always wanted to get the skill to kind of fall asleep in any condition. Like my friend has it. Just like, well, actually, I has troubles like falling asleep now in general, even in good conditions. But back in the day, like I remember, like anytime, anywhere, there's like a few hours where you can actually sleep. He just sleeps. That's it. A lecture, bus, train, anything. He just sleeps. Considering he's like night shifts and everything. If there is a time and a moment, he will sleep. I need to reach that kind of zen in my life, dude. just to fall asleep anywhere, anytime. I need that. Inflated bed and inflated chair, yep. If the bed would be kind of like, you know, light to carry, let's go. A bed is usually not a problem, at least when you like rent apartments and stuff, so that's not that needed. Cherries, tables are, but yeah, inflated table probably not that bog. Probably not that bog. I was actually looking into some like, you know, kind of like options with like tables that you can kind of travel with, but it's still kind of heavy though. And no matter what, it's still kind of heavy. Episode. Poison the corpse. Will we need to find him though? Probably will. At least someone. Actual cutscenes and boss fights, yeah. H-Talk. Yeah, it's mostly the weight. Like it's like the portable stuff you can like. There's like touristic tables that are actually pretty cool. That looks like something I could make in character creation too, really. I can see my schnauzer. But slab of wood actually is good.
Ah, there you are. Your scent gives you away, assassin. You should have washed yourself in blood. Most poisons don't work on Arrakis. The spice protects. I wonder if the one who sent you here knew that. Or if they had plans within plans. This hunger I have, it isn't natural. It controls me. It compels. Do you ever feel compelled?
The fitting music is still.
Driven by something you cannot define? Do you control it? Or does it control you?
We already seen before, brother. I probably make a one shot here. Get more poison. This poison works even with spice, I guess. Didn't stop the poison. Ah, you also had this. Let's see how it is. The mark. The Vogue mark. The Awakening mark. see, Rev, I see. The Dink AMD. Nice, nice. AMD's panel is actually better than interesting. Anyone wants the 3070 analog there? You sent a CPU to Windows before, right? Maybe it's time for Windows to get the GPU upgrade too. Imagine. But yeah, the basket tables are good. I actually have like basically the table here is like the huge dinner table I have that I'm sitting on. It's actually quite good. To be honest, it's too much space even for me. Like I become less optimal that way when it's too much space. But yeah, it's kind of heavy to carry things like that around. There are some like tourist tables. I was looking basically at a bunch of like tourist gear to kind of like, you know, replace some of my shit with things that are more like, you know, compact, you know, portable, lighter, you know, like in terms of clothes, in terms of some gear. I probably will actually. I think I'll get like some maybe like thermal glass or some stuff, you know, or just regular like maybe aluminium glass. I'm gonna get a folded glass, that I will get for sure. Yeah, shit, Doxel. Come back to the dungeon. Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Yeah, the window didn't want it in the I see. I would actually maybe ironically kind of go for something for the new GPU, but I mean 2080 probably is kind of on par with that anyway. Not to mention, I'm not sure if that will even fit the case. And I'm still actually not sure. Like I think PC gonna just stay here probably. Like my friend got this like apartment for the registration only that he gonna keep renting. It's pretty cheap here in Gibori, actually, 1-room apartment. So we're gonna use it as a warehouse probably in our travels. So I'm gonna leave my PC here and go with just the laptop probably to Asia. That will allow me to be a little more flexible and light in terms of traveling stuff. And maybe we'll return for the next summer too. Summer here is actually unironically cool. Like you have low rent, you have low bills, you have insanely cheap fruits and everything. Like when we went today, we got like a shitload of bugs. Like we got like cherries, got 1 melon, we got nectarines, we got apricots, tomatoes, cucumbers. What else was there? Like onions, like a whole bunch. There's a lot of bags, like full hands of bags. We even like went home to dump it and then go to like the supermarket because it was too much, and we paid for that like, how much was it? Like $17. Oh, and cheese and bread also in that bunch, like 17 fucking bucks for that. Like, dude, I can like live on that marketplace, honestly. I don't need anything else in my life. It's so good. A laptop, well, I mean, I have the PC, yeah, but I was thinking like either like to sell the PC, but I thought like I'm gonna sell it expensive for the good price. And it kind of feels bad selling it cheap, honestly, because I mean, the PC is good. The fucking AM5 motherboard will last for a while and stuff, right? Like the only like kind of like not perfect thing is 2080, right? It's because it's old. But everything else is good. Like I don't really want to sell it. Don't even really want to sell it. 54.3. Yeah, that's actually not too bad, I guess. Bleed stocks. Keep it for my collection then. I'll go into Excel House Life. Like ask if some of my friends at home need the PC, but like my brother built himself a PC recently. None of the friends I think need it. I'll ask like one more time soon before going. If some of them need the PC. But yeah, I feel like I'm just gonna probably keep it here. I could like transfer it back home and left it there. But for now I think I'm gonna keep it here. Maybe next year, we'll see. I think maybe like next summer we'll go here. And maybe then I will also visit home then. If everything will go smooth this time. And then maybe for the second year, maybe I'll drag the PC with me. We'll see. Just leave it home. Yeah, I mean, in general, like the PC itself, right? If I was gonna be staying and like collecting dust, that's sad. But can't really sell it for a good price, looks like here. I doubt it. I doubt it. But I guess it's gonna like wait for me to return. Because I was thinking about like selling it and getting like either a second laptop or getting like an UC or something like that. Like I found some like kind of NUCs from Geekom, like the Chinese company. They have like representatives in Russia and stuff. So like when I will be there, I could just buy one for a pretty reasonable price, and that would be good enough for OBS for encoding. I'm using my laptop for gaming. That was kind of the plan. But then I also was kind of, you know, like if we're gonna be returning here and we have like somewhere to store things here, then maybe I'm just gonna go with one laptop. I mean, for the first 8 months I was streaming with one laptop, right? In Armenia when we went first time. I haven't connected my PC pretty much for the whole time I was in Armenia. I only started in Georgia and it was fine. So I think I just kinda, the Asian trip, I'm probably just gonna use a laptop alone again. And there will be probably more IRLs, so it should be fine. So let's see, where aren't you on vacation though? It's weekend every day now. And you see. And the small PCs. The small boys. Well, kinda, not exactly an UC. An UC is Intel thing, right? I think. More kinda, you know, the concept, the same concept. I really want to do some like story quests and stuff first here. They give you so much like good rewards in terms of stats, but now that I'm making them now, they're already not that good for me. Bloodbug. Oh, wait, that was Bloodbug also. I got the hook only for now, at least. I think. For now, at least. But the hook seems decent. If I get it earlier, that would be decent. Otherwise, it's worse than what I have. Sadly. Still can get it for collection. Just because it's a hook. Because it opens the transmog anyway, so... So yeah, someone wants to get the insane portable PC. You can go for a trip to Armenia. Get yourself a vacation. Get yourself a good deal on the PC. Easy life. Even with the bag that you can travel with. Otherwise, looks like it's gonna be staying here for like half a year, gathering dust. Got the blood bag also. Dude, and before it just like there on the floor because I had no space or something. Well, I guess it probably disappeared already though, most likely. Feels bad. And no blood bugs in for me. Doesn't look like it. They need to make like some sort of like thing that sends, you know, the rewards if you over the cucumbers, sort of like in some MMOs. A blood bag I could use actually. never lucky. Minus blood bag. Maybe I can make it in time there still. I doubt it though. Don't kill your shadow, right? Nobody got time for that. No. Over. You dealt with some many UCs, Reva? I was actually ironically also looking into maybe using like even like something next to the Steam Deck or something for just OBS with encoding. Apparently it does work actually. But not gonna be able to have like a bunch of other things on probably. Which I don't really need a lot, but kinda need something sometimes. Like Speedify nowadays I need to run, so I need kinda more or less the full-fledged machine really. To have the full setup. To have the full setup going. The lights thing that constantly fucking breaks. Speedify for my failover. Oh, come on. What the hell? Thought I will slide through there. Good morning. How are we doing? Monka is. People do this for fun. Some people kinda do. Inside the mountain, I guess, then. Not well upgradable, yeah. Well, I mean, it's just like basically the encoding machine that I would need that runs Windows, but kind of more or less full-fledged experience. A really small case, ITX. Could be. Then it's probably already kind of better with the laptop, though. Like, laptop has also another bonus that I realize here in Armenia, for example. It has a battery. That is very good when you have fucking brownouts and stuff. But the laptop is chunkier and expensive. You either need to get some, like, hobo laptop, and it's still gonna be kind of expensive, probably. For not the best stats. Specs, or you need something already like good as a gaming laptop, but then it's gonna be very expensive. Totally not going for that option. Still the call. Do we need the scanner here? I thought I brought one. Scanner to pick the trail. I think I probably cannot restore it again. Bro, I hate this shit. Yeah, fine, I guess I'll return and do this again then later. I'll need something good. Let's see if I see him. A second laptop would be the best option though. But yeah, I think I'm gonna just like this time I just go with one, my main laptop probably, and whatever. See how it goes. Well, I mean, I kind of know how it goes. I already did it in Armenia before last time, right? So it was completely fine to stream like that actually. So I think I'm gonna do just that, and then we'll see. And then we will see him. How old that trip in general gonna go. We'll need this counter there too. Counter for Bird. It not always works. I tried it in some missions here, and I mean, I will need to get it there. Get this in the room. I don't think I will be able to. Well, actually, you mean like from just the very top? But fine, I will return and do it later.
Reveal yourself.
I see someone. I require backup. I've got you covered. You've got it coming.
Missy Glorious, I see. Had some power ones there.
They're coming!
I'm kind of thinking about it. There's some like nowadays ways to power. Actually, I guess not. Like you need like some sort of like power, some kind of like. Well, I mean, you can do it with laptops, obviously, right? But like to power some small PC like that with like a power bank, and then you need some sort of like pass-through power bank or something. Just kind of thinking about some like, you know, mobile portable setup with sort of PSU. There is already like the laptop worthy though. And pass-through power banks were kinda rare and expensive. How do they poison you through the shield? Don't poison them through shield now. guys. And there's too many of you. Actually, I guess I can still fight though. You're also gonna die then. Cook. Okay, still. And there it was him. Seems there isn't too good around there. Seems like only war. Need much of that. I should have better ways to get that war. Come on. Let me grab this. I did some quests here. I was not allowed though. I have to collect some stuff. Okay, what was the quest after this though? And this one? No. Trooper. And just return, alright. Done apparently. Mega chests, doesn't seem like it. As big as it goes, huh? A week. That jump. It's way too high, bro. Let's try the burn game, maybe. GB. Let's hold in the mountain there. Not work by the looks of it. So the contracts, which one was that? This one. Can't go down there. Never lucky. Could try to dive in there, but then the problem is I might not be able to get out of there though. Whatever. Another turn with the scanner just to call the stores in the chest every time. I hate when that happens. Fine. Mega bases. It's bison. It is bison. Doesn't seem like it. There's plenty of that yesterday. I think it's weekend though, so now everyone's farming the spice. But I guess I found one stain. Can't complain. I got the outpost while I was there actually. For the journey thingy. The off stream was trying to get big spice from one of the stains, and there was this patrol ship going over that. And that one wasn't fun. Even though it actually kind of like gets you stuck in the air, so I think Worm was kind of fine with that. But then there were dead bodies of the guys who dropped down. And until the dead bodies disappeared, and Worm was very triggered. Scanner. Scrub some stuff though. I got some insulated fabric now too, that is good. Something I don't mind having. There's some full stocks here. And the one. The Sandbine Boost MK4, a Night Rider. A better performance during the cool evening. Imagine sand bikes doing at this point. At this point in time. Steal it here somehow. Oh, because carbon, of course. Found a bit of that. Water almost full. Can get another body in. Please we have some blood at least. At least. I think so. Not to get discounted this time. Should we get up? Break this one completely already, I guess. Same buildings, dude. I got the doors there. I'm not sure where those doors did go, though. And the door's at least present there. More hour and already time for the news. Where did the time go? These games, man. Some of these games are insane. Just start doing something and then, you know, poof, the hour is just gone. Over this shit. And that outpost is there somewhere, I think. Not yet then. You just cover the road, brother. Okay, there is a passage there through.
Weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Unplanned. That shit is gonna be right here too. Storm.
Sector weather alert.
There we go.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
This will do. No focus. seen light there. Inside of this one, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Didn't do this respawn, probably too fast though. A little too fast. Gosh, just keeps going. Come on. Building. I've been to this one too. Shot. Here. It's gone in some more here. Now recover the fragment. Anything good here? Ooh, Intel still. Then I haven't been here. The keys out. Man, why so garbage in this region in terms of loot? Zudaham, so it should be more like insulated fabric or whatever. Need it. That ain't it.
Identify yourself. Shields up.
I have the key. Tux. It's a Tux. I didn't interrupt. Come on, dude. Die anyway. Bit of poison.
Where is everybody?
God, super kicker. Can't even dodge it. And when it starts, you already need to take it. That's the only option. No, that's what I need here. That's it. Dude. That was not worth it. Maybe some Yugi chest or something. I guess not. No, fragment recovered. Just deliver this or do something else. There should be more fragments probably. Just deliver. Oh, Hughes. Oh, it's a boat quest in Harka Village. That will be nice. Can actually do this way then, I guess. Actually, I wonder, can you? Just exit through here, it's faster. Get the Harka village and then return. And I will be closer to my spawn. Should work. Tap the bonk. Boom. Absolutely scripted bonk. Everything is in hardcore. Bruh. Time to upgrade some abilities, but I feel like the Bene Gesserit quest not gonna stop here. But actually, another one also not gonna get the beds and we'll need to deliver them. So it is also not over yet. Not that fast. Takes a lot with me. So over there. Next is our seduction tomb. Everything
The
hardcore.
kitten is back. Do we have business? My sources inform me that the glutton is dead. Well done, kitten. Are you ready for the paranoid? It was inevitable that with the Fremen gone, someone would seize upon the threads of their mysticism. A new cult has been born in the Haga Basin. They call themselves the Masquerette. A bunch of worm worshippers haunting the ruins of an old power station. And their leader? A prophet. No one has ever seen her in the flesh, but her Solido projection preaches to her faithful every day. Her inner chamber is guarded by 5 pentashields.
Why would you need 5?
The access keys for each shield are carried by 4 of her most fervent followers. Except for the 5th key. That she keeps with her at all times. She calls them her chosen, and has named them after the parts of the sandworm. The tooth, the fire, the body, and the breath. Each carries a key.
Imagine being a breath
But
of a
as I
sandworm.
mentioned, the 5th
What a
key
name.
is kept by her. Unworthy thought, kitten, but no. She never leaves her place of contemplation. Instead, use the shield dissembler to get through the final door.
Oh, that's simple.
A dissembler takes time and patience to use. They cannot be used against personal shields. They take minutes to align with pentashields. If you are caught, you do not know me. You have never heard the name Fenring. Will you find our paranoid cult leader, kitten?
Sure
Then
will.
go, kitten. Show them your claws.
Sure will. Oh, you get all the chosen then, let's see. Will do. Still need something with you.
Welcome back. That's a special drink. Fresh cedric juice is hot. Was there anything else with that?
Masquerade nest eradicated.
Very good then. Tell Dr. Kumari she can expect supplies through the usual channels from now on.
And the morning sea and the coffee. No, I mean that at least not the worst option, I
You're
say.
back.
I'd say that's not the worst option.
Well then hand it over. You took long enough.
Wasn't that long.
This is fascinating. The late planetologist Pardo Kine's influence on Fremen culture is more profound than I suspected. His ecological language and framework can be found in every aspect of Fremen life after a certain point. You've done well. He was a man of science, an advisor to the Emperor, dispatched here to learn the secrets of melange. We don't know. While Kynes continued to transmit detailed reports of his geological findings, he lived a second and secret life with the Fremen. I've been waiting for you. Time is of the essence. I have discovered that a key to understanding Pardo Kine's influence on Fremen culture is contained in what he refers to as an ecological lexicon.
Again.
It's a handwritten notebook authored by Pardo Kynes himself. I believe its contents describe his efforts to develop a new language, a shorthand meant to integrate Fremen vernacular with Kynes' ecological theory. Find the lexicon and I will continue your training.
Seen some of that before.
The Udum bears obvious signs of Kynes' influence, but his secret base has never been located. I would start there.
And that's where you get the capstone skill, alright. Sure. Не, доктор. Doctor.
Welcome, stranger. If you come seeking treatment, I have all manner of I don't know how many wastelanders you slaughtered to make this happen. But thank you. Ah, the paradox of civilization. To maintain it, we must act as savages. Here are the stims Kara requires, free of charge. Of course. What kind of doctor would I be without drugs? We are square now. Don't darken my doorway again.
Sure. The Sook Doctor. Play Vampire? Yeah, I didn't. I sure did on the stream. So the first year is literally the first one, I think, actually. It's the verdict. It was alright. I wouldn't say it was super good, but it was okay. It's the sad part if you want to do like proper playthrough with the proper ending and stuff, you basically just kinda like don't really do anything fun then. And that's a bit of a problem. A bit of a sadge there. But other than that was alright. Yeah, you want to get the right endings and everything. You need to go full super detective, super stealthy vampire and everything. And in general, avoid doing a lot of fun stuff. Other than that, was alright. Decent, nothing super special, nothing super bad. Goes like, you know, like the double A stuff really nowadays. Which I mean, it was, I guess, back in the day too. And nowadays probably maybe also wouldn't really go that well. Keyboard and mouse? Ooh, hard to say, not sure I actually don't remember. Been a while. Been some time. Don't remember exactly. Nowadays, I feel it would go probably kind of like some of the other games of theirs. Most likely, not super successful. I don't think it was really like a blast before too, but it was alright. Back when, you know, like 7 out of 10 wasn't really a bad thing. Let's see. I don't remember. That I would remember. So either played on controller or somehow managed to like switch that. Not sure. It does sound like quite the choice indeed. I wish you could use some of the travel abilities here. And insane dojo here or something. Let's see if I can do anything there.
You're back. Did you find Kumari? Please say you did. Please. I promise to walk the honorable path for the rest of my days.
There they are.
Let's see. Good work, Trooper. I knew I could count on you. Give them here. Normally I would ask you to leave, but honestly, I just need a fix. Look away if you're squeamish.
How to skip sometimes, not really.
Oh, there it is. Damn. Dr. Kumari knows how to mix chems. Good work,
Yeah,
Trooper.
that part was actually
You
good.
came
That
through.
part was actually good.
That's right. Call it a field promotion. You did what it took to get the mission done. And that's what it is to be a trooper. You get the job done. I still owe you training, but I need some downtime first. Go get yourself drunk or laid, or better yet, drunk and laid. You can find me later. You're back.
Yes, I sure did.
Very good, Trooper. You've come a long way.
Got everything we needed.
It's an embarrassing story, but Gurney Halleck gets his front teeth kicked in, and that's funny as hell. So I'll spill. And before you ask, he had them replaced, so you can't tell. Don't feel bad for Gurney. It was his own damn fault. Gurney and me go way back. We first bonded over our mutual hatred of the Harkonnen. Gurney knew I had lady beef swelling in my loins for him, so he got a bottle of that rare Lankavale hooch, the kind the monks make.
Say knowledge is
Yeah.
there.
It kicks like the hind legs of a pissed-off Kulon.
Tell us what they were made. Damn, son.
Maybe it's for the best. Hey, yeah. We got kicked out of the Seleucid Bull for fighting. Fade and Aristay's wedding hadn't imploded yet, so they were allowing Harks in the Bull. Of course, that didn't sit right with Gurney and me, and we were lit, so we made our feelings known. The next part's a blank, but the sheriff was called. That part's coming up. Don't jump ahead, Trooper. Anyhow, as I said, my memory's hazy, but somehow we ended up back in the barracks. Last thing I remember is being in his bed, and then nothing. I blacked out entirely. The rest was told to me secondhand.
Good party time.
Apparently, we were having a good time. At some point, Gurney wanted to give me a foot rub. Oh, sweet, right? A trooper's feet take so much abuse.
And the secret lore
But what
of
Gurney
the Gurney
didn't
Halleck
know
there.
was that I had
see.
just escaped from a brutal band of slavers. Slavers that had marked and prepared me as a pleasure thrall.
What the fuck?
That's a whole other saga of pain and betrayal. Ask me some other time.
Let's see. Alright, level 3 skills though. Finally. It's gonna be a lot of points down though. I'm not sure what they're gonna be having here. Spencer efficiency is good. Durability loss, good. Max durability loss, good. Because damage is also kind of not bad. There's 3% increase, I'm not sure about that. I'll get the wire. I maxed out probably. That's higher range. Basically just the range. Be downing a lot of skill points on that then. Guess you can respec if need though. Just get it for now anyway. The range is kinda nice though, fine. For propelling your stuff. Step of the game with all the leveling though. Then where's the dodgy entrance? Do something here. Still not. I still need to level some stuff for that probably. Some of the classes, I think. That's just the trader, right? The vendors. Seems like not only though. There's another house there.
Good to meet you. I see by that token that an Atreides official deems you worthy to deal with me and my wares.
Get the set of this stuff. Shall we? The Atreides style bases, I guess fine. In the best then. And this house I guess I haven't met yet.
You strike me as someone with something to offer the great House Wallach. I have a sense for these things. Our motto is God, Imperium, House. We enjoy a rich history as renowned conquerors. House Wallach attained its name and titles 5 millennia ago. The house's founder was a former Bursik general of the Imperial Sardaukar. To this day, scions of Wallach are sent to be trained by the Sardaukar. House Wallach was once preoccupied with the glory of battle, but has mellowed in recent history, taking a more nuanced approach. There is no better place to perch and sample the intrigues of this contentious planet.
That's a basic house there. Nothing dink.
You were expected. Don't look so shocked. As the Duke's master of assassins, I must know the movement of every grain of sand in Arrakeen. I believe you have a message for me.
Andrea speaks very highly of you. If that was all I knew of you, it would be enough. I know a great deal more.
See the whistle here, right?
Your file grows daily. I'm quite pleased with the investigation into Skorda and the tainted spice. I look forward to the results of the analysis. You're more right than you know. This war inflicts wounds upon my Duke and his people that cannot be seen upon the flesh, only behind the eyes. But I must remind myself that this war of assassins is also the scar of a miraculous survival. Our arrival on Arrakis was a very near thing. The first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. That's how we survived. That's how we continue to survive. Every day is a victory.
Seems kind of like a little younger here, Sora, compared to how they portrayed him in the movie. In the OG movie, he was even older.
She thinks he's responsible. Permission denied. The evidence is circumstantial, and he provides financial support. Assassination would be hasty. Andrea is my most promising protege. She may seem to have a machine mind, but she's as human as you and I. She does not show it, but she takes the tainted spice deaths personally. She sees it as a personal failure to compute the truth rapidly enough.
So we report back. Well, that's actually kind of good because the outpost is there that I wanted to visit. This is where you miss having the super speed gear and stuff. Not being able to use it. Tainted. Which one was that you showed me there? Oh. Fox will already find a way there. Level 3 skills already eating a lot of skill points. Leveling now already not as fast as it used to be. Already a little more tricky.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw the...
Already wasted it all. Nothing to deposit here. This just reminded me, I think I didn't loot the intel in one of those things there. Let me check. I think I didn't. Somehow I just remember now. Go from the top, from this place. It's kind of nice that they have already like this thing in. Like adding some new like content and everything will be like so easy. New maps, just get them through this world map thingy. Done. Super easy. Super simple. We end up all the way here. That's actually not too bad. So wait a second. Yeah, intel. I didn't take it here. And that's it, looks like. Might as well loot it. I will do the material stuff here. Let's see. This and this one I need them. Not that far, really. It wouldn't. Where was it? Inside this thing. Better hold in there. I guess not. Fine, whatever. entrance was there? This is the one where I was chilling through the storm. The rest I guess I collected though. Fine, let's do it. That's where the intel was. That's a blue one. Yeah, I passed through this, but didn't take a turn there for the blue. For the door there. Like an idiot, you man. Was here, right? Nice. Done. Ain't nobody got time for that. That's fine, here I guess I can kill that. Maybe fist in time. I'm in. The rest of our PP again. Come here. The combos though. Smart. Yeah, can't really block the fisting. Poison now. That's another poison. No, whatever. That's all I needed here, really. All I needed them. Turn this in, do this one, and yeah, should be already time for the game fuse recap then. The Mega Cube bases, classic. Brother, there's a lot of action here. A weekend there. Everybody wants gaming. Hey, Gustavon, hello. How we doing? How's it going, man?
The balance of probability suggested I would see you soon. Good. I have the test results of the tainted spice. It will take time to interpret the data, but we will have a better understanding of this poison. What did Thufir say regarding my request to eliminate Ambrose Lucifera? What? No. No, his is a brilliant mind. Surely he understands the logic, the calculation, the need. Lucifera is a corruption, a cancer. The only kindness is to cut him out. The only solution to the equation is terminal. Why doesn't he compute that? Thufir is rarely wrong, but he is wrong now. We must act before it is too late.
Okay.
We will take the initiative, and I will take full responsibility. I've taken the liberty of lacing this expensive bottle of wine with some of the tainted spice. It will be undetectable to poison snoopers. Ambrose is a known Epicurean and experience seeker. Convince him that this bottle of wine is a singular and exclusive experience. I'm too well known in Arakeen, but you can make sure Ambrose drinks this. Take the bottle, say no more. I know you'll do the right thing.
Sure enough. Breakfast time, Gustabonia. Nice, nice. What's for breakfast? I'm just again in the granola stage, yeah, for breakfast. And today was some glorious shawarma for lunch, for brunch, I guess even. But life is good. Eastern Jungle. Seems there's already some action here. Should do this still. Boated tomatoes? What's boated tomatoes? What kind of tomatoes is this? What did you do to them? This actually should already probably finish the quest, right? No, Eastern Jungle Outpost still here, alright. Oh, the main is calling the boats, I see. That's simple. Oh, that's simple. Vigd, CSC. That's simple then. Get some fresh flatbread again. Gotta get some of that stuff today too, probably. Some tomato, some cheese. Actually, we still have some boiled chicken with stock. So I guess I will be doing some more of the local special pasta. Bought a new bag also. Yeah, usually in the morning also kind of don't like it. But lately I kind of actually enjoy it though. I'm making some stuff. Either some oka eggs. Or now I got like some granola going with some milk. That's my go-to for now. Whatever I'm in the mood for. Making the coffee, and the coffee with my method, with the nanopresso is already kind of ritual. So I might as well get some cooking while I'm at it too. The cake like a proper adult and see. That's some good breakfast there, huh? Hello, hello. How we doing, man? How's life? Been forcing yourself into breakfast? Yeah, I've never really been one.
I just got word from Gota's lab. They need a live subject for testing out Inkvine. We took this kid out scout yesterday with a little bit too much fight in him. Bastard broke my nose. So, yeah, we've got our volunteer for the lab. I'll need a couple of you to take him there. See if you can pick up some more Krimskar bindings while you're at it.
Baited love. Nice, nice. Feels good, man. Feels good. So already there? Already there. Now, if you're gonna be visiting home in the upcoming few months, I'll accept probably like second half of July and almost all August. Let me know. I am again in your homeland. Dumper. Goddamn clue, I see. Well, we're in general gonna be appearing here potentially once in a while, maybe, because my friend with his right of abode maybe will decide to continue going with it. And he also like renting an apartment here, kind of on like the permanent, even if we leave. Since it's kind of cheap anyway, he decided to go ham. To have this registration still assigned when we leave. So he can keep getting that right of abode. So I guess I might be returning every once in a while. Probably in summers. Don't really mind. In summers it's nice. In Guri. Guri one probably a little too hot and stuff. Here it's actually good. Even a little fresh, I would say. Return. Some quest is there, but overall pretty good. Pretty good progress on that. You like the exam over? Getting some insane exam. If so, then good luck, man. Then good luck. Side job and passing the exam, I'll see. Wait, so you will need some side stuff even? Okay, son. Thought they would just instantly, you know, get someone who wants to be a doctor to work. No delays, eh? I guess not. Let's see though, I mean, I can imagine, man. Good luck. Hope we can get something. We can get something. Imagine, like, you have, like, the future new resurgent just going into your country. You need to get some fucking side gig just to survive, until they go down from their high place and examine if he's worthy of working there. Leaving in PP world, dude. An educated doctor, by the way, too. Not some pleb who wants to be one. Shaking my SMH. Right, General.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Now, water is kind of full there, I think. Pumping, good. Pump even some more, but we're fine. Yeah, I guess about it, yeah. I mean, it's a person with education already and everything. Won't let you work until you pass the first exam, won't be able to work as a surgeon until you pass the second one, alright. Well, can you at least pass the first one fast enough? Or is it also like, oh, you can't work until you pass the first exam, but we're gonna, you know, book your exam in like half a year or something? Is this one of those cases?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Is this one of those cases? The peak Pipigus, dude. Now, you may get some tea and let's get the gaming news recap. It's about time, I think. It's about time. I see. Yep, it will be for sure. It will be 100%. Like, it is pretty bad, I think, everywhere. Like, even in Russia at the moment, I think like a lot of doctors are already basically being kind of like imported, and nurses from like Central Asia actually. 550 euros to pass the exam. Will you be able to get at least like, you know, like the medical job though? Like not surgeon, but I guess like maybe like general practitioner or something like that at least. Or will you like literally passing the exam to go work as like a waiter or something so you can pass the second one? Oh, you can. Okay, at least that's good. And that is exactly why I have issues with like, you know, having the stuff in like the healthcare and shit. Like, you don't need to teach the person, you know, you don't need it to like build, you know, the professional from the ground up. There it is. It just came to your country, wants to work, learned language. Well, this one in particular already knew 3 languages when I met him last time. That was fucking Russian, Armenian, and English. Now German on top of that. with diploma of education and everything, coming into your country. Here, take it. Work. Nope. How about you pay us $550 first for the exam, brother? And you probably even before that had like a bunch of bureaucracy and shit. Just to get like the right even to go there and live there and get the exam done. That's why all this shit is pipiga, man. Technically, you know 3 languages as well? Yeah, you do, you do. Well, I mean, like, Slavic languages are kind of, like, easier, right? Like all the Slavic groups of languages in general, like Russian, Ukrainian, Belarusian. I actually kind of wonder how you're supposed to say it in English then. Because, like, Belarusian doesn't sound good. Like, they actually kind of don't like when you call them, like, Belarusia. They prefer to be Belarus, so, like those languages are kind of close, but like Armenian, for example, is not close to anything. Let's put it that way. I feel totally not the Russian and not the English. It's like such a, you know, like a unique language in that sense that it's kind of not that simple to learn. Not to mention the letters and stuff, right? Like Ukrainian, Russian, for example, use Cyrillic, so you kind of can read at least. Like when I see something in Armenian, I can't read for shit, man. Russian, Ukrainian close enough that you can somewhat understand. Yeah, like, well, out of all the languages, I think in Slavic group probably the closest ones. Maybe in Belarus, maybe also kind of close. Without learning would be understandable. Some words are like a little too different and some like structures, but kind of mostly you can understand. Somewhat same with Polish, but Polish is harder. Alright, Jin with the streak. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Thank you, thank you. Getting them streaks. They don't even speak German in Bayern. I see, alright. So you need to learn. I need to learn different dialect now. Yeah, some words get weird, yeah, and extra letters. You still kind of can, like, from context read it, I guess, sort of, but yeah. Possible. Polish always seem gigadank. Well, I mean, the other Slavic languages. It's hard, though. It ain't that simple. But I feel like if you're really dedicated to learn, like, the Slavic languages, there is, like, I seen, like, before, there was, like, a video of, like, I forgot the proper name of that. It's like a pan-Slavic language or something. That was kind of interesting because it was like a lady talking in the language that is none of the actual languages, you know, like not Russian, not Polish, not Ukrainian. But you understand, you know, and like basically, well, I mean, I don't speak other ones to say, but like she says that like any person speaking any of the Slavic languages can understand what she's saying. And I mean, I could, even though it's not Russian or anything, but I could. So there's a lot of like, you know, kind of like words overlap context that if you can like properly align it, I guess, you can kind of actually make it work. If I wanted alone. Okay, you need some like, you know, like if you put some effort, I think like Slavic languages, like if you know one, it will be way easier to learn other ones. I feel like it kind of probably might be the same with like, you know, the Nordic languages, right? Like Danish, Swedish, Norwegian and stuff. You probably, if you really want to, you probably will be able to. I also remember like when we were going like to DreamHack, I think. We were going to DreamHack. Who was there? I think it was basically like me, Miele and Trize in the car. And we had the Norwegian guys with us. Siggy, not the Siggy McCrit, another Siggy away. He was driving us on DreamHack. He went there by car, so he was driving us around, and his friend also, the Jimbo was there too. And then Norwegian, they were like in the front seats, basically just like talking to each other, like in the region and stuff. And like Elevatrice, they were just like sitting there in the back, like giggling, you know, understanding like some of the words and like kind of beaming on them. both struggle understanding Danish, but it's possible. I see. All right. Belarus has some weird words in their language. Yeah. I mean, all basically like Slavic languages have some like differences in terms of words. Like for example, I know Sok always said that it is really hard for him to understand like anything like in Russian and Polish or any other language, even though Serbian is also kind of Slavic and I can understand some things, but like he said it's like really hard for him to understand something else. You know, some things are kind of like very opposite, you know. Like panos, I think, if I remember correct, in Serbian it's kind of like, you know, like pride and stuff, and panos in like Russian is liquid shit, you know. So it's kind of like a lot of those things, you know. And like kurica is like a chicken in Russian, and in Serbian kurac is a dick, you know. So like when like the lady was in the cafe asking for the grilled, you know, kurac, basically everyone was kind of a little confused. Silo, I see. Good luck, man. Good luck. You can do it. You can do it. Don't like the Diggs grill, yeah. Haven't had Diggs yet. We also apparently missed some like the sheep, the lamb testicles kebab, for example, in Uzbekistan. Somehow we missed that one. I guess not that popular. Managed to dodge that, so I still have something to return to, you know. Still something more to try. For now, only eyes, brains, you know, the boring shit. Lungs, that kind of stuff. Nothing fancy. No grilled dicks. I was like confused, like it's second time already I eat fucking eyes, and for the second time my friend was like catching, you know, like the crystal, right, like in the eye. I forgot like the English name for that proper, and like in Russian they call it like kind of crystal. Like it wasn't, you couldn't chew it, so it was kind of there. Like both times I didn't even find that stuff, so either like I just like, you know, lens, yeah. And, like both times I just like didn't even notice and ate it, or I don't know, maybe he didn't try good enough to chew that. Yeah, not sure, Gustavai. I'm not sure. That actually kind of makes me a little uneasy, I guess, thinking about eating that stuff. Too much context, I guess. Like eyes and everything, I don't really mind. That was alright. Not the best texture, I would say. Not my most favorite. Got rejected everywhere, though. Holy shit. That's why we can't have nice things, man. I hate this fucking like kind of like hypocritical shit, I guess, in a way. They should be hypocritical there, but they're hypocritical, dude. I hate this. It's like, oh man, we need workers. We need more, like, you know, able hands in the country and stuff. And same back home also. And then you go there and like, yeah, here I am. You know, take it. See what? Take it. Here's my hands. I'm ready. And they're like, ah, oh, nah, sorry, man. Not your hands. We need other ones. I hate this shit, dude. I hate this shit. You want living salary? Yup. That's exactly what we have. Like you check the news like back home. Oh man, we don't have enough. We don't have enough workers and stuff. Yeah, we need workers. And that was like my brother trying to find a job, and the only things he could find was like kind of pretty much, you know, just like the slave work sorta. And they will have like those like job openings on the websites for like years open, and still complaining. Yeah, and then they go like, oh, no one wants to work, man. Yep, totally. Building all those new manufactories, so many like workplaces, you know, but no one wants to work. I have like negative unemployment and stuff and shit like that. And then yeah, my brother was like for a year looking for something decent, and he even like gave up already on going, you know, like IT, on going with his diploma. He finished university, by the way, right? He like gave up on that completely, and now he's working on the manufacturing, just like printing those like strips for the badges, you know, for conventions and stuff like that. That's it. At least it kind of pays all right, and the job is not anything crazy. But as the person with university education and stuff, you know, after a year of trying to find something, living salary for the medical workers, doing like medical workers and teachers back home are like, I don't know how they live, honestly. Like the salaries are dog shit. The work conditions are awful. And you deal with people that are also mostly fucking awful. In both cases, actually. So like I respect people doing that a lot. Like when they kind of, you know, like a bit rude to you or something like that. I'm like, in the doctors and everything, I'm not turning like the Karen on or something. I'm like if they're not rude, I just like taking it as an extra bonus, you know. If they're rude, like, dude, all right, I understand. With the shit you're dealing with, I would be rude too, man. Sorry, we can take you but can't explain. Well, I mean, maybe for nurse work they think you kind of overqualified because you already kind of, you know, with diplomas to go as a surgeon, and like, you know, like, there is such thing as overqualification, even though I do think it's kind of dumb concept in a way. But like, if there is no other options, like, why not let me? At least it's also in medical. Did they want you to go work in like some waiter or something for the time being? Some just didn't give a shit, I say. Yeah, some people could be just kind of like, yeah, like some Armenian dude looking for a job and like, you know, reject. Bro, and then you're gonna sit with that job opening for like years and crying that, you know, like there is not enough doctors and stuff. That's why there's huge lines and everything and problems in healthcare. And just corpus speak. Yeah, I don't think they usually give you reasons though. Sometimes they don't even answer whatsoever, just ghost you. I guess it's easier that way. I see Slavic, I see. Guy just offered you to work in Renault dealership. Well, you had education or something in like the car, the mechanic and stuff already, or how did he even know? Just inviting you, a random guy, to work in the car as a car mechanic, really? So you just like did learn everything on the go. He's Slavic, alright. Damn it. So you have the talent. You have the talent from birth to fix them cars. Insane. Learning on the go. Oh man. That's a cool story though, dude. Got some melon. Feels good, man. Nom the melon real quick and let's get the news. Alright, melon is already good. And then was like less than $1 per kilo. No, so they did send you on the courses, alright, I see. Just need the hammer to fix it, yeah. Yeah, 500. That's familiar. That's familiar. Like the friend who was with me and left, that was when in December he left back to Russia. Gave up on this lifestyle, but went back. He still didn't find anything. Has diploma, worked also before. Still didn't find anything, you know, like decent enough to consider, you know. Yes, you do. So let's see. Yeah, I posted like a photo to friends with all the bags of fruits and veggies we got today, and the price for that. And friend was like, "Oh, for that price, You can probably get that one bag of cherries there that you have. Probably not even full. So when did I reach you? No, sir. This is like I say. Fixing the gear, the engines and gearboxes are insane, dude. I dealt with that on my Peugeot. And the way they did it wasn't exactly Pog. 17 euro watermelon gas money. Holy shit. Well, I mean, was it the big one at least? Yeah, watermelon today was for 200 grams, so like 50 cents per kilo. Like in summer year, I'm doing them. Marketplace is my home. Yeah, well, yeah, some interesting people there working, it looks like. Yeah, we got this melon for like $1, a bit less. And watermelon is like half $1 already. Come to Armenia. Very Pogen. I think it's not season yet too. But actually maybe already starting. My back home season for watermelons was starting in August. Kinda later in August. And melons were in September mostly. Here it's kinda earlier. Maybe local already. Before there were watermelons from Iran. Apparently they were pretty good. But not sure which ones are now actually. Need to get some. My friend doesn't want to because his diet, too much sugar, and I obviously alone eating watermelon would be too dank. I mean, if we can, Dogsel, why not? If they can subcontract you, for example, especially, you can just open the company in like Georgia or something with 1% tax and enjoy your life. I constantly want to kind of like offer something and that to Trize. I was again yesterday like telling him like join in Thailand and stuff, man. I'm pretty sure you won't. Sudor, so let's see him. Well, I would say winter here maybe is not like the pogiest in terms of like prices and everything, but like summer, oof. The thing is, like, Gyumri, for example, is kind of like small town. I wouldn't say village or something, but yeah, if you kind of like into like a little bit more of a life around and everything, then it's not about here. And then it's not about here, really. And there are some issues sometimes with like brownouts and internet dying, but I mean, I kind of sorted that out, at least for my streaming PC. But yeah, my friend rented the apartment, the one-room apartment, to get his registration and stuff. And he's gonna keep the rent going. I'm gonna be kind of like a warehouse when we're out, I guess. At least that's the plan for now. Like, I still think it's kind of a big idea, but you know, his money, so whatever you want. But yeah, he rented a one-room apartment for $150, like 125 bucks, really. 125 And then, yeah, then you have marketplace and stuff. As long as you're not living in Armenian salary, true. But yeah, I think it's a good idea in general. Like if your job allows you some mobility and you kind of still young and stuff, at least relatively, you know, I think that's good. And if they can subcontract you, you can even like kind of min-max the taxes and stuff that way. Even though in some countries it's not gonna work. Like I think in Spain, for example, there is the law that if you became the tax resident of Spain, then if you move after that to the country with lower taxes, then your tax residency stays in Spain for a while. So you basically already become tax resident of the new country, but you also still stay the tax resident of Spain, so you pay double taxes in both countries, if you want to kind of go to the lower bracket. Or in Hungary, I think if you own a Hungarian passport, you just pay taxes in Hungary. They don't give a shit where you are. Where else you pay taxes, you just pay taxes there anyway. So there are still nuances you need to look into. But you can, Yeah, Silio, I see you. Good luck, man, good luck. Yeah, unemployed mode for a year or two even. Well, that's even easier. I would say that that's probably even better to move to some cheaper place then. Probably. I mean, you can go just like some insane, you know, like hobo backpacker traveling, for example, if you want adventures. I've seen many of those when I was like in Uzbekistan, also traveling around. Well, just to kind of, you know, go full adventure mode, See the world, meet more people, like all those like hostels and stuff like that. They do provide you with a lot of interesting encounters, you know, a lot of interesting NPCs to meet for your quests. Train the kitty to stay in the backpack. Ooh, that will be a tricky one though. With cat, that will be a tricky one unless you're moving, you know, for like long term. Then doable. Just need some like, you know, the list with like the vaccine that you need, some extra money for transportation, and no problems if you just move once and stay. Like, well, I mean, friend brought the bird from home, right? So still has like this like special box that was sitting in a separate seat in the airplane. No problems. We just become boring. That's what my friend had. He kind of retired and then, you know, just after a year of doing nothing, returned to work. But that's also not a bad thing, actually. You know, it's like it's nice sometimes to get the different perspective. You know, like you lose something, sorta, right? Like something you're doing regularly, to understand that maybe it was something that you needed in your life, right? And then you return with more appreciation towards what you're doing or something, you know. Like, it's also good. Like all this shit, for example, right? Like me like traveling around the fucking world and being in all this like chaos and stress and stuff all the time. Like, dude, like my dream right now, the dream is not about like some mansions or some other shit. Like my dream is just like some fucking house like in the bumfuck nowhere, just give me like connection, give me electricity, small house where I can have like had my setup and the bed in the corner like I have right now, right? With like toilet and bathroom and like sauna building. Done. That's as far as my dreams go. I don't need anything. So my friends are close, my family close, and there is no like fucking wars and other shit affecting me. That's all I need. And I had that before, but when I had that before, I was like, yeah, life is kind of shit, you know. Getting only like, you know, $600 per month. Yeah, that kind of sucks. And then you end up, you know, in completely other fucking country, getting already like not 600, but like sometimes 300-400, and you're already thankful for that, you know. And then you kind of realize, dude, how nice it was. Oh, speaking of, you can see the bar. Actually, I need to replace. I forgot completely. June is over already. Like there was no movement on that bar for so long. I forgot it's even on. Oh, there you go. Then back in the day, I was like, you know, full philosophy mode, like, like the 600 from Twitch alone. Yeah. And then you learn to appreciate those little things, but you don't while you have them. So maybe it's not the bad thing, you know, just kinda need to remove the bar. You need to switch the bar for the next month already. Lower it, I guess, too. Having a house. Well, I mean, not necessarily even like, you know, like my own like personal house or something. I don't mind like co-living with friends, for example. That would be even better for me, honestly. I would love that way more. I would love that way more. And like house in Bumfuck Nowhere is actually doable back home, at least, like very doable. I could do that no problems. I could do that no problems. Not to mention I do have an apartment technically, right? So I kind of like already have that, and I would replace that with a house. Or some small house in Bumfuck Nowhere on top of that, so I can keep renting out my apartment to my brother, for example, for cheap, right? But at least still some money. Well, he needs that. Then we'll figure when not. And I would be I already would be happy. I already would be happy. Don't you guess the money? Let me check. Let me check. 7 knots kamazan idéra. Dashboard. I think you did, eh? I think you did. Oh, nice. When you're AFK so much, game already tells you to fuck off and start doing the news segment, dude. It's time. Yeah, you did. You did. June 7th. June 7th you did. Alright, fine. Well, if the game is telling me, then it's time for sure. Then it's time for sure. Let's go. Get the news recap. How the single person... Dude, my like picture of the house is basically like... You know the container? Like the shipping container from like the ship, basically. Cargo container. That's my house. That would be already good enough. I mean, preferably not literally that kind of container, because in sunny weather and heat, it's really bad. It's fucking oven. But I mean, size-wise, that would be the dream. To actually do those, kinda, at home. You just kind of like have like in the middle entrance. One side you have a room, another side you have like, you know, kitchen, and in front you have like the toilet, bathroom sort of thingy. That's it. And you live there. I would be fine. I would be fine. The granola fund. Thank you. And thank you, Gus the money. I appreciate it a lot. I appreciate it a lot. I'll move it like to the next month's goal. I'll do that. I'll do that. The July one. The July one. House plus property has to be 200 square meters for 2 people, let's say. Well, I mean, the house itself, like, I don't mind, like, having the plot of land that is kind of big, right? Because you can, like, do something with it if you want. Some people don't. Some people just have, like, grass there. Some people don't even want the grass. Like, my dad, for example, has neighbors. They got, like, a big plot of land with the house. They literally just, like, covered all of it with concrete. Just all of it. Like, fucking concrete everywhere. That's it. Well, they're not huge. Like, usual plot of land is like 6 sotka, which is like 600 square meters, basically. That's the standard, like, plot of land that goes for, like, summer houses and stuff back home. You could, and still kind of can, if you go, like, further away from the capital, you might be able to get the house and the plot kind of cheapish still. It's possible. It is, and considering I want it in Bumfuck Nowhere, then in Bumfuck Nowhere you can get it for free, actually. They give you like a hectare, which is like what? How much is it? 1,000 square meters? I don't remember, actually. Then, yeah, maybe 1,000 square meters, actually. They give you that for free if you want in bumfuck nowhere. The problem is there's not gonna be any infrastructure, nothing. That's the problem. That's the problem. Only 200 square meters. A lot of people, like, if they're getting a house, they want to, you know, like, have a house for, you know, generations, centuries and stuff like that. Like, my friend also, like, was visiting his, like, relatives recently. They have, like, 300 square meters house. It's just, like, you know, old. 10K, maybe 10K, I don't know, don't remember. It could be. Yeah, that sounds more about right. Yeah, it's probably 10K, yeah. Yeah, 1000 is, like, 10 sotka. Yeah, that's totally not it. That's totally too small. So, like, he has, like, his, like, uncle or whatever, who is already, like, you know, 60, past 60 with his wife, and they just live there, 2 of them. That's it. Like, all kids, they don't give a fuck about these, like, you know, villages, houses. They want us to live in the city. They don't give a fuck. So their grandkids, their kids fucked off from that village long ago, and they just, like, sit there in this 300 square meter house, you know, like, what are we doing here even? Why do we need that shit? The same with this house, for example, too. Like, well, why is this room? Like, why is this room so massive? Like, why would you need this room? So, like, why do you need this, like, massive corridors and stuff? Like, you don't need that shit. In the same time, the bedrooms are small as fuck. Like, you just, like, sleep there and kind of, I guess you just peace out and then, like, you know, walk in the rest of the house. That's all you do. But no privacy, dude. Yeah, village is good. The village is good, yeah. True. I do like it myself. Kind of depends on the village, of course, though. I would rather prefer kind of like, you know, more like town-ish thingy. Kind of like we have here. Like, for example, it's a house, but a bit close to the center of the city, so... Yeah, like, all you want, like, supermarket and other things. There it is, just like 5-minute walk. There it is. Everything's around, everything's here. Nice, nice. True though, true. Well, I mean, I would say Gyumri would be kind of counting probably as sort of village in Europe. Not by population, but by kind of how it looks and stuff. Or maybe not village, but kind of like little town. Most likely. But it is really nice here. It is really nice here, except for some like infrastructure issues here and there. Sadly. Alright, let's go. Time for the gaming news. Great. Let's see, let's see. Yeah, villages are nice. Yeah, the cities are. I mean, cities are good if you like, you know, if you benefit from that. If you kind of, you know, work there in like some company. If you use the transport and stuff, right, to get, for example, to work. If you, you know, like have some active, you know, social life and stuff. You go like partying, you go to like museums regularly and stuff like this. That, yeah, then city is good. Like Moscow, for example, for that is really good. You have like a lot of stuff to do. Like we were doing it with my friend like once a month sometimes on his and my day off. We were just like going to like to Moscow and, you know, like trying some new different food, and on the way like taking, you know, like some like routes through some places and everything. But it's like once a month. Like I can live without it, you know. Like I don't really need that stuff. I'm not really that crazy social in that sense. The museums and everything are nice, but I can do it, you know, kind of like I do in my travels now. Like I'm in the country for like 6 months. I just take like a month sort of when I just kind of focus on like, you know, visiting a bunch of different places, streaming that, and then I'm out. Good enough already. Good enough already. Nice, low dice. If only I had the visa. If only. If only. That feel even none. Alright, let's get the usual musicas. Whoop. Whoop. There we go. There we go. Alright, so let's get going and check the Steam stuff real quick. I mean, still sales, still the same sales, so nothing really check that much, and then we hop on the news. Actually, before I started, one moment, I'm just gonna go open the tab Fiesta, because I forgot to do it before. Let me open all the tabs for today. So they already there, sitting and waiting. Zulu, I see. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Soon. Soon. I just need to get past the Pipega stage. And then you're gonna go ham. Gonna be some Armenian stuff there. Did you already find some local insane Lama Joe places and stuff? Get some quality Haravats. Time to open your own. They don't want you to work as a doctor. It's time to feed them some hush. Alright, open this. I'll be at least gonna find something soon. Sort that out. That sounds brutal. The Haravat shop, yeah. Exactly. Alright, tabs opened. Good. Now one sec. Bathroom and we start. Let's go. second. This looks a bit cold. No, I see though, I see. Couldn't find anything there. 550, have everything you need. That's not too bad. For Germany, that's alright. We had actually like the German rent discussions. Yeah, gonna hopefully... You can try to apply maybe in some other regions. Maybe that will work. And then when everything's confirmed, already trying to move somewhere there. Microwave and washing machine, I see. Well, actually, yeah, I heard from my cousin. Like her husband went like ahead of them to Germany because I mean he was getting the job and everything in Germany, in Berlin, and like took some time. Was quite a quest to find apartment. But when he was alone, it was kind of fine. But when the cousin with their son already was moving to join him, that took him a while to find some like bigger apartment, at least a little bit bigger apartment for the whole family, because you know we just kind of like that filthy immigrant and stuff, and they just kind of yeah everyone just like ditching you, and there's like a line for every apartment. Like a full interview mode. It's not you picking apartment, it's apartment picking you pretty much. But they found at least something. Actually gonna meet with her. Apparently she's also returning to visit home like at the end of July, so gonna meet with her too even. That's kinda nice. Didn't think we're gonna meet for a while because they already kinda gonna be staying in Germany permanently, it looks like. But she's still gonna be visiting. Her husband haven't been already back home since 22 pretty much, since the beginning of the fiesta. Syria, I see. We were talking about it yesterday. Actually, people said that there are a lot of regions and cities where shit is pretty cheap in Germany, actually. For Sugastamania, for sure. Not very excited about like the border crossing, passport control, and all that fun stuff. That's probably gonna be interesting. But yeah, gonna raise them up, man. Gonna raise them up. Gonna raise them up there as usual. See how that goes. Still probably gonna be fun conversations and stuff. Silo, I see. Then Germany's cheaper, I see. I see, Rev, I see. I see how it is. Yeah, let's see what is up real quick on... Well, I mean, sale we already seen. Anything new? Let's see. The remnants of the occupation still? Yeah, what kind of remnants are there, like, still lingering there, though? Less demand, lot of offer, I see. Oh, the culturally, I see, alright. I'll see how it is. Sometimes that stuff can be annoying though, for sure. Some of those things can get to you. Most of the time, kind of depends, I guess, how you live. As long as it's just the rent and you can move anyway. If the rent is cheap, then can take it, can take it. Some places like in Georgia, for example, in Tbilisi, you would pay a shitload, and everyone on top of that gonna fucking hate you too. So like, how about I don't then? Batumi, at least you pay a little bit less and they don't hate you there that much, so that already was better. That already was better. See, though, should I say, huh? Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, didn't expect that be still prevalent. You wouldn't expect that. Alright, this we'll see. Alright, new releases. Then the Blue Archive. Oh, Weeb's gonna Weeb. Then it's on the 4th of July, actually. Wasn't Pony like really poking about this one. Let's get the wolves everywhere, man. East, west, south, north. Let's go full quarters there. Still can see the clear split there, I say. And the insane Slav transition there. Gotcha your way to victory. There it is. And the main selling points. Finally, PC version. Got some dink profiles there already. For progressive folks like me who enjoy Bishoja more fan service. Damn, son. Progressive much there, I say. Huh? And very humble too. The best gachas I've played. Getting electricity transported. Well, I mean, as long as they pay for it, I guess. As long as they pay for it, and the popular new releases, almost all, well, not all, fine, okay, but like a lot of weeb shit. And they go with the horse and gacha there, another one. Clone Trooper, yep, exactly. You can get either the right anime PNG, like the big titty one, or you can get the horse one. You choose. This week you can choose which one you're gonna spend that 1,000 on. Pulling and waifus, I'm actually pulling and waifus in both cases, I guess. It just depends which ones you prefer. And a bunch of simulators also. Parcel simulator, supermarket simulator. Studio vai sì, eh? Are you getting the game mods? Because which husband playing that? Then even husband already was playing this one. I see. Everyone on the horse meta. Considering Kagik was asking for it today, I guess I see how it is. I see how it is. I'll see how it is. Nation of Crip Vibes. Yep, Diablo 2 OST. They get the drums. OG poured and candles lit. With this chant I sub and creep. There it is. Classic. And what's not coming? Oh yeah, the bakery cafe we saw. Oh yeah, every day we fight is soon actually. Nice. 10th of July. Nice, nice. Probably gonna be playing that. Well, I played the demo before, so I wouldn't be exactly the first, but we'll check it. We'll check it. Very fading. Hilton. I'm just getting started. How we doing, man? Clean cut without taking care of things before that happens, I see. The weekly rage session, I see. I'll let your successors handle the problem. True. Yeah, the Bika Punk actually. When was this one? 10th of July also. Dude, everything is dropping 10th of July. Okay, Summon is 9th of July, but that's kind of dead because sale is still gonna be on. So 10th, this 10th, 11th, alright. Souls 11th, the AC 130 slays the zombies. Damn, quality gaming there. Dread Floods, Wishlist by Ella. Alright, this one got the seal of approval already. I see how it is. Everyone doing Thursday, I think because sale is over, and then basically. So as soon as sale is over, everyone's trying to drop. Probably. Modern Friday too. Terrible date right after sale, I think so, yeah. I think it's not the best. We were talking about it earlier today too, yeah. Doesn't sound like a good idea. Like during the sale is even worse, but like after the sale doesn't sound that good either. This one is gonna be early access, right? Or is it full? Oh, it's full. Okay, that was a bad idea then to drop it on 10th, I feel. Yeah, that's the turn-based kind of XCOM-ish one, but with first-person aiming. That was a really nice demo. They're gonna be probably playing the full one because it's Hooded Horsen, so we'll play that. Yes, during the sale, like browsing stuff is kind of pointless. We like saw most of this stuff already before. Let's check some of maybe some hidden yums. Can I please do it a classic way? Don't like this new way to browse that shit. Shadowverse, still mostly negative. Nice. Still there. Because I played 9 Kings and Slay the Spire. Thank you. And the Weeb card's going in. Damn, you bought a video game, Ultan. Damn, son. Which one? Joining us in Dune? Or joining us in Space Marine? No bridge building area sign, I see. I wouldn't be surprised. Motorfest, damn son. You like NBA Motorfest, damn. Motan has this like the secret normie side to him that he's not showing. And all this like indie gamer, and then he's just like, you know, buying NBA every year. Nice window, nice. I wanted the Corpus stuff. And the crime simulator, and Playway. I'm mostly positive then. Not criminal enough. Very buggy, alright. A less refined but more frustrating version of Thief Simulator, okay. Certainly a ripoff. Classic. Deluxe Whale Edition? Damn son. Shoop Inc. Man, these guys just like they know. They know. They just like dropping all that stuff. Like Rodak. Yeah, I just get emails from them like all the time. They just like they just cracked the code, you know. They just like started making all those like kind of like small-ish, you know, like cheap games. And that also reuse kind of a lot of stuff that they're making. And that goes ham. Like Rent Lord, 226 reviews, 480 on a ship even. It's like really close to yeah, some of those also I did, the Pairs one. No, you lost but found actually even like 1,600 reviews, holy shit. See what I say. Let's see what on. But yeah, these guys got that system figured now. Dyson Fold is also kind of like they're all very similar. They're all very cheap and stuff, and they're pretty small. Like the bite-sized sour games that they just kind of release and well, I mean, I wouldn't say like in crazy amounts, but regularly. Like this Ship Inc. is basically this kind of same like Lost and Found that I played before. Like very similar concept, very similar graphics and looks too, and it also sold quite well. Looks like easy. See what I see. It's 33 centimeters long, that one. I see. Oh, the Victoria 3 DLC. Nice recommendations there. Actually, DLC with very positive, 92% positive reviews, and Paradox DLC. They're actually fixing that Victoria then. I kind of like feeling like doing some like grand strategy, like some Paradox slope or something. It's been some time. I kind of feel like it. Maybe I'll manage to kind of, you know, to hold it until Endless Legend 2 out. Maybe. And then kind of go ham. The rare Paradox DLC win, yeah. Tropico with all DLCs. Actually, how much to get the DLCs for Tropico? That could be kind of okay idea to revisit it, but yeah, I already can see that it's not a good idea to do it though. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. $48 for bundle, and that's also without the game already, right? Nah, it's already minus that. Oh yeah, it's all games too. Okay, I don't need all of it really. Don't need all of that really, but yeah, don't think I will. Don't think I do. Paying for communism, yeah. Pay for that socialism there too. Planet Zoo DLC. That's with the DLC recommendations. That's also probably already farming like a shitload of DLCs at this point. Been years. Quite. New player release. Yeah, the crosswind there. That one did kinda alright. The look kinda alright. All it bones like, Bog. But actually with ground shit already, even though they plan to do it in Skull and Bones still. Survival adventure in the age of piracy. Solo or with friends. No RGB on ships, yeah. Planet Zoo 2? No, first one I think. Another 2 already. I think there was no 2 yet. That's 2019 actually, DLC. Wait. They did the second one already? The Planet Coaster. I don't know why it's recommending me from 2019. I guess discount now. The first one looks like. Crosswind might be interesting. 4 story. The fuck is this? That's like some PS1 gaming right there. Oh, it's some free-to-play shit. Oh, is it MMO? Mostly negative. Holy. Oh yeah, MMO. Okay, I see. 4-story warrior armor package for $15. Nice. I see how it is. Extremely promising still. I see. It was your first proper MMO. Damn, son. It's like 4 ahead, but for the story there. Never heard of this one either, yeah. Same. Stealing gold from the guild leader, Monka is. Gotta be careful with Stave, huh? He has a history there. He has a history right there. The drama. Karashlands 2. This one also was out already a while ago. I guess like the sale is just kinda like bonking all the recommendations in the dink way. Crust. Dynamic online first-person survival shooter. Damn, son. Game locations created exclusively for the convenience of the gameplay. Did not need to worry about various weapon settings. Yeah, just no settings, no worries. Cast determine your level of play and select a worthy opponent. Damn, son. The Kazakh Game Studios, English and Russian. See how it is, See how it is, Okay, because this isn't Kazakhstan, alright. See. Playing in Astana even. Insane. The potential. Insane. Three-digit FPS across the board. Ooga. The danger zone, how you started to give me some more flip stuff. Post-apocalyptic hardcore 2.5D side view shooter, survival elements and unique eternal sunset style. Damn son. Eternal sunset style. Game does not launch, screen tears on launch, alright. Stay away in its current state. Better than games that were in alpha, alright. Game breaking bugs, wait for updates. Yeah, it's not even early access. I don't think there will be any, brother. Not so sure. The pretty low bar to pass, yeah. I mean, do it. Get it. Get it. Sounds good then. Range Tales. No Crytivo. Third-person action game set in strange war-torn world, Early 20th century themes, Offers open-ended exploration, scattered combat encounters, and glimpses into broken land shaped by endless conflicts. Haven't seen this one before, actually. I don't think so. Give the card a new home. The window is getting all the PC built. Feels good, man. Feels good, man. Alright, fine. Yeah, during the sale, as usual, there's not much to be seen. Usually on Steam. Outside of the sale itself, of course, but that we already seen. Hey, Portable, hello. How we doing? That we did already see. So let's get to them news then. Whoop. Let's go. The Hytale Studio founder says he will reach out to Riot in an effort to buy back and revive the game. Though Simon Collins Laflamme warns that you should keep your expectations extremely low. How much they will ask about? Eric Concerned Ape Barone confirmed to RPS that the DM exchange between him and Hytale, a fan about a possible revival, is genuine, but says it was not a public message that I was trying to convey. There, I got the Stardew creator on board of this one. Not actively doing anything to make this happen. If something were presented to me, I would be open to entertaining the idea, that is all. It's not something I am thinking about too much since I'm focused on working on my next game. Damn, son. So the Stardew creator might actually get involved into resurrecting the Hytale. The NFT nickname, yeah. Before it was cool actually. The original Hypixel founder Simon Collins Laflamme indicated that he plans to get in touch with Riot about Hytale in an effort to reacquire and revive it. If this is successful, he may get a very early access version with temporarily removed features out the door, having previously discussed the idea of investing something like 25 million in an effort to finish a legacy engine iteration of Hytale that have a reduced scope and be PC only to start off with. Idea of investing something like 25 billion. Then that's very indie, man. That's very indie right there. Just, you know, gonna like throw like 25 mil at it, get like some bare bone stuff out the door. Easy. I will reach out, however, remember it will take a while, give it some time. I'll take months to get answers and months to get done. I'll share as much as possible as I go through the process. Very early access. I mean, with Stardew founder, a creator even, they could actually maybe get something going, even though if the guy already has 25 mil. But it's also Riot, you know, Riot operates probably in different numbers. A rematch has a mild case of hackers moving at cheetah speeds. Now there we go, man. Anything multiplayer. First cases of speed hackers infesting the game over the last week. Man, that's why we can't have nice things anymore. Like, you get anything multiplayer, anything PvP, and PvE too, I guess at this point already, it will get infested by fucking hackers in the moment. You just need to play like on release for like a month or something, and then you just kinda, you know, uninstall and like cherish the good memories, because after that it's all gonna be fucked. It's all gonna be fucked already. A rematch does feature easy anti-cheat, however it looks like these sneaks have found a workaround, allowing them to run like a pursued gazelle across the field even in a ranked 5v5 game. No anti-cheat solution is watertight, but you'd hope this wouldn't happen when your precious Bronze Division rankings is on the line. Something that can be caught and fixed by the studio, ask Slow Cloud for comment. Already, Rev, enjoy the bike ride. Sounds good. Sushi, I see. Then that sounds nice. That sounds nice. Asked for comment, but didn't get the comment yet, I guess. A rumored Assassin's Creed Black Flag remake teased by actor who's pretty chill about loose lips sinking ships. Jokes that you, Matt Ryan, and never not busy assassinin. A Matt Ryan, voice actor behind Assassin's Creed Black Flag's swashbuckling stabber Edward Kenway, cheekily told some landlubbers that they might have to beat the game again, prompting the Paris to start squawking about a return to the Caribbean yet again. A video posted to that most piratey of platforms, TikTok. Ryan asked a fan he was busy signing stuff for at the convention whether they'd play Black Flag. Well, you might have to beat it again, actor replied after the fan said yar. After the fans said they've got to replay all of the games, Ryan then added, well, especially this one. There is a reason I say that, but I can't say anything. Damn, son, totally very sneaky. Not quite a map to an island where there's a big X, but it certainly got folks talking about the best AC game and sea shanty sing-along machine again. Gonna be some insane crossover with the Skull and Bones. Gonna need to play some to unlock some cosmetics or some stuff. It's happening. Just gonna need to buy it for like 60 bucks probably or something, and then you on board. And the Skull and Bones, that was kind of fun when it lasted. Was kind of fun while it lasted, man. Had to buy it again, yeah, I guess. And they're gonna get like the ground combat now, apparently, also with some updates. I'd like the reason is like I don't even mind it. It was fine. Like the reason why I don't kind of feel even like returning to it even after some updates is that there was like so much shit that I missed with the FOMO and everything that I just don't feel like it. I just know that how much I'm behind on all the grind and stuff that I don't even want to go back whatsoever. Clone generating game at The Altars may have used AI to generate some writing despite the lack of a Steam disclosure. Players bounce on telltale wording and lore docs. There it is. 11-bit have confirmed very limited the usage of generative AI in development of The Altars. Read their statement here. Yeah, we have that one opened up there. Posted a screen of an in-game mission log with the phrase, "Sure, here's a revised version focusing purely on scientific and astronomical data." Reads pretty obviously like a chatbot response that was accidentally left in the text after it was generated and pasted into the game. Blue Sky user Heater De Polo also posted a screen of a piece of dialogue featuring the phrase "sure" the text translated to Brazilian Portuguese is. This suggests that 11-bit also used ChatGPT or another Gen AI tool to translate the game script. Valve's Steam policies require developers to tell players up front whether they're using generative AI software, though the policy is so vague as to be totally unhelpful, and no mention of generative AI on the Alter Steam page at the time of writing, nor did the developers tell me they were using generative AI when I broached the subject at an event in Poland last year. They did have a booth at the event that let attendants create and chat to AI personas, but I perhaps naively took this for a stunt dreamed up by a PR team. There was no suggestion that any of it would be part of the game itself. It's Caribbean legend, yeah. Corsairs and stuff too, you know, all that stuff. Devil.sc. Hitting the personal investment there. Personal investment. Nothing because it no longer exists as a job, I see. Imagine having a degree in linguistics. Imagine. A master degree of stupidity. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. And see, at least you can go to Japan and stuff. Easy. I'm gonna go and show him how to do video games. Easy life. It's gonna get to some Japanese village and just live there all time. So it's like super cheap and nice. Sounds good. Gen AI continues to be a trending topic, strong undertones of discourse. Industry largest publishers, especially Microsoft, bet billions on the success of generative AI tools of one kind or another. Oh, there's even more about that one. Soon. Suggestion ready that translation and optional lore writing are tertiary tasks and thus appropriate to hand off to a bot. Oh yeah, who cares about translation, am I right? Localization, yeah. Seems wildly silly. Translation, localization, demanding and creative pursuits. Languages do not mesh easily. Yep, that is true. And making subtle differentiations between versions of the same person. Choice of wording during dialogue was often key to my understanding of each author, and I have yet to encounter a chatbot capable of such delicacies. See what I say. I'm already fueling it there. Get a translator for literal sense, but they rather not pay. True. You can get a chatbot for literal nothing, yeah. Basically, there's the was on. 11-bit confirmed that they use generative AI for the alters in a very limited manner. And we should have simply let you know. I probably should. Made use for the translation and localization of what they say is a very small amount of text. Also revealed that they used AI-generated assets as placeholders during development, but in a very limited manner. A bit argue that all of this represents a limited impact on your gaming experience, but consider that they should have fessed up about it regardless. For context, the game launched on PC with no mention of any AI-generated material, including on Steam, where Valve requires developers to disclose such things. It comes in the form of Blue Sky Post. AI-generated assets were used strictly as temporary work in progress during the development process and in a very limited manner. Our team has always prioritized meaningful handcrafted storytelling as one of the foundations of our game. During production, AI-generated text for a graphic asset, which was meant as a piece of background texture, was used by one of our graphical designers as a placeholder. This was never intended to be part of the final release. Unfortunately, due to internal oversight, a single placeholder text was mistakenly left in the game. carried out a review of the game and confirmed that this was an isolated case. Asset is now being updated. Hey, Lydia Mello. How we doing? C Portable SC, eh? The classic, the classic. Toggle placeholders as such, yeah. I mean, as placeholders, I think it kinda is acceptable. Because you can't need to put something as a placeholder, right? Anyway, so that's kinda fine. But yeah, the fact that, like, massive game, there will be so many placeholders, you just kinda, like, bound to have something like that, like, you know, kinda spill in. That's just, like, happened in so many games, and causing so many, like, problems. Like the Nine Souls developers, for example, right? With their horror game previously, when some assets from development with not very nice words about the glorious leader leaked, you know, and they just kind of fucking disappeared for months with no words. Let's see, Doug, should I say? Yeah, I mean, some people probably going like that, for sure. For some generic things, yeah, I mean, I mean, the thing is, like, it's already a lot of generic things are being done by algorithms anyway, sorta, right? So, like, that is kind of like what's already happening, really. Like the auto generation of landscapes, trees, all those things, right? Like, people already automated, like, people automated, and they will keep automating so many things. And that was always the case. And that will probably continue. It's all about, like, the quality and stuff, you know. Because, yes, like, as they mentioned, like, localization really is quite sensitive. Like, I remember, like, reading a bunch of stuff, like, about, like, localization back in the day. You know, like, when they were, for example, even, like, Fallout localizations, like, one of the first ones even, right? Like, Brahmins and everything. And then you have, like, you know, localization in, like, India or something. And that's kind of, you know, like, completely different beast there, sort of, what, like, the words mean. Can you use those words, you know, which words you need to use as a replacement for the word, you know, which, like, word structure is not gonna work in some region, culture, religion, whatever, you know. It's like so much nuance to that going. So just, like, half-arsing it doesn't sound good, huh? True, you know, true. Like, it's all really complicated, you know. Like, I'm not, like, I'm totally against, you know, this stuff taking over, like, you know, like, the artist jobs and stuff like that, for sure. For sure. In the same time, you know, I'm totally not on, you know, the side of, like, you know, we need to kind of, like, stop any advancement, any technology that is supposed to make our, like, lives easier, you know, sorta. It's just, it should be something balanced, it should be something regulated. And if you do get something that is, like, automating our, like, making our lives easier and stuff, it should be, like, making our lives easier. It shouldn't be the thing that's gonna replace you completely and make you fucking rot in the gutter because you just, like, kicked out of your job because you're not needed anymore. You know, there's, like, a difference between, like, the dream when, like, AI and robots gonna, like, do everything for us, and then we're just gonna be, like, sitting on the beach, like, sipping margaritas and chilling, you know, all day, every day, and getting, like, universal basic income, you know, for free, because robots and AI doing everything for us. We kind of, like, peaked as beings, you know, and now just reaping, you know, what we saw and enjoying life doing nothing because machines do everything. Sadly, that doesn't work like that. Sadly, it ends up, you know, the same people who were already drinking margaritas on the beach, they continue doing so, even more so. It's just more regular plebs that are now rotting in the gutter with no jobs and everything, not getting any of that universal basic income or no other benefits of automation taking over their lives. Good on paper, in theory, but in fact all goes completely fucking wrong. And I hope that's gonna be something that we'll manage to solve. Because overall, technically, that's a nice thing. To automate a lot of things and reduce the load on some people. They can pursue some other interests, you know, in life, some other hobbies. Some other, like, you know, ways of expressing themselves and everything, having more free time to devote to some other things, you know, the personal growth and stuff. But yeah, you kind of can't really devote more time to personal growth when you have no growth in your wallet, you know, whatsoever, unfortunately. So that we didn't nail, that we still didn't nail, and I'm not sure if we will. I hope, but I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. Capcom finally put a bullet in Resident Evil Reverse, but haven't entirely given up on Resident Evil Online. Damn son, the actual Reverse. Well, that's how it kind of should be portable. That's how it kind of should be. It should like reduce the menial tasks and make things faster and more optimal. But what we get in the end, like, you know, people, it doesn't free up humans to work on the more important beats. It free up humans to not work at all and sit home poor, basically. That's how it works. And those that are still working, they're still fucking crunching just with the assistance of AI. That's basically how it goes now, I would say. Argue against it is inevitable and will be used regardless. What I think, yeah, that's the thing. Like that's where like the vector goes. Like I don't think it's suddenly gonna. Like the only way it's gonna stop is we're gonna get like some, like, if it's gonna dune it up, you know, we're gonna get like some fucking machine rebellion and go through like Butlerian jihad and just forget machines whatsoever. That's the only way I can see that happening, and that doesn't seem very realistic, you know, that outcome. Actually kind of, hopefully, you know, rather not have it that way, honestly. Probably not the best outcome. That's the only way I see it would be changing. Otherwise, it's gonna be pushing everywhere, more and more. I just hope that, you know, like the regulations gonna kind of catch up and keep up with the speed of implementing all of those technologies. To get more like kind of like fail-safes and more protection, you know, and safety belts for people who might get affected by that stuff. So it works as intended, right? So we kind of reduce the load on people so they can actually like do something else where their creativity and everything is more important, instead of just completely throwing them off, you know, board. Alright, confirms suspension support. Capcom said the release Reverse back in 2022 to celebrate the original game's 25th anniversary. Game peaked at 20,080 concurrent players on Steam, which is not exactly Counter-Strike numbers. But Capcom feel nonetheless that Resident Evil Reverse has served its original celebratory purpose admirably. This reminds me of telling my mother that I had an intimidating persona when nobody showed up for my 16th birthday party. Reverse was a 6-player, third-person shooter featuring cross-section of nods to older Resident Evils, including ability to chug a potion, transform into celebrity body, such as Resident Evil 7's chain-share-wielding Scruffer Jack Baker. It was the latest in Capcom's quixotic efforts to make a multiplayer resi, a quest that has given us such a wibbly-fair Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City, which Richard Cobbett summarized as not so much bad as grindingly unenthusiastic. Not aware of an old-timer multiplayer Resident Evil game, but they were getting there with the co-op features for games like Resident Evil 5, Resident Evil Outbreak. Multiplayer survival game set in Raccoon City should have been a doozy. Capcom's defense, they released that back in Primordial 2003 when online was a novelty, and online Japanese games especially had you communicating with the servers by means of a specially trained seagull. Still got my seagull from the dial-up days. I'm running a major publisher now. I won't tell you which one, but let's just say that the guano rolls downhill at Ubisoft Inc. Damn son, the shots fired there. Reverse is most assuredly dead, and the fate of 70% of games that have online requirements. According to one study, Capcom continued to chase the tipsy viral daydream of Resident Evil multiplayer. According to the most recent round of Resident Evil Requiem developer interviews, they toyed with another online-focused Resident Evil before moving ahead with Requiem's premise of being stuck in a hotel with stampeding hag. Worse than the slope. Create something worse than the slope. Well, I mean, some people do like the slope. That's how it is, man. That's just how it is. AI training on that slope, yeah. Now, there is already like the lawsuit going against the Disney AI and everything, so, you know, we'll see where that goes. We'll see where that goes. Some people are already trying to kind of fight the AI fiesta that way, so we'll see. Red Dead Online just got some surprise new missions, and one involves investigating undead plagues. Somewhere in the West Elizabeth, John Marston's ears have just pricked up. And Rockstar pointed us to the Newswire post about this Red Dead Online update now that it is live, which provides a bit more info on each of the new missions. Stories of a malady spreading among the people of Armadillo, turning them into shambling undead, reads the bit on the zombie plague mission. It'll fall on you to retrieve several of these diseased corpses for scientific examination if you can avoid infection and fend off attacks from a resurgent cell of nearby cultists. Studio didn't comment on whether the arrival of these missions mean Red Dead Online players can expect any more new stuff going forwards. So them actually online update, insane. And the zombie slope. Part of the event month. No, we already seen this, so we'll see what that's gonna be. Seen the update there. Sea ship, I see. Oh, people did really like Red Dead Redemption 1 zombie mode thingy. I did play a little bit, I think I remember back then. That was kind of alright. Wouldn't say it was something that I really did enjoy or something. It was okay. But I mean, also new content. People kind of already like starving for that, I guess. Especially since online was kind of dead already for years at this point. Ubisoft hand over unfinished Heroes of Might and Magic game to publisher of Manor Lords. Stable hand and strategy. There it is. Hooded Horse now also publishing fucking Heroes of Might and Magic of all things. Like, bro. Just give me that stuff. I will be playing the shit out of it. The shit out of it. Hard to know exact reasons for offloading such a game to another publisher, but it's possibly a result of Ubisoft's ongoing internal fidgeting decision that benefits some spreadsheets somewhere in the blue-lit bowels of the accounting department. Press releases like the one quote above don't normally enlighten anyone as to the real logic behind the slow and inscrutable movements of large companies. For their part, Unfrozen say publishing with Hooded Horse means more marketing support. Yep, they sure do that real good. Better visibility. Yep. And helps extend our reach to more regions. But it's hard to understand why a giant like Ubisoft couldn't provide such things themselves, because they suck at this shit, man. They suck balls at that stuff. Like I applied for their creator program because I thought maybe I'll get, like back in the day, the Skull and Bones key. They still didn't check the fucking application for that stuff, so I don't even, because every check mark you need to be there, I passed like by a wide margin. Like their requirements for the creator thing is kind of low actually. Seemingly simple to get, but the problem is I guess no one is even managing that shit. So yeah, they fucking suck balls at that. A lot of major big publishers actually kind of do suck balls with any, like, you know, being kind of quick to respond and dealing with the content creators and stuff. Hooded Horse is amazing with that stuff. Like every release they have, you always get all the updates, you always get all the info. They tell what they acquired, they tell when it's out, they tell when you're gonna get on board of that. Way before you're allowed even to talk about it usually. You get the advanced, you know, access and everything as their content creator. Like, they are insanely good with this shit. And it's all super fast and direct communication all the time. So they're gonna get better marketing and better everything compared to Ubisoft 100%. And it's gonna be with more relevant people, because like Hooded Horse also like mostly works with like this, they have like specific kind of games and specific kind of content creators mostly on board. Like who I see like in their Discord server and everything. Like they know their audience, they know their streamers and stuff. So this is gonna be way more relevant also, because Ubisoft probably would like pay some fucking XQC to play Heroes of Might and Magic or some shit most likely. But these guys should know better. These guys should know better. Well, I don't know, maybe they still gonna fork out the XQC. We'll see, I guess. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I was kind of thinking actually, like whenever like there will be info about release and stuff, I was thinking about maybe going for some Mega Marathon. Okay, not Mega Marathon, it's not like that crazy. But I was thinking about going for a whole bunch of Heroes of Might and Magic stuff. And I realized... that I think the only ones you can get, the last one you can get is 7. Like, I couldn't find 6. I know they dog shit. I know I'd rather not touch them with the stick even, but you know, like, they still Heroes of Might and Magic, so maybe I should, just for the marathon thing, just so we can together kind of, you know, suffer through it. Even though 7 actually was kind of alright. It was nothing special though, but yeah. But where is 6? It's not on Ubisoft store. I checked there. Ubisoft doesn't have that shit. They don't have that. They don't even have that. So I don't know where it is. Not on GOG. On GOG, like, I have basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I own that on GOG. Like 6 and 7 was so long ago, I don't even remember. I don't have them on Ubisoft stuff. They are not on GOG in general. And yeah, I need to look into it, I guess, where you can even find 6. I mean, 6 was complete dog. It's the one I actually have a poster of with signatures of the team, actually, even, because it was on convention they were attending, and then it ended up being complete dog. And it also on developer. That is kinda right. That is kinda right. That is kinda right, but I think not fully. I think it's not fully right though. I need to look where you can find 6 even. Wait. Oh, that's why. Because it's not Heroes of Might and Magic, it's Might and Magic Heroes 6. Ah, damn, Gaben, you couldn't figure that out, eh? Nice search you have then. Oof, mostly negative. Recent then. What got better recently about this one? Extremely buggy. Oh, requires online connection to play with Ubisoft Connect. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, hopefully it's still gonna be possible to play that. Dude, I don't want to spend money on this dog though. Holy shit. Okay, fine. This is alright, I guess. Fine, okay. But 7 was more. 7 was like $5. Dude, I can buy some good games for those monies actually, but I mean, I guess I will still, just so we can get the marathon. So we can go all of them then before the newest one is out. We can get all of them. Decide which one is the best, you know, I guess. Let's do it. Let's do the full marathon. I need to buy that shit though. Let's get like the card maybe for now, just to remember now. Can you imagine buying this trash? Can rather not support that, but fine. Fine. I have to check maybe GOG does have it, but I think GOG only has good heroes in my Magic games. Playing this game is some insane CBT, I see, alright. No, I will actually talk about the so it's on developers and all that stuff. Then I am on it still. I'm on it still. Just the idea, fucking $7 I'll need to pay for this, dude. I could buy like Hylix 2 or some other stuff with that. And fine, this way I'm like the proper collection enjoyer there. Dude, is it even card fucking broken now? Yeah, GOG only 1 to 5. That I have already. Alright, fine, I'll get that. I'll need to remember. Sure. Yeah, so that let's get to it actually. So 6. Yeah, they do have all the different developers. Like you could say that it's all on a developer. Like, you know, if the game is bad, that's on developer. Sure. Not the publisher's problem. Kinda sure, but you as a publisher, you make the most important decision. You make most important decision who is gonna be making the game in the franchise and stuff. And that's a important decision. Because for example with Heroes 5, with Heroes 5, that decision was right. They just picked the studio that did a great job with it. So why couldn't they pick the same one for the next games? Why couldn't they find someone who would do the better job or something at it? I don't know. I do have a feeling that 6 and 5 and 6 and 7 were more kind of like, you know, especially 6 was kind of more like, all right, like 5 was good. Those guys did it good. Now we need to pay them a lot because they succeeded. So let's like pick some other studio, pay them way less, and just tell them, you know, to just like do like 5 but 6. You know, that's it. Just like, you know, repeat the success, bro. It's that simple, really. And they failed. With 7, they tried a little better. With 7, they did try a little better, but that also kind of didn't go that well in the end. It's your responsibility, yeah. And in the end, like the new heroes, like, I mean, it's hard to say, right? I didn't play yet, obviously. Like none of us did. Like from what I see so far, like the new studio, they just like, at least from the like looking at it, you already like you feel the spirit, you know, of the game. Like even 5 to be honest, in my opinion, doesn't really like feel that much like Heroes. Like it does, but it also kind of doesn't. I don't know. It's hard to explain, you know. It's different. Like I never really got into 5 too much. Like I know it's still considered good and it's actually good, but like I couldn't really get deep into it. Like I just couldn't. Which I will try still. But like when I look at the olden era, for example, I just like I see like, oh, this like these are the heroes, man. These are like the looks, like everything they did with it. It's like it just feels right. And they weren't afraid to just basically kind of like, well, let's like let's just take the Dragon Utopia from the previous game and just, you know, make it a little more beautiful, a little more modern. You know, the windmills, like all, like you look at the picture and you just kind of, oh, like, man, this I recognize like everything, more or less, and that is good. That's a good thing, I think. Like all the spells, all the videos they're posting, like they're like takes and opinions on like the lore and stuff. Like you just see that people kind of like with passion and stuff. And that's the fun part, because Ubisoft didn't approach them from what I know. It's them approaching Ubisoft like, yo guys, like we have this kind of like maybe even demo or something or idea. Like what do you think about this? And Ubisoft was like, sure. Seems good, do it. And now, like, what I think is happening with Hooded Horse and stuff is just most likely they just... Well, one option is that they still have some funding, Ubisoft giving... Like, I'm actually not so sure how it was initially, right? We don't know. Like, my opinion, the all was kind of like, alright guys, you kind of like, you know, unknown studio, but you kind of made this demo, it looks cool. So you guys keep going, keep doing it. We're not gonna help you or anything. We just like release, and we need like 10-20% of royalties for using, you know, franchise. Done. Like, we like what you're doing, so keep going, but you pay us, you know, part of the profits basically. That is my opinion, my idea how they kind of did it. Probably. Kind of same with the Prince of Persia made by the Dead Cell studio. I think it's kind of like similar thing there. Because, yeah, I think when I was contacted by Prince of Persia people, the rogue Prince of Persia, right? It wasn't like some Ubisoft, like, you know, marketing, not Ubisoft content creator managers or something. It was, I think, those guys, like the Dead Cells guys, basically contacting content creators. So that means the publisher is just, you know, nope, not our shit, we ain't doing that, not our problem. Which in my opinion is actually kind of like not that bad, honestly. Like, it's better than just like having all those franchises just like sitting there in, you know, in the cupboard somewhere, gathering dust for decades until someone will decide to make another fucking dumb remaster or some shit. Or completely abandoned. So like, in my opinion, it's actually kind of based of Ubisoft to just kind of like, oh, the indie studio wants to make the game in our franchise, sure, feel free to make it, just pay us like, you know, like some % of the profits, and there it is, do it. Kind of like Warhammer does, for example, with their franchise, even though they ask for like a shitload of money, if I remember correct, pretty big percentage you need to pay to them for using the franchise, but that's also why we're kind of getting like all the slope, I guess, in Warhammer franchise. So it kind of has the downsides. You still need some sort of like, you know, moderation from the publisher's side to be like, all right, these guys making good stuff, other guys don't make the good stuff. But the problem with Ubisoft is with previous games, they already kind of did a lot of misjudgment though on who's making the game. And that's why, in my opinion, they were kind of dog. Like 6 and 7. Like with 5, they did nail. It's kind of like funny because in both cases, like 5 was good. And 5 was made by Russian studio. And this one is also made by Russian. Well, right now it's Serbian studio because all the Russians like working left from Russia. So technically, not exactly Russian studio. But yeah, you just kind of like give heroes to Eastern Europeans who, you know, just like born with heroes, and they will probably do good. Which these guys are actually also working with the esports scene on heroes. They work with the Heroes of Might and Magic Orchestra, which is Polish if I remember correct. Like they basically kind of like they know that they know the community, or even maybe if they weren't like exactly like the part of this whole competitive stuff, they at least kind of trying to get into it, you know. They try to kind of like find some communication and get some feedback and other stuff. So like that is already like massive. Like what Ubisoft was doing, they were just making, you know, Heroes games just to continue series going. What these guys wanted, they wanted to make the Heroes game, you know, because they love them, and they pitched it to Ubisoft, and Ubisoft agreed. Hey Forever Blue, hello, how we doing? And why Hooded Horse now, in my opinion, is because yeah, Ubisoft just kind of like hands-off approach, like just give us 10% profits. So maybe the studio themselves, developers themselves, were like, well, we need someone to do marketing for us because that's a small studio. Like they made basically just Iratus, right? Which I actually was contacted, like one of the first games that I got contacted as a content creator to cover back in the day. Like I covered it before they even like changed completely the game, like really early beta. I streamed it. Like they have only one game behind, so it's a small studio. They probably don't really have like all this insane like influencer marketing, you know, managers going, the whole department for that. So yeah, they probably just decided to like, all right, we're paying 10% to Ubisoft. How about we also like pay some percentage to Hooded Horse for marketing, or Hooded Horse maybe even financing them. Could be. Not sure. With competitive people, we'll be surprised if any of them stay for more than 1 week. We'll see. We'll see. Like, there could be a chance. There could be a chance. Now, the thing is, like, with the really established franchise, and especially, in my opinion, with Heroes, it's really hard to please those people. So a lot of people will return, 100%. A lot of people maybe even, like, gonna, like, shit on it because something is not exactly the way they wanted or something. Like, that is inevitable. That's gonna happen 100%. But as long as it's, like, in general kind of, you know, accepted, then it might have a chance. Like, if anything, right? Since it's early access and stuff, I actually kind of do hope that the competitive scene will kind of, like, you know, check out and peace out for some time. Nothing against them. It's just like we already had that with Songs of Conquest, right? Like, as soon as, like, the multiplayer enjoyers kick in, they, again, also very vocal. They're very active in communities, and they just kind of, like, you know, dragging that towel basically on themselves, dragging the blanket on themselves. So they might get stuck with, like, you know, oh yeah, we need to make updates for multiplayer, we need to make updates for competitive, we need to fix balance for competitive, and then people who just kind of want to play, you know, campaign, which is going to be a majority of people, they will be just sitting there, you know, like, with no updates for weeks, months, and then, like, well, not years, but still. Like, Songs of Conquest, basically, like, the update, the first, like, kind of campaign update that was supposed to happen in, like, a few months after release, but we got it in a year or something because they ended up, oh, we need to make simultaneous turns, we need to make a map generator, we need to make this, we need to make that, and all of that is basically just for people playing multiplayer. Which, I mean, again, nothing against them, but in my opinion, like, when you're in early access, you need to kind of, like, you know, focus first on finishing, you know, like, the mandatory stuff, the stuff that people buy the game for in the first place, right? Like, usually buy the single player, and then you like the gameplay, you try multiplayer, and it's as good, you keep playing it. But that's already kind of, you know, like, smaller sub-community of people. True, save true. I got hit with the, it looks like mobile game. Well, I mean, any game nowadays gets hit by that. Campaign too hard and they will nerf it. Yeah, they did that in Songs of Conquest, which in the end they kind of did different difficulties. So they tackled this thing. I also kind of low-key hope that these guys looked into Songs of Conquest, and I think anyone who is actually a fan of Heroes of the Might and Magic played Songs of Conquest. That's just kind of how it goes, like, for many people I know. And I hope they kind of, like, follow the development and stuff too, and they know what's happening, and they already kind of, like, you know, gonna be prepared, I hope, for that, for some of those issues that the Songs of Conquest had on release. It's not like blaming, in my opinion, like Ubisoft, for example, for what happened with, like, Heroes is completely valid, because they are the main, you know, the final judge for everything. First judge and the final judge. What happens between is not under their control, but they can kind of set the right path, and they can control the path, at least in the end. But in the perfect case, publishers should kind of monitor, you know, what's happening somewhere in the middle too, in my opinion. And some of the decisions later also with, like, making all those, like, mobile spin-offs and everything and ports and stuff, and it's just kind of like, dude, it just kind of, they literally just, like, forgot about the series. So I do, again, kind of am very happy. I do be quite happy that they actually just gave some, like, pretty much not super known indie studio the rights to make Heroes. I am very happy actually about it, because I do think it's gonna be decent. Like, I want to say it's gonna be good, but, like, just from the looks, it's hard to say. Like, there might be some issues, of course, that you can see, but at least, like, spiritually, sort of, like, from the looks of it, I do really like it. Like, it does give me the vibe, you know. So, like, I'm like for the vibe alone, I'm already kind of happy, because, like, in 5, for example, I didn't feel the vibe. It maybe is good and stuff, right? But, like, I didn't feel the vibe there. Probably because of, like, the drastical kind of style change. Even though 4 is also, like, really big style change, but I ironically, like, enjoyed 4. Like, I had no problems with that. I still think some of the things that they did in Heroes 4 is kind of, like, good. Like, it maybe it wasn't necessary to like, change the direction of the whole series in that way that they did in 4, right? But it's some sort of like kind of like side game, you know, spin-off, like different way to do it from time to time to fresh things up. I think that was kind of good. Some things I did like. Some things I did like. And I still kind of vibed with 4. 5, I did not vibe, but we'll get to it. Like, I know it's good, so I'll try to kind of like see. Maybe nowadays I will vibe with it. Maybe I'll give it a little more time and get into it. But back then I kind of like didn't really get into it too much. Actually, 7 probably was actually like somewhat having the vibe, but there was something else that was wrong. Like, I started playing, I did spend like the whole evening playing, and then I, you know, like saved the game, closed the game, and I never returned. Not like happens with some games sometimes, not necessarily with bad games or something. Happened with a lot of good games, but just kind of like, nope, never came back. So yeah, whenever this one will be coming out, I will go and like we do probably like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 before. One I actually never played. The King's Bounty one, I watched my dad and my grandfather played when I was like a fucking toddler pretty much. But one I have not played, and I don't think they did actually, so that will be interesting. I'm gonna see how to make that one work. That's probably not gonna be the full stream of that, I would assume, and we just switch this to 2 quite soon, probably. Let's see. Yeah, the class combos were dank. I mean, that was kind of, in my opinion, their attempt to kind of make more like might and magic into heroes, you know, kind of like add more RPGing into it, especially since in 4 you know, you can play as a hero alone. I think there's like even some campaigns where you're kind of supposed to do it, sort of like minimal, you know, like interaction with like armies, castles and stuff like that, which is cool. I like that. Which is cool in my opinion. So yeah, I kind of just wonder when. I actually have no idea. Like there was kind of info that who was working with them, but yeah, I legit think. I mean, I wouldn't be able to say if I knew, but yeah, I legit don't know. There is no updates, no info on that one whatsoever. So I kind of wonder. Now the perfect shit would be like spring, like after Boomerathon. I would get all the hero games in the Boomerathon. I will get some more Might and Magic. I have the best ones left, right? I played like 6, 7, 8. I'm like I have 9. I have 10. I have like the best Might and Magic games left. And then we do all the heroes too, and then right into new heroes. That would be like very poga. But I kind of think it's gonna be earlier though. It's gonna be probably like end of this year, I guess. Release date before they postponed, I think it was Q2. I think it was just Q2 before that. Like no actual release date. Just Q2, and then when Q2 was coming to an end, they just said, well, nope, not happening, guys. Not happening. The Magic 9 full run. Could be. You never know. Like, it need to be like complete dog shit so I just flush it, you know, and never finish it. So who knows? We'll see. Yeah, Might and Magic 10 was actually even like their inside studio working on it, right? Yeah, the Ubisoft, so can't say developers bad then too. Not really, them. The recent review is very positive, them. Did they patch it? Pog? I need to use Ubisoft launcher. Classic. Crap where required, eh? Discontinued online shenanigans, but still want you to log in on their platform. I see. I see, Steve, I see. A really great game. The mods fix a lot of it, alright. No mods. If we go in raw. We need the original stuff first. Mods are for the replay, if that will ever happen, of course. Alright, fine. See, in general, I do believe that's a good thing. And that they got Hooded Horse on board. That means marketing will be good and effective. That means like the right eyes of the right people will be on the game. Now, Hooded Horse is really nice with that. So far, bangers after bangers. So I hope this one will be the same. As serious I say, huh? Age of Empires style RTS, Game of Thrones, War for Westeros wants to be as vicious as the best board games. Roots of Betrayal. Basic idea here is that you've got a world map broken into 4X style regions with real-time strategy micromanagement happening in the nooks and crannies. Build buildings, unlock ticks, then rally your banners and hope like hell you haven't been flanked through a neighboring region while you are busy tending to the masonry. 4 factions, distinct units, House of Lannister, Stark and Targaryen, plus the Bolshi Icicle folk of the North King up north. The Game of Thrones books and TV show, regular mortals need to buddy up in order to repel the Frost Lords, but each player is also wrangling to plant their bomb on the Iron Throne in King's Landing. Those pinning for the fixed story, War for Westeros will offer campaign-like scenarios that follow the rise of a live-action celeb such as Jon Snow's nothing about pairing. If you're playing like Settlers of Catan, there's going to be some dynamic in that where you go, well, that guy's going to win in 2 more turns. Let's team up and do this. But then there's also always an ulterior motive, because only one person can win. Game will support the natural politics of a winner-takes-all skirmish with another layer of mechanical intrigue, offering ways to change the tides of battle in your favor based on your influence to an extent. Mahan won't be drawn on specifics, however, such a big piece that differentiates us in this space that we want to make sure it is revealed and explained at the right time. In terms of how it handles as an RTS, War for Westeros is a squad-based rather than putting you in control of individual units. Alright? All yours. All yours. All yours. Presentation, design of buildings, remind play side, previous and decent Age of Darkness Final Stand. Dude, even like the Final Stand was kind of like more of a regular RTS really there. Tower Defender for the Total War crowd. Also did some support work on Warcraft 3 Reforged, which was less positively received. Yep. Biggest inspiration though is the Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle-earth from way back in 2003, which is a relatively quirky cut as a headline. Pleasing big license comparisons go, and also illustrative of the major problem War for Westeros has to fix. Well, I mean, if it's like the squad base as in no control of individual units on its own, that is kind of fine. If it's no building and stuff, then it's not that good though. Because if all the building gonna be happening on the 4X map, and then you just go in kind of like, you know, Total War style just to like duke it out with units, then that's not that bog, yeah? Yeah, things happening around the war is the resistance and the espionage. Quiet war rather than the blood battle. So we'll see. It does seem like some base stuff though, at least. It kinda does seem. Even though, if anything, it does kind of seem more like kind of like Lost Stand style. See, Steve, I see. 10 years late for a Game of Thrones. I mean, they're still pumping some stuff there. Some more games. There was recently this one, like kind of mobile-ish one, right? That was kind of popular during one of the next fests. They still kind of pump some shows or something, right? Or whatever. So, like, I think it's kind of still going, just not as hype as it was before. And the Dead Take. Oh, they got the all the dang guys on board there. Find a missing friend, uncover secrets within. Brave a luxurious and haunting mansion it didn't take. First-person psychological horror crafted by Surgeon Studios. I'm gonna be FMV with Ben Starr. And Ben Starr and Neil Newborn. Not fully FMV though, I guess. Just with some bits of it. Got all the Ding boys on board, I see. Not exactly my jam, but you never know, you never know. Nexus mods are set to introduce adult mod age verification for UK and EU users soon. Site founder says these changes would have come regardless of Switch and ownership. Well, I mean, that kind of makes sense because they would get fucked otherwise. So I think there's no like too much noise over that stuff. That is kind of quite obvious there. The regulators would get their ass otherwise, so not surprised that's happening. And I really doubt it happens because of the change of ownership. Revised tags for mods that contain illegal adult content, pornographic, extreme violence, harmful substances, suicide, self-harm, depression, a body stigma, eating disorders, swearing or profanity, and sexualized. Gotta get all the tags out. As long as they don't ask for ID, well, I mean, if the government will start asking for that, then they will need to do it, so, you know. It kind of depends on the government regulations, not on the website, I guess. Wasn't there supposed to be some sort of like identification like service in Europe or something? For these situations, for when like the websites and like different other services and stuff require your ID, so you have some sort of like service where your ID is kind of confirmed, and then you just kind of like log in with that service and it's gonna confirm for the websites that, you know, it's all good. Wait, announcement said they're gonna ask for ID. Wait, really? Made in response to UK's Online Safety Act and EU's Digital Services Act. So it's not only UK. Well, let's see. Need to verify their ages when accessing majority of adult content. Specifics of this are being carefully considered as we want to get this right, and the option to view adult content remains available to adults while fulfilling our obligation to ensure children are safe on our website. This change won't affect users outside of UK and EU, however, unless your country passes legislation that requires it. Yeah, another option was to remove it completely, yeah? Alright, following the letter of the law, sure. Some of the details still being worked out behind the scenes. They've outlined a raft of planned revisions for the site's approach. Categorization, sure. More detailed definition of what counts as illegal content under UK law and how to protect children. Well, it doesn't say here, I think. What sorts of mods? It doesn't really say here, at least in what they quoted here. Can check the post, I guess. No, it doesn't really say anything, I think. It doesn't really say anything about IDs and everything. Yeah, don't think so. Don't think so. So basically, whatever the governments will require, they're gonna do. Is exactly what the new EU Act will go against. Well, I mean, if a EU Act will require you to get the ID out, then they will probably also do that. Well, I mean, if you're not in the EU and UK, and there are ways to kind of, you know, quickly teleport, you know, real quick, I guess, so that's an option. That's an option. Yeah, you know it. You know it. There is always Surfshark for that. There is always Surfshark for that. Yeah, no. There it is. There it is. Hey, Zach Mark, hello. How we doing? Smart to give you ID to any website? Well, that's what we were talking about. I've seen, is it, I'm not sure if it's like someone just like someone's idea or if it's actually what's going to be happening, but there's going to be some sort of special service, kind of governmental run, right? Where you give the ID to them. Yeah, the app. Yeah, what's Steve basically posted it. Yeah, so you just have the special login app, sorta. So you're not giving your ID to a bunch of random websites, you're giving your ID to government, which government already kind of has anyway, sorta. Just not your local government, but like I guess the European agency that handles that stuff. And then yeah, with like one click, basically you're gonna be confirming your age. Which in general could be used in many other cases, right? Like basically, yeah, governmental open auth, yeah, sorta. Which would be also kind of interesting in terms of like, you know, you can get like a lot of age checks that way. Like, you know, getting carded in the store, just, you know, there's the app, scan the code or some shit. There it is. Better giving ID to randos or give ID to government? Well, I mean, like, honestly, it's better to not give ID to anyone. That's the best way. But in the same time, like, I'm pretty sure government knows your ID. And if like some European agency will need your ID, they can request it from your government too or something, you know. And in my opinion, if you're not doing anything like sussy there and stuff, then there is like nothing really kind of wrong with government having your ID, which they already kind of fucking have anyway. So yeah, I'm not so sure. The fact that where you use it, yeah, if it's gonna be like, you know, you're going to beat your meat and Pornhub and stuff, right? And you're gonna authorize with your with your special EU account, right? And the same one where you like do a bunch of other things through. That is kind of weird, I guess. I do kind of agree. Especially if it's gonna also like give the info and everything else, which I mean, your government probably already knows what you're beating your meat to and stuff. You know, they probably already know everything. They already probably know everything there. If you implored it. Profiling depends on the countries. True. Even though, like, I do think they already kind of have quite a wide profile on everyone. But yeah, that will make it easier. That will give them even more information. That is true. That is true. See, Slavic, I see. Well, we have a lot of digital stuff, but no digital ID yet, really. Still need the papers for now. I still need the papers. Oh yeah, a little dystopian, true. That is true. Microsoft layoffs reportedly underway, with ZeniMax and King employees losing their jobs. Roughly 9,100 workers across the company are affected by today's cuts, claim sources. Dude, it was supposed to be like 1,000 or something. They kinda did a little whoopsie, a little too many. Another one. Email from Xbox chief Phil Spencer. Sharing decisions that will impact colleagues across our organization, position gaming for enduring success, and allow us to focus on strategic growth areas. We will end or decrease work in certain areas of the business and follow Microsoft's lead in removing layers of management to increase agility and effectiveness. So removing layers of management. I wonder how many managers actually got fired there out of those 9,000. Out of respect for those impacted today, specifics of today's notifications and any organizational shifts will be shared by your team leaders in the coming days. Changes come at a time when we have more players, games, and gaming hours than ever before. Our platform, hardware, and game roadmap never looked stronger. Success we're seeing currently is based on tough decisions we've made previously. Must make choices now for continued success in future years, and the key part of that strategy is the discipline to prioritize the strongest opportunities. We will protect what is thriving and concentrate effort on areas with the greatest potential while delivering on the expectations the company has for our business. Focused approach means we can deliver exceptional games and experiences for players for generations to come. Prioritizing our opportunities is essential, but that does not lessen the significance at this moment. Simply put, we would not be where we are today without the time, energy, and creativity of those whose roles are impacted. These decisions are not a reflection of the talent, creativity, and dedication of the people involved. Our momentum is not accidental, it is the result of years of dedicated effort from our teams. HR is working directly with impacted employees to provide severance plan benefits aligned with local laws, including pay, healthcare coverage, job placement resources to support their transition. Employees whose roles were eliminated are encouraged to explore open positions across Microsoft Gaming, where their applications will be given priority review. To everyone who has shaped our culture, products, and our community, we will move forward with deep appreciation and respect for all who have contributed to this journey. There it is, and there's going to be more info on that. A lot of it. In Hope Voiden. Bidden war zone, 12 soldiers, 1 life each. The first-person survival horror, death is permanent and the world remembers. Explore a surreal, trench-ridden hellscape where every action matters and every death uncovers a new piece of haunting mystery. 12 chances. Single player. At first thought it was some sort of more co-op slope, but I guess not. And the army ticket already mode, I say. English and German, damn son. Permanent consequences, personal oblivion. Enter the zone, face what remains. The silent stretch of the front has gone dark. Something happened inside the forbidden region. Something secret, something horrific. Whatever it was, no one who's entered ever returned. New bodies being sent in, chosen for reasons unknown, sacrificed without explanation. First-person single-player survival horror game of permanent death and persistent consequences. You'll control a roster of 12 handcrafted characters, ordered to fulfill a mysterious and important assignment. 1 second, Musikus. Sista vi kan se. Glorious hello. Back from Insane Tranquilizer. Insane. Good news? Nah, not much, I guess. If anything, more insane Microsoft thing there. Each individual has a personal mission, unique traits, and only one life. Every action matters, every failure lingers. When one life ends, another takes its place. A world remembers. The horror deepens, and piece by piece, the terrible truth about the zone begins to surface. In this PS1 era-inspired survival horror game. Do seem kinda dink. Maybe. No respawns, no reset, just regret. Monka is... We'll see. Seems kinda interesting. Seems kinda interesting. Krafton suddenly replaced 3 Subnautica 2 leads with one of the execs behind Callisto Protocol. Damn, son. The pedigree. Co-founder Charlie Cleveland, the CEO Ted Gill, and technical director Max McGuire have all been replaced by Steve Papoutsis, CEO at Striking Distance, the creators of the Dead Space-ish game. Papoutsis replaces previous leadership team effective immediately. Krafton sought to keep the Unknown Worlds co-founders and original creators of the Subnautica series involved in the game's development. Company wishes them well on their next endeavors. Monka is thrilled taking this new role. Alright, sure. Corpus speech there. Decision is unexpected to say the least. True. Due to release sometime this year in early access. Choice to suddenly boot several senior members of staff, including a founder, has been with the company for 24 years. Shortly before the game is set to launch is pretty wild. True. Not gonna be more details on that one, we'll see. Yes, they will see, I guess we'll see. No info on that yet, at least. Dave the Diver director finally puts 2023's silliest debate to rest. No, it is not an indie. Damn, son. Alright, the case was not closed, sure. A recent interview with 4Gamer, translated by Automaton, Binge Rocket CEO and Dave the Diver director Jae-ho Hwang addressed 2023's hottest much ado with a firm no. Did not intend for it to have an indie game feel. It is made by Nexons, there is nothing indie about it. I wonder if people mistook us for an indie studio because we're developing games as a small team, or just because our art styles and game systems tend to be unique. For some reason, we also ended up getting nominated for the Best Indie Game Award, which caused some people to go, hey, isn't that an Nexon game? But it's not like we applied for the award ourselves. See. Not agree it was a silly debate. Well, I mean, the silliness is just some people still believe it is not, it is indie. That's the silly part, I guess, that was implied. It's not even debate itself that is silly. The silly part is like someone still kind of debating that shit, honestly. Like, I don't know, like, why? Well, why would you decide that? Like, I think it was obvious that it's not fucking indie whatsoever. So yeah, that is the silly part. That is the silly part. Pixel graphics equals indie, yeah. I mean, for some people it kinda is. Yeah, I have a friend like that, basically. Like anything, well, maybe a bit even like not just pixel graphics, but like anything that is not, you know, published by like some massive company. Even though, I mean, technically Nexon is a massive company, right? But like that's something for him that is who. So like it's not like, you know, some like EA, Microsoft, Sony stuff like that. Then it's indie already. Some indie shit, dude. It doesn't look photorealistic, yeah. So yeah, I think it is kind of a silly debate. Just the fact that we have that debate is silly. And the fact we have that debate is silly. Even though in the same time you kind of, if you go into that theme, into that topic more, it is kind of weird. Like what to call indie, what not to call indie, because there is like obvious description, right? That is like very, very simple, pretty much, like independent, right? Like self-published, indie. By definition already. Was that like self-published like company that made the game? Do they have like, you know, 100 people, 1,000 people crew and millions in budget? I mean, they self-publish and stuff. They funded it all themselves. They are independent studio, right? They indie, basically. In the same time, like some company working like with like, you know, like 2 people on shoestring budget, but they publish by someone. Well, they are not independent because they have a publisher. And then you have dedicated indie publishers. Yep, true. True. Amount of money, team size. Will your own life be ruined if it fails? Well, that is a very subjective thing. Let's put it that way. That is a very subjective meter that way. Even though I guess that would be kind of good one, but yeah, not so sure. Like would like okay, if it's like your life gonna be ruined if it fails. Like let's take Stardew Valley, right? Like Concerned Ape. The indie game. He's making a new game. It's gonna be, well, probably. We don't know that much details, right? But probably gonna be just him making it. Potentially just him publishing it. Will it be indie? I mean, by all definitions, it should. If it's self-published, if he's the only person making it. But dude, fucking multi-millionaire after Stardew. Like, will his life be ruined if it fails? The fuck no, he doesn't give a shit what's gonna happen with it, really. I doubt it. So, like... Nah, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to define that stuff. I would say it's indie, absolutely. Whatever he does, like it's hard. It's hard to define. Like I don't even think about it usually. Kinda. Like Manor Lords, for me would be indie. Yeah, sure, it has a publisher who did the worst, right? Got like pretty big budget, the marketing and stuff, pretty expensive game, but still kind of like, you know, made initially at least by one person, then like by more people being on it and everything. For me, it's kind of indie enough, I guess. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna like try to like stand on that. For me, it kind of is. So for me, it's usually kind of more about like how it kind of like feels, looks, plays, you know, rather than what it is like financially and stuff like that, I guess. Let's put it that way. Not influenced by big corp equals indie. Yeah, I guess kind of like that. Like it's like if we go just by definition, it's hard. If we kind of make the term too wide, it also kind of loses like, you know, any weight to it, right? So like it's hard. I don't know. It's just kind of hard. For me, basically, it's kind of like nothing. If it's not by big corporate, then it's indie. And then it's indie. Like on Dave the Diver, if I would look at it initially, right, without knowing the publisher and stuff, yeah, I would kind of say like, yeah, that looks kind of indie. And like technically, if you look from perspective of like, you know, innovation, team size, right, style and everything, it does look pretty indie. Like a lot of new things they brought, the style is fitting, right, the team is small, they just have a huge fucking budget available to them. So yeah, that is not indie that way. It's like I think he still kind of could even maybe say that it's like in style, like indie-like, you know. Let's put it that way, I guess. So we're gonna have like the indie as in like, you know, the true indie, without the publisher, on the low budget and stuff like that, right? And we're gonna have the indie-likes, you know. Let's do that way or something. I don't know. That's why I kind of like try not to, I guess, even like use that term too much in general. And the 8.5, yeah. The indie-like. B. Just the B. Baby. And then where did the lights already die again? When did that happen? When did that happen? I think the Wi-Fi didn't. Indie-like and indie-light. True. See, we already got like a whole bunch of different types there. Like indie-like is when you have one chance, you know. You publish, it fails, you gone, you know. Indie-light is when you like, you know, you publish, you fail, alright, fine, you can try it again. That's probably the one. You have meta progression then. You have meta progression in indie-light. And indie-like, it's over. It's over. Yeah, I kind of try to like avoid, I guess, those like wide terms in general. I still kind of use them sometimes, just automatically. I don't know, because it's kind of like easy. Like some of the terms I might not like them, but I use them, and a lot of people might not like them. Like Souls-like, right? A lot of people like, you know, like very anal about that term. Like I don't know, I use this like because it's easier for me to explain to my friends. Like, oh, it's like this game, and then like trying to go, oh yeah, do this like this and this and that, and have a little bit of this, you know. Like that doesn't work really. Ignore the low. Yep, that's exactly the thing. That is exactly the thing. Let me fix this shit. Started like breaking in a weird way that it's like hard to return it back. So fucking annoying. Need to get like another router or something going already. This local router is trash. Ethernet is fine, but anything Wi-Fi is a dog. My gaming PC on Wi-Fi is suffering. The fucking lights are suffering. Alright, fixed it, sure. It's like having Wi-Fi constantly on doesn't really make it any better, so no difference really. Red, sure. I'll return. Fine. Rare's mysterious nature seems ever wild has been cancelled as part of Xbox mass layoffs, according to reports. Update Microsoft confirmed reports. Alright, that one's gone. The ever wild is gone. Alright, what else was gone there? New MMORPG from Elder Scrolls Online devs has reportedly been cancelled as part of Microsoft's layoffs. Senior producer confirms MMO's cancellation. That is like the biggest sadge for me here, honestly. Like MMOs are still, you know, something I really do like, and that shit was in development since 2018 actually even. You can imagine seven years of work there. 7 years of work down the fucking drain. Instantly. You can imagine like how much of like the ale you are thinking in that. Like 7 years of like salaries and investment and everything. Just kind of like boom. Gone. Like, how is it even? They were making new engine for it as well, I see. Yeah, we'll get to that one a little more too. There's more info on that stuff. More World of Darkness RPGs deserve the Bloodlines treatment, say a White Wolf, especially Mage the Ascension. The masquerade continues. Current custodians of the World of Darkness tabletop RPG universe are banging up for doing more video game adaptations like the Troubled Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, according to White Wolf brand marketing manager Jason Carl. In fact, they may be working on a few already, with Carl naming Mage the Ascension, Changeling the Dreaming, and the Dark Ages setting as deserving of the Bloodlines treatment. A Bloodline treatment, Carl means we are going to make a big 3D RPG with a lot of lore, rather than we are going to delay it so often it becomes a running joke. True. White Wolf official licensing and publishing entity for all World of Darkness adaptations. They were acquired by Crusader Kings outfit Paradox Interactive in October 2015 and are now co-publishers for Bloodlines 2. As for the World of Darkness itself, this is sprawling modern gothic fiction analogous to Dungeons & Dragons, which encompasses several apocalypses and several tabletop RPGs. The original Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines is by far the most famous World of Darkness video game adaptation. There are plenty more out there. 2003 Hack and Slash Hunter the Reckoning, much more recently a bunch of werewolf games, plus some mobile projects. In a new interview with PC Games N, Carl made no bones of White Wolf's desire to keep cranking out the spin-offs. Says we're not already. Answer is yes. All of those supernatural creatures have their own stories to tell. Many of them are waiting their turn and for the right story to come along. I mean, didn't they? Well, actually, I guess it's also the Vampire the Masquerade. Like all those like visual novels or whatever they have, like interactive book games. They have plenty of those too. So we'll see. I guess we will see. Getting the bloodlines treatment. Question time, resources, right development partners, and story. Well, yeah, considering how it goes with the bloodlines, you do need a lot of that for sure. Microsoft canceled Perfect Dark reboot and shut the developers down in the name of continued success. Even the fucking Perfect Dark that they were kind of like, you know, pushing everywhere, that is gonna be like, you know, the next Mega Poga. Why? Why? Announced in 2020, was still in the earliest stages of development in 2023, according to one report. But then came June 2024 trailer that brought a smile even to Graham Smith's careworn visage. Thought it seemed promising too, albeit not much like but the campy original of for Nintendo 64. We'll see, we'll see. Yeah, that's kind of weird. It's kind of really weird, eh? And that one was kind of like already looking something, like the marketing already kind of was sort of going, right? People were waiting for it, people were excited. It was kind of like a little bit of a flagship, I guess, even of upcoming Microsoft games, and then poof, just gone. At least it's not 7 years, you know, of development, but still a lot though. Hades 2's latest patch is likely the last one before it emerges from the early access underworld. There it is. There it is. Likely be our final patch before our version 1.0 launch. Nice. I still feel like I like burnt out in early access of first Hades so much that I still haven't played since any of Hades games, and I kind of like looking at the news, I'm not getting all hyped up about that either, so I think it's gonna be a skipperoo for me too. 3 former Ubisoft execs found guilty of sexual and psychological harassment. All 3 receive suspended sentences. Damn, son. It was actually not just online cancellation shit there. French court handed out suspended sentences to the 3 executives as well as fines, the highest of which was 45,000 euro. Final ruling in a sordid trial that has been seen the men accused of forcefully trying to kiss female employees, ordering them to do handstands and skirts, and angrily throwing equipment across the office. There it is. Former editorial vice president Thomas Francois was found guilty of sexual harassment, psychological harassment, and an attempted sexual assault, reported in The Guardian. Court handed him a 3-year suspended prison sentence and a 30,000 fine for the crimes. Yeah, this was the stuff we saw before. So I was accused of tying a woman to an office chair with a roll of tape and pushing her into an elevator. Another woman told the court how she was forced to do handstands when she came to work in a miniskirt. The superior and I was afraid of him and made me do handstands. I did it to get it over with and get rid of him. Team Christmas party in 2015, Francois said he liked a female co-worker's 1950s style dress, then allegedly tried to kiss her in the mouth as his colleagues restrained her. During the trial, Francois put much of his behavior down to a culture of joking around. Damn, son. Another Ubisoft staff member put it differently, calling the culture of the studio a boys' club above the law. Same trial, Serge Hascoët, former chief creative officer at Ubisoft, was found guilty of psychological harassment, complicity in sexual harassment, although he was ultimately acquitted of the charge of sexual harassment itself. Got an 18-month suspended prison sentence and a 45,000 euro fine. Court heard that Hascoët's alleged bullying behavior includes ordering assistants to do personal tasks unrelated to their jobs, such as going to his house to collect parcel deliveries. The court heard how he once blew his nose into a t-shirt and handed it to a young woman working for the studio. You can resell it, he allegedly told her. It's worth gold at Ubisoft. Hascoët's lawyer said that the former Ubisoft chief is considering an appeal. Meanwhile, Guillaume Patron, a former game director, was found guilty of psychological harassment, got 12 months suspended sentence alongside a fine of 10,000 euro. Patron was accused of a variety of harassing behavior, which includes drawing swastikas on a woman's notebook during a meeting, throwing office equipment around, cracking a whip near colleagues' faces, and holding a cigarette lighter so close to a male employee's face that his beard caught the light. All 3 men had denied the charges. Yeah, just a prank, bro. The fuck? Setting beers on fire. What the fuck is this shit, man? Yeah, that seems kind of like even way too soft in this shit. Probably because it already kind of took some time. That's why I suspended and everything too. But I don't think they were kind of like having like some restrained orders or whatever much. Probably like home arrest at the best. Arrest in 2023 of the above accused and 2 other workers. They were arrested like I wanted. They're just probably just sitting at a home arrest or something there. Doubt they were like in some sort of jail there or whatever. Yeah, imagine you like you go into the, found the workplace, you know, and then there's this shit. Like what the fuck, dude? Battlefield 6 reportedly has 100 million player albatross around its neck, and its single player is running massively late. Monka is. Based on conversations with current and former developers, details a budget that is beyond big, campaign that is running massively late following a studio closure, an unrealistic sounding executive goal of attracting 100 million players. Time to fail more, you know, internal goals and stuff, looks like. According to the report, game codename Glacier is costing EA a well north of $400 million, with that number being way more than any entry in series has previously commanded. Execs have their eyes set on competing with Call of Duty and Fortnite. Dude. So they put plans in place for a single-player campaign alongside a free-to-play Battle Royale element with classic multiplayer modes such as Rush and a community content mode dubbed Portal, all chucked into the big FPS 2. Scale reportedly also led the suits to slap Battlefield 6 with equally huge goals, 100 million players over a set period of time that is included post-launch. According to one source, obviously Battlefield never achieved those numbers before. Battlefield 2042 only gotten 22 million. Battlefield 1, believed to be the series peak, has apparently attracted maybe 30 million plus. Yes, they probably. Very few people actually working on the game reportedly believe 100 million figure is achievable. Basically, like some corporate dudes just sitting there, like, oh, we need new Fortnite, let's go make it. We gave you 400 million, man. Like for 400 million, you can make new Fortnite, no problems. The budget was way lower on Fortnite, and it looks like shit. You make it look good, and like 100 million easy. Let's go. You fail, we're gonna do the big layoff, and everyone's gone. Done. Done. Manor Lords is getting a full rework with the new Affinity system, map, shops, and workstations. Damn, son. Slavic Magic worried the smaller, faster updates will break the game. I've been waiting a long time. The reason for the delay is pretty simple. We are overhauling a lot of systems at once. It's not just a new feature or two, it's a full rework of how things like buildings, production chains, and environmental interaction function. Because we're working on all these big changes, we haven't been able to put out smaller patches, and they would make things messy or break stuff that is still being worked on. Developers plan to ship the smaller, more regular updates once the full rework is done. Damn, son. A more in-depth relational system between buildings and the environment. Experimented initially with applying building effects across a radius as in many other city builders, but this disagreed with the Manor Lord's plot system. Actually, I kinda like that didn't work. Besides which, Stitchin feels that fitting rectangular plots into circles is not pleasant and it reduces the creativity the player has. Yeah, I am really happy they didn't do this shit. Like all this like adjacency stuff, like in the analog games, like enough, man. Like there's already enough of that. Like done, enough. Like they already have this like building upgrade for like the higher class citizens, but it's sort of working a little different though in Manor Lords for now. It's more kind of like you actually upgrading the housing and everything to make people kind of like better accommodations and stuff, making them more happy. And then you can unlock also, I think, if I remember correct, some of the things like inside the upgraded houses. So like if the family becomes kind of, you know, like rich enough with the good house enough, you can make them, instead of like, you know, like growing some like veggies and stuff on their plot, you can make them into some sort of like crafters, right? So they can make like some weapons and other things, for example, like, you know, like bows, you know, like and stuff like that, or like clothes and shit. Like that system I like more. And going with the system matching environment types. Types include meadow, woodland, farmland, rural, and urban. Buildings have affinities with specific environments. I see apiaries like sharing a region with some woodland, for example. Buffs and multipliers to ponder too. Apiaries increase the bonuses that pollination orchards get from meadows, while placing fresh houses appears to proportionally increase urban affinity. Alright, affinity does sound like a good idea. That kind of, in a way, also like works like in Tropico and such. Like if you have like a big urban area with a lot of houses and stuff, that's where gonna be, you know, like all the problems appearing in terms of like ecology, crime, all those things that you will need to fix. But if there is not a lot of those, then you have kind of like space to build something else, because it's kind of like less affected by all the urbanization there. Working new map Divided, which as name suggests has a mountain range running down the middle. They also shared screens of new shop fronts, artisan workstations, see-through fortifications, and for those who want to ensure that their castle guards are nodding off, a new development perk card style, and a whole raft of reworked building cards. And consider all this subject to change naturally. Nice. It would be nice to revisit Manor Lords. That would be good. That would be good. Those were good times, man. Those were good times. Wasn't actually that long ago. I think it was in Armenia, actually, last time, I think. Was nice, was nice. Gonna be time to revisit, but we'll see. Maybe already when 1.0, but it kind of depends when it's 1.0, though. We'll fix a lot of things and add more depth. Yeah, I probably will wait for, like, 1.0. Maybe, like, some big update I could kind of revisit if I feel like it, you know. Like when I feel like some game, why not? Kind of feels like I'm kind of getting there slowly, you know, like remembering it. Maybe I'm kind of slowly getting there. A new shooter from Romero Games loses funding as staff post they've been let go thanks to Microsoft cuts. Them, even the Romero Games. Original Doom developers studio currently evaluating next steps. Another one. Strategic decision made at a high level within the publisher, well above our visibility or control. We deeply wish there has been anything we could have done to prevent this outcome. Absolutely isn't a reflection of our team's work, performance, or the quality of the project itself. We had hit every milestone on time, every time. Consistently received high praise and easily passed all our internal gates. We're incredibly proud of the work being done and of the talented team behind it, the best we've worked with. So yeah, I wonder what's gonna happen then. So yeah, devs already losing jobs too. Mass Microsoft layoff effectively cancelled funding for Romero Games, and as a result, the whole team was laid off. Oof. Romero Games currently evaluating next steps and working quickly to support our team. Many of us have worked together for more than a decade, some for more than 20 years, and it's an extremely difficult day and we are heartbroken it's come to this. People are the best people I've ever worked with them, rather than social media, and I'm sorry to say that our game and our studio were also affected. Buying and selling everything, even if it makes money, yeah, not sure. For the intellectual property, probably. I think it's just like some sort of like, you know, the what's the name? The kind of some sort of like not like stock market and investor shenanigans. Just basically like making some numbers move there just to make some sort of reports more like looking more appealing or something. Properties to have them on Game Pass farming sub money. Yeah, some of that too. Some of that too. Some of that probably also. It's just kind of weird, like, you know, like I understand like some game like Everwild or something, right? Like new franchise, no one knows what it is. Like we've seen just a little bit of it. I don't even remember what it was really what we've seen, you know. And it's just kind of like, all right, that didn't work out. Fine, like development hell, stuff like that, understandable. Okay, we canceled that one. Sure, I can see that. But like, dude, like some of like the flagship titles, basically, right? Like the, like all that, like the flagship titles, the MMO that is like for 7 years in development, like, dude. Like, why? Like, there's some weird shit going on. I don't even know what you need for that. Like, the 7 years of work, like, imagine the amount of money and stuff put into that. Okay, just because bots saw the link there, apparently. Looks like. Bots saw the link. Like, whenever you put the period, the dot in your message, you always check. You always check that there is a space right after, otherwise something might be a domain name, and domain names are literally everything nowadays, and then you can get spanked for the link, because Twitch will make it a link. So you're like 7 years of development and investment just like stopped, cancelled, PP poofed. And it's not like the Romero games, let's say, right? It's kind of like an individual, kind of like independent studio that was just like getting financed by Microsoft, right? So they probably still kinda capable. Well, at least they have an opportunity. Will they actually get that? That's a different question. But at least they kind of can find another source of financing, right? And still release the game. But when it comes down to like Bethesda, ZeniMax, right? Making their own MMO for 7 years, they are part of Microsoft, basically. Like, they can't find another publisher or something for that. I really kind of doubt it. So, like, where will that go? Like, it's over. It's done. They're gonna, like, scrap it for, like, 8 assets and stuff like that and put it on, like, some, you know, on some shelf, just, like, gathering dust or some shit. Like, they can't really get published by someone else. They just done. 7 years of work just, like, completely, like, down the drain. And Perfect Dark and stuff also the same. Like, I mean, it's less time invested, but still, it's like, it's such a big, you know, like, kind of like title for them that they already started, like, kind of pushing as, like, you know, like some sort of like their main, you know, like attraction for the platform. And then they just kill it also. Like, that is insane. Like, I don't know, man. Like, when some projects that are kind of like, you know, in the works, no one even knows about them, or barely knows about them, that's like one thing. But like 7 years of work and shit, like, dude. It's insane. Come hither, wannabe astronauts. The European Space Agency doing a spaceship game jam. Open to all, but especially the Finnish. Then it's time to partake, man. August 29th to August 31st. Join the proceedings in person at specified sites around Finland or participate online. No entry fee, nor do you need to know what outer space is to apply. Curiosity and desire to explore are the only requirements. There it is. The insane space jam there. That's kind of cool. Europe with more interesting things towards the game development. Feels good, man. Feels good, eh? I'll see what come out of that. We'll see what come out of that. Dying Light developers Techland are cancelling 2 games, according to report. One could be their Witchery fantasy RPG. Why is that though? Why is that though? Yeah, new fantasy epic set in a sprawling open world. Was being made by former developers of Cyberpunk and the Witcher series, amongst them open world director Bartosz Hockman, narrative director Karolina Stashira, narrative lead Arkadiusz Barawik. Though that may be no more, Techland had just reported losses of 130 million Polish zloty, or roughly $37.3 million, according to Polish business site Puls Biznesu. These losses stem from our decision to discontinue further work on 2 projects. So even the Techland, man, even Techland. So like the losses because decision to discontinue further work on 2 projects. So like basically by canceling that stuff, they're losing 37.3 mil. I guess that way they also kind of don't invest more into it, but you know, would it be a loss if they would actually release that stuff? I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, the end of financial quarter, season in which book balances like to get out the red pens and polish the old cost to revenue ratio for the investors. I mean, that might be quite an explanation, really. That might be. But I mean, like in Microsoft's cases, like the big things being cancelled for that. Like, couldn't you like find some like in the works, you know, projects? But maybe those are also dead, though. We don't know. Maybe there was a lot of projects actually dead, but it's just a lot of them we didn't even like know about yet. A Mind's Eye director reportedly says the studio will relaunch the game as around 300 staff are at risk of being laid off. Leslie Benzies also allegedly yelled at some saboteur clouds. Oh yeah, that one. He apparently asserted that the studio will somehow rebound from its troubles and relaunch Mind's Eye. Benzies also allegedly made comments about what IGN referred to as internal and external saboteurs being a factor to blame for both Mind's Eye and Build the Rocket Boy. Was it right? Build the Rocket Boy's problems, huh? Fucking saboteurs, man. Everywhere. First they were like spamming Twitter with negativity. Now they actually inside the company, ruining the development. Insane. Yeah, it all sounds kind of like a little bit of this, like, you know, the crypto bro stuff. Just you wait, man. To the moon soon. We'll make it work, man. Yeah, finally actual losses for the industry now. After all the previous ones, the heaviest one. BioWare's Anthem will finally shut down in early 2026, just shy of its 7th birthday. Thankfully, given the events of this week, EA say no staff have been laid off as a result. Well, at least that's good, huh? At least something good out of this one. Sunsetting Anthem on January 12, 2026. Yeah, not so sure exactly why it was still kind of up, like what they were hoping for. Maybe they were like thinking maybe they will like return to it and try to make it work or something. I wonder. It will cease to be playable since it's an online-only affair. You have roughly 192 days. It's time, man. It's time to hit that Anthem. But I think it's still also not free anyway, so... Yep, not hitting that. Subnautica 2 creators offer no explanation for sudden regime change, instead promise no loot boxes. Nothing has changed, quote unquote. Nothing changed with how the game is structured. I will remain a single-player first experience with optional cooperative multiplayer. No subscriptions, no loot boxes, no battle pass, no microtransactions. Note you have a lot of questions and concerns about the news from our publisher regarding the leadership changes at Unknown Worlds. We're also supporting Steve Paputzis as he transitions into his role as CEO at Unknown Worlds, and he's already expressed his excitement to check out everything we've been working on. Yeah, still no idea what happened exactly. In the press release which made an announcement, there were some lines about a renewed commitment to achieving regular milestones. The subtext is that Krafton believed Unknown Worlds were not working fast enough. Their new guy, they suggest, will commit to regular checks from on high. These reviews based on clearly defined metrics and targets will help ensure that games meet both creative and quality standards. Process is essential to delivering the right game at the right time. Unknown Worlds' new leadership fully supports this process and is committed to meeting player expectations. I want to reassure you that Krafton feels strongly about supporting their vision as the studio as we continue to navigate the game toward early access. True save true, huh? Well, we'll work closely with Steven, get him up to speed with all the amazing work the team has already done on Subnautica 2. We also understand that it means we'll need to ask you to remain a little patient and support us as he comes on board. Monka is... Final wrinkle in the story. Former studio head Charlie Cleveland says he's now making some films on LinkedIn. Comes after he recently moved to LA and set up a movie company, and the website for which is awash with generative AI movie posters and wonky face placeholder images, which I imagine might distract someone from actual game development, but unless anyone involved speaks plainly about this messy situation, all we'll have is speculation. Damn son, Monka is... Yeah, Argosh, hello. 2 founding members of the studio without a buyout, yeah. That is very Monka. That is very Monka. And that's the founding, the co-founders and everything, so... Quite something. Not sure what happened there exactly, but yeah, I guess like some big... Well, I mean, maybe they had some terms in contract, basically. Like, you know, if they fail some like goals and stuff, then they just kinda out completely. Gosh, I see, yeah. I think so, Doc. So you think so? I mean, we'll see, I guess. We'll see. Stop killing games. EU petition hits 1 million signatures, but a significant number could be fake. Campaign to stop online games becoming unplayable still wants more eligible signatures, and so... If you can, still go sign. Need to go big over. 10% minimum, 20 is better, 40% should be really safe. People claiming to have spoofed signatures on the initiative site. So yeah, I need to get preferably a 400,000 on top of that, I guess. Looks like. I need more. Then somebody makes a mistake when they sign the initiative, their signature gets invalidated. Means we need more signatures to make up for everybody's mistakes. Hey Razalon, hello. Sign, sideboard. Hero for our times, Elden Ring Night Rain boss becomes unbeatable by refusing to show up. Can't get felled if you are not there. Damn son. Insane. Night Rain's enhanced ever dark sovereign edition of the Sentient Piss, which is actually 3 bosses in 1. Basic version of that fight pits you against 2 huge insects. Enhanced edition adds a massive red moth which swoops in when you kill one of the other 2 and possesses it, reviving creature in a powered up state. can damage red moth by attacking the revived creatures. The trouble is, Animus has been going AWOL. Despite the hotfix this week, players continue to report cases and of the battle extending indefinitely because the third boss refuses to show up. The trigger condition for this issue appears to be killing both the original bugs at the same time, but the situation remains murky. Permanent solution is forthcoming. So I guess like killing both at the same time, it can decide which one to possess and it doesn't appear at all. The Elder Scrolls Online Studios' canned Blackbird game was a nimble, high-flying shooter, claims report, and Xbox execs apparently liked it. So it was like their attempt to make Destiny, sorta looks like. Sci-fi noir affair in which players swing around tall buildings and grappling lines and do aerial dashes while shooting and looting. Call it Blade Runner Spider-Man, call it Destiny 2077, call it whatever you like, frankly, because it has been abandoned as part of wider layoffs at parent company Microsoft. The outfit that made tens of billions of dollars in profit this past financial quarter yet had decided to jettison thousands of staff in the name of discipline and continued success. Previously codenamed Kestrel, oh that one, had apparently been in development since 2018, was a third-person shooter with looting elements and a heavy emphasis on vertical movement, grapples, double jumps, aerial dashes, and wall climbing. According to Bloomberg, ZeniMax Online Studios envisaged the game as the beginning of a new franchise running alongside Elder Scrolls Online, which has been a wobbly endeavor at times, but is currently quite a success story, earning a reported $2 billion in total revenue by 2024. Hey, Botsface, hello, welcome back. Mostly finished signatures. I don't think it was mostly finished signatures. I think it was just like the Finns were going ham. Like they were signing it like really fast. But I mean, in terms of total amount, I'm not sure if they were that many. Already what, a 1.2 mil there? I see. Yeah. Most signatures are from Germany. I see. By March this year, development team reportedly expanded to 300 people, and Xbox executives Phil Spencer and Matt Booty said to have been impressed by a demo they sampled. So much so that Spencer had to beep right away. But the positivity was not to last. According to Bloomberg sources, staff were shocked to learn that this week that ZeniMax Online Studios head Matt Fuhrer had left the company and that Project Blackbird had been indefinitely shelved. Yeah, like the head of the studio even left. So like, you know, like how like felt I guess like completely fucking demolished by that stuff. Like you're working on something in your studio for 7 years and then they just tell you to like, you know, like nope, ain't happening, brother. And dude just like said no and fucking left after that. I would be pissed too, probably. Insane. Metacritic co-founder Mark Doyle lifts the veil on how the site works, how scores calculated, who qualifies as critic, and will Metacritic ever allow re-reviews. So they got all that stuff going. Metacritic was made by lawyers. It's a lawyer for a very short time. Good background to have for whatever we want to do. That's a good idea indeed. Metacritic's role in the game business. Most controversially, some companies have tied bonuses to a game's Metacritic score. Famously, developers of Fallout New Vegas missed out on the bonus after the game scored 84 rather than targeted 85. Doyle emphasizes Metacritic isn't involved in any of this. I guess early on it was kind of flattering that someone would have enough faith in our system that they would judge the quality of their developers based on this. But really, we are solely focused on our users and helping them have a better gaming experience. Still, given that people's livelihoods can sometimes depend on good score, does he feel any responsibility for that? No, no way. As long as we're being honest and we're being credible about what we do, then I sleep well. I mean, true, why would they? Metascore. I've been tweaks the Metacritic system In the past 24 years, originally reviews for the PC and console versions of a game were lumped together into single score until the PC gaming community complained, says Doyle, prompting them to separate the scores by system. It is important to me because there are clearly differences between versions, so we separated that out and that's worked beautifully. Let's see. Metacritic converts review scores into 100-point scale, so if it is a 2.5 out of 5, we make it a 50. Only controversial element, he says, is converting letter-based scores, like F. Should that be a 0 or should it be a 58 like it is in American schools? Says that when Metacritic on board assigns that score using letters, he has to explain the Metacritic scores C as 50, F as 0, and AA plus as 100. We just do our best to make it as intuitive as possible. Score weighting. A bit of tinkering though to reach that final Metacritic score. We do have slight weightings to our publications. A review from a publication staffed by veteran writers might be worth a little bit more in the overall average. We always have done that. But he adds that the weighting is subtle and an unweighted score would only differ by maybe a point or two. So it doesn't have a radical impact on our final numbers, but we do give a little bit more influence to the highly respected veteran critics. I won't reveal which critics or publications are worth more than others, however, and that kind of calculations go on behind the scenes. That really is our secret sauce. But he will say that the study that claimed to reveal Metacritic's rating system was not correct. Like Giant Bomb was at the very bottom, he recalls. I think I had to call up Jeff Gersman, one of those guys, and I'm like, guys, I hope you know this is not accurate. One and done, Metacritic has a strict policy of only allowing a publication's original review to count towards a game metascore. There are no do-overs. Doyle said that it's to avoid score manipulation. Back in the early 2010s, he says, I had certain PR folks just hounding me. He recalls one occasion when he got 10 or 15 emails demanding him to remove a certain review and delist the critic, and then ultimately change the score. He adds that sites sometimes pressured by outside forces to raise the score on a review that used to be prevalent in 2005, 6 and 7 era. Have a certain big game from big publisher and the first review score would be a C+, and then within 3 hours they would pull down that review and they would say, sorry, this didn't rise to the level of our editorial standards. And then 2 days later it goes back up as B or B+. What's happening here? Well, people came to me, whistleblowers, whatever you want to say, and said, oh yeah, we were pressured here. This was not a good situation, and so ultimately, and again, this was happening monthly, maybe weekly at a certain point, I decided I'm going to start backstopping these critics. I'm going to protect these critics and say your first published final score will be the score that Metacritic goes with, and then we will not change it. A re-review policy. But in an era when games are constantly evolving, some outlets are now re-evaluating games that have changed significantly. IGN, for example, introduced a policy in 2014 of re-reviewing games when we feel our original recommendation is no longer reasonably accurate. That's at least some that I can respect. Metacritic's policy can leave a game stuck with a rating that doesn't necessarily reflect the game's current status. No Man's Sky, for example, oh, that's a good example indeed, transformed its Steam rating from overwhelmingly negative to very positive over the course of 8 years, yet the PC version is still lumbered with a Metascore of 61. So will Metacritic consider including re-reviews in its scores? I've thought about this a lot over the years. If a game was re-released as a special edition, he says, perhaps including all of the DLC, like with Rainbow Six Siege X, then we would create a separate page for that game and we would have all those new reviews on that separate page, while preserving the original page, which has reviews from the release window. Okay, so like, you needed to get some DLCs to get re-reviewed. Thinks it is important to keep a record of a game's original reception. Want to know what the top critics thought when the game came out. Well, I mean, archiving stuff is kind of nice though, that's for sure. 61 is basically as low as it can go. I think you can go lower than that though. I think you can go lower than that. It just, I guess, press doesn't really push the games lower than that. User score kind of goes though. Few outlets are likely to re-review games, and the staffs are so small now are all these publications are going away. Become harder with certain search engines to even fuel traffic to your sites, so the thought that everybody has the resources to go and re-review a bunch of older games is just not practical. Still, he's open to the idea of including links to re-reviews on the game's Metacritic page. Like, hey, these are some reviews that have happened since the original release, something like that. He asks that Metacritic has value as a repository, a bucket of information about specific titles, and as part of that bucket we could have like future reviews or additional content related to this game. Absolutely, I can see that happening. But in terms of changing their official score and changing the meta score, I personally don't think it makes sense. Critics. Occasionally in the past, Doyle says some sites have asked not to be included in the Metacritic. I don't want to speak for them, but there could be an added level of scrutiny that if you have a particularly high or particularly low score, probably low score, it might attract some heat from PR, development, publishers, all that kind of stuff, and they just didn't want that heat. He's happy to remove sites from Metacritic if they request it, but usually it's a case of people asking to be let in. But Doyle says he has an annual evaluation window, usually starting in January, when he decides which sites can be added to Metacritic's roster. Somebody writes in, I give them a questionnaire. 37 questions asking about the site, size history, a review rate, tell me about your game's editor-in-chief, their background, tell me about the writing stuff, your scoring philosophy, you know, just a whole myriad of questions. They get that back to me and I go through and put it all in a spreadsheet and analyze and read a bunch of their reviews and ultimately make a judgment call. Would they be a good addition to the website? One of the questions asks, when was the last time you scored a game at the equivalent of 30 out of 100 or below? And a lot of times they are like, oh, never. And that just makes me think, number one, you haven't reviewed a lot of games, or you are only reviewing the shiniest of objects. I always feel like you've got to get your hands dirty. And if you don't know what a low-scoring game is, how can you define what the high-scoring games are? I mean, I also kind of was right there, really. You know, like, you don't really have time. So, like, if something is that you kind of like do you really need it to send some people who don't even want to do that to play it and to just get that review out just for the sake of it with bad score? I don't know, man. I don't know. A low number is no corpo friendly, yeah. No, that's just kind of like my like, I mean, I'm obviously not, you know, the not the outlet, not the journalist or something, right? And like, when there is so much stuff to play, why would I spend time on playing something that is just like not my jam, or something that is like kind of like pretty bad, you know? For memes, sometimes that kind of works, sure. A review and re-review everything, yeah. So yeah, not so sure about that one. Not so sure about that one. And even then, again, like, right, like, people who will want to play something like that will be people who probably kind of like just liked how the game looks and stuff, right? They just weren't against actually going into it. And they might actually even like put a bit of a higher score than the lower score because like they were going into it knowing that they will like it. So that's kind of weird criteria, I guess. Let's put it that way. Number two, there are going to be different types of critics that are tougher critics and ones that are more lenient. I think as long as they have internal scoring consistency and they review a representative number of games, then it works fine in the Metacritic ecosystem. Some decisions on who to include are easy, like when a respected reviewer leaves a publication to start a website on their own. Jeff Gerstmann originally left GameSpot and went on to found a Giant Bomb. I added Giant Bomb's first review to Metacritic because I just knew he was one of the deans of the industry. What about things like blogs? And well, let's just say this, if they are, you know, 19 years old and this is their first review ever, they're probably not gonna crack Metacritic right away. So does it all just come down to Doyle's subjective opinion? Well, I certainly rely on a group of advisors as well. These are critics from the publications that Metacritic tracks. You might think they would be incentivized to crap on everybody else from their area, but no, I found that if you ask a legitimate question and you build up trust, then they will tell you the truth. They want to maintain their credibility with us and with me, so I usually get a pretty frank answer. Questionnaire also asks, what's the most glaring admission on Metacritic right now? And Doyle says he has picked up lots of sites through recommendations resulting from that question. Metacritic is more international now. In the very early days it was really just US, UK, and then I think it was towards the late 2000s when we started adding people from overseas. Doyle says he has to be wary of potential conflicts of interest when adding publications. A recent change I've noticed is that you will have independent game fanatics, and they may work for or own their own PR agencies. And then they want to also have a gaming publication off to the side where they are reviewing games, and so that gets a little murky. I think we're just at the beginning of trying to figure all that out. But I've always got to be extremely careful about how we tread those waters. Sites sometimes get downgraded too. For example, if you have a whole team of all-stars like Avengers of the video game critic community and they all happen to leave and the site brings in a bunch of freelancers, that could have an effect on the site's weighing certainly. The future. Past couple of decades seen the decline of traditional media and the rise of YouTubers, streamers and podcasters, so is Doyle open to including non-traditional media like video reviews on Metacritic? I mean, we're certainly open to it. For example, Easy Allies game trailers, their primary output was the video. What I asked of them was to give me a written component as well, maybe even something as minimal as a transcription, so that I could then use that for Metacritic, and they've done that. It's also got to have a degree of the formal review format, whether it's on video or transcribed. Because if you look back at my background, I was a lit major, I was a lawyer, all this, so I still believe in making an argument, giving a final score, giving evidence that is leading up to your final thesis, all that kind of good stuff. Call me old-fashioned, but that's really part of what we're looking for. Now about AIs, he worried that it might replace the service Metacritic provides. I think at least for now you need humans somehow to inform the AI. We are going to continue to highlight those individual critics and publications that are doing the hard work. They're going to continue to link to them, give them the traffic, give them branding. They're going to fuel our site, so it's a mutually beneficial system. Sure, you can say, AI, should I play Grand Theft Auto 4 or this other game? And they might say, well, Metacritic says this, our Game Informer says this. Our mission has not changed, will not change in that regard. We're still going to take the top critics from around the world and come up with a critical consensus that we hope that the users can rely on. We'll see if AI can replicate that, who knows? Throughout the years, we have the people that take nibbles at us, like we want to make this totally engineering-based, and we want to take the humans out of the cycle here. And I knew that was problematic too. You actually need human beings to make judgment calls throughout this process. At a time when AI is springing up everywhere, he says we still believe in I. You've got to have that I in there. Not fools, not fools. Yeah, kind of tricky to add like the video content and everything when there is no like, you know, specific, you know, kind of like grading that you give to the game. Some number, basically. Former Unity employee Rod Stafford sentenced to 22 years for sexual offenses. Stafford represented Unity as recently as 2024 at some of the industry's biggest conferences. Damn, son. Now that's even danker than Ubisoft stuff there. Holy. 33 sexual offenses. What a guy. What a guy. Five-year extended license will be subject to an indefinite sexual harm prevention order. Also been placed on the UK's sexual offenders register. Then got some dank peoples in the industry again. Another one. They hosted a talk called The Challenges of Launching and Sustaining Multiplayer Games. See how it is. Future of multiplayer game hosting. Still with company as of April 2025 with when the trial took place. Statement is issued to give developer Unity said we become aware that a former UK-based employee is currently involved in a criminal case. The individual in question is no longer at Unity and his criminal case has no connection to Unity or its operation. A report from Belfast Telegraph in 2004, which detailed Royal Scots Captain Roderick Bryce Stafford was jailed for 3.5 months for preying on male and female comrades and at a Balkelly army base in 2002. Confirmed that he left the army in 2004. Then didn't do that much research on that, I guess. All right. Still hasn't responded to my questions concerning how it managed to hire a man with public history of sexual misconduct and when Stafford actually left the company. What a guy, man. Remedy says it hoped for a better launch with FBC Firebreak. The team is super motivated to continue building the game and responding to player feedback. Hoped for a better launch. Yeah, that's one way to say it. Optimistic for games post-launch content. Steam is a very easy statistic to dig up, but it isn't everything. We aren't naive, had hoped for a better launch, but the team is super motivated. Do things with smaller teams in our way to try to solve things creatively. Yeah, guess what Players from subscription services tend to stick around for shorter periods than those who purchase the game, but it's also easier for them to return. A good number of new players coming in every day on consoles. Focus on responding to player feedback. I read all the feedback. We're there talking with players online. Always knew that the launch of these types of games would have an impact on our post-launch roadmap. It has proven to be. We rearranged some of our development plans, prioritized certain features, deprioritized others already during the week of the game being live. Going to discuss what's coming in to the game in the near future. Takes time to review the feedback, assess what's possible and communicate it. Exciting that the game starts evolving now it's live. Remedy is fully committed to Firebreak. We're all curious to see what it will be like later in the year. Yeah, we'll see about that. We should be hoping for a better game indeed. The video game spending by young Americans is dropping sharply, report suggests. Year-over-year spending on games declined almost 25% among 18-24-year-olds. Damn, son. Now reap the monies. Spending falling modestly among the age bracket rather than growing as it historically does. The video game dropping the most there. Accessories, small appliances, housewares, technology, prestige, beauty. Other age groups also dropping though. Sports equipment actually growing. Small appliances, accessories, in other age groups I mean. No one buys furniture in general, no one buys apparel, alright. Food spending up by 30% though, yep. Everything becoming too expensive, man. Raising the price wasn't your best idea, or they're gonna probably like... That probably gonna hit them even more later, just give it some time. Geo Media sells Kotaku to digital publishing company Keliops. Geo Media winding down operations following Keliops' acquisition of Kotaku. Another switch in owners there. Keliops purchased Gizmodo from Geo Media last year. All these like switches, man. Yeah, we'll see how that will go. The journalism in general kinda nowadays with video games looking not very poor there. Yeah, they had the union there and stuff went on strike. Insane. We'll see which changes will come out of this one though. Neil Druckmann steps back from HBO's The Last of Us to focus on Naughty Dog projects. Executive producer and writer Harry Gross also exits to make space for what comes next. Said it was the right time to transition to focus on future projects at Naughty Dog, including Intergalactic Heretic Prophet. Work completed on Season 2 before any meaningful work starts on Season 3. Well, I mean, sure how the Season 2 did in the end, though. Will they go with that more? Will they continue? I wonder if they will. Step back from my day-to-day work at HBO's The Last of Us to make space for what comes next. That one also leaving. Everyone's gone. The third season is not that, 100% as it seemed. Or actually, they did greenlight a few seasons ahead, right? I think. So maybe it is a thing, just the question is when it's gonna start. Yeah, well, that we already kinda seen. The ZeniMax Online Studios head Matt Fair depart after 18 years. Because of the cancelled MMOs. Feels bad, man. I won't be working on the game anymore. Didn't say what he will be doing after. Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it. And the pre-production on the new MMO had apparently been going well. The team was actively ramping up in the hope of moving into full production soon. People reportedly been moved onto the project from Arcane Austin, which was closed in May 2024. Imagine like these people just got booed from one studio that was closed and they were like, oh man, thank God we found something else, and like boom, another one. The second layoff hit the company, dude. Alright, this we already seen. The voice actor hinting at the Black Flag remake. And Death Stranding 2 tops UK physical sales charts. Kajimba going ham. Death Stranding 2 was #1 in UK physical charts last week. Its launch sales were 66% lower than Death Stranding 1, but different eras. Far more digital market today. It's 33% lower than Astrobot's launch, but that was also physical heavy release too. So physical going down hard then. Cyberpunk Ultimate Edition. Exclusive. The next mainline Ghost Recon game is heading to internal alpha later this year. Another Ghost Recon. That last one wasn't really that bog. Internal alpha in fall 2025 as Ubisoft sets new internal milestones for its major projects, allowing the announcement that it will delay its major IPs. Expected to launch sometime in 2026, sources indicating that the internal alpha final release could take around 12 months. So in theory, next Ghost Recon game could launch sometime in fall 2026. Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake codenamed Rewind entered internal alpha in June 2025 and is forecasted to release before March 31st, 2026. Next mainline Ghost Recon game would take a more military simulation approach with the first-person perspective and the focus on a fictional 9-month war. I see, Steve, I see. Game somewhat similar to the Modern Warfare series or something akin to the tactical shooter Ready or Not. I see. Hope they make it smaller, I see. Alright. Gotta get the grind going. Next year with a massive Ubisoft Forward event. Damn, son. Yeah, haven't heard from them for a while, I guess. When was actually the last time we heard about like the Ubisoft stuff? Like which show was that? With like the big things. They usually like had like Anno announced. Was it like last year, I guess, or something? Like there was one show I remember I think we watched. It was just a couple of games and then it was kind of gone. That's it. Halo Studios teases that more will be revealed on the next Halo game this year. another one. An official scoop what Halo Studios has been working on. Wouldn't want to miss this year Halo World Championship. Really hope you'll join us in Seattle this October. In October, rumored remake. I mean, remake sounds kinda about right, I guess. Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine 2 updates roadmap, Tech Marine, Power Axe, and more. There it is. The first year of planned content comes to an end. Second year of both free and DLC content is on the way. More PvE missions, enemies, weapons, and more. I think it's too early to provide more info, but to keep an eye for community updates in July and August. In the announcement was stated large-scale updates planned for September. The 10.0 update, and that the 9.0 update would not bring new content and will consist of balancing changes. The release dates for both patches not yet to be revealed, though monthly updates usually occur towards the back end of the month. Set for September, not given specific date yet, Saber Interactive already confirmed 3 major additions. A new PvP mode, initially planned to release in 9.0. New mode takes place on a new map, puts Chaos up against Chaos, rather than Loyalists, and allow players to take control of the Hellbrute. On top of this, new Chaos armors will be added to the game. 10.0 update also bring a new weapon, Power Axe, with its own moveset and execution animations. Finally, was also announced that the new class coming to both PvE and PvP will be a Tech Marine. There it is, then. Even more content, man. Let's go. Wonder what of that will be paid DLC, or all of this will be free. Outriders 2 was one of People Can Fly 2 cancelled projects. Kinda guess the body. I actually kinda like in the same boat on that one. But yeah, I guess for people who didn't have the PC, that was kinda pog, yeah? Let's see. A game was under the codename Project Gemini, was in its motion capture mocap stage of development earlier this year. As for why Gemini Outriders 2 was cancelled, the reasoning hasn't been publicly announced, but several sources stated that the issue stemmed from alleged funding and communication issues with the game's publisher Square Enix. One of 2 projects cancelled in June, resulting in layoffs of 50 employees. Last year, People Can Fly conducted layoffs that resulted in the loss of at least 120 more employees. At the time of writing, People Can Fly are known to be working on at least 5 other projects. Holy. Gears of War E-Day in collaboration with Xbox Game Studios, Project Eco with Krafton, Project Delta with Sony Interactive Entertainment, and Lost Rift VR and Project Bison. Not actually bad. Didn't expect them to have that much shit going on there. Not bad. I see, Steve, I see. Escape from Tarkov is getting even tougher as hardcore terms are revealed. It's like the final vibe, the hardcore vibe, extra challenging vibe. Increased item requirements for hideout zones. Hideout zones don't require found in raid items. Limited hideout ammo crafts reduce spawn chance of rare loot. It doesn't sound that fun though. Flea market disabled, and most of the locations will only be accessible through transitions from appropriate locations. Secure container restrictions, can't store ammo currency and certain medicines. Limited trader interactions, reduce the range of available weapons, medicine, ammo, and armor, reduced item selling price and increased purchase price. 100% boss spawn chance on all locations, reduced experience for killing enemies and dying, increased experience for surviving, increased AI difficulty. That's the good. Well, it's final wipe before like 1.0 apparently. Potentially. Are they fixing the cheaters though? That's the main thing. Are the cheaters being wiped? Alright, this one we read already. The Phil Spencer memo we read. Phil Spencer will allegedly retire as CEO after next-gen console launch. News comes from Ghost of Hope, who has decent track record regarding Call of Duty leaks. Phil Spencer working closely with Sarah Bond and her team to ensure a smooth transition for her takeover as CEO of Microsoft Gaming once he retires. Well, probably another one, another speculation there. You never know, but could be. Let's see, let's see. Xbox games shown during June's showcase are safe. So whatever they did show will actually happen. But currently, more than 40 games in active development. Well, at least that's good. At least what we see a safe TM until the next investor call or something. Greg Mayles, director of Banjo-Kazooie and Sea of Thieves, leaves Rare after over 35 years with company. So like, and then like how they kind of like how hard all of them got like fucked by that. Like so many like projects got cancelled that like like the people who were working there like at the head for like so many years, they just like say like enough of this shit, I'm out there. Yes, yeah. Just had enough. Just had enough. True widow, true. Didn't even know about Perfect Dark, dude. They were like showing it a lot, like on a bunch of shows. They were pogging it up with all the trailers and stuff. With the mega announcement, like the new main title for Microsoft, or one of the big ones, like one of the big exclusives, sort of, I guess, for Microsoft. And then poof, gone. YouTube is changing its monetization policy. What is this one all about? Regarding original and authentic content. YouTube's policy will target content that it feels goes against those guidelines. Let's see. Mass-produced repetitious content. Yeah, I guess the AI fiesta is so dank right now that they decided it's time to do something about it. GTA 5 set to release in Saudi Arabia after 7-year wait. Damn, they actually got it through there. Game will have 21 plus rating after it was banned in July 2018. Not bad. I guess GTA 6 maybe will make it there too. The Deus Ex actor lost thousands of dollars when Perfect Dark was cancelled. Games getting cancelled is a constant threat. Had a good amount of days of acting in Perfect Dark that just got scrapped. Thousands of dollars that I expected and counted on gone in a snap. Now every game I do as director or actor, I wake up hoping it isn't cancelled. Huh. Good amount of days of acting just got scrapped. Well, I assume he didn't record that, I guess, yet, right? Because I kind of like read it as in like, they already recorded it and game canceled, so like, all right, we ain't paying you, bro. Goodbye. That would be kind of weird. That would be kind of weird. Ah, I see, Steve. All right, so he's getting paid for what was recorded, but like, yeah, a bunch of scheduled stuff not getting money for that. Yep, that do be kinda bad. And I guess when you do this kind of like sort of like gig economy, you never know till the very last moment if that money is actually ending up in your pocket or not. Microsoft's chief communication officer denies that Phil Spencer plans to step down as Xbox CEO. Phil is not retiring anytime soon. It's not true that Phil is planning to retire. I know you didn't start the rumor. Damn, son. That's what you get for posting all the fiesta. The response to a tweet I made about the initial rumor itself being summed up nicely, Shaw replied, so long as by summed it up, you mean made it up. Damn, son. We kind of like Phil can do the funniest thing, I guess. Not sure if it would be kind of like good to like step down as a CEO just for memes, but maybe. Yeah, the Radio Not censorship controversy, we were talking before about it. So they did a review bomb now because of the censorship. So they are 18 rating, but the console platform ports require some other changes to their game content. So what they do, and dismemberment still exists, but it no longer occurs once person is dead. So you can't further mutilate a dead body. Censored. Some character art involving torture were tuned down slightly to be less over the top. For example, tortured police informant on Narcos is still missing fingers, eyes, and covered in fresh wounds and blood, but a little bit less so. Alright. Some instances of explicit nudity for a handful of civilians and one suspect have been covered up a bit more, and the previous child convulsive animation has been tweaked so the child now looks like it's sleeping. These are the main censorship changes, and while it doesn't seem so bad, fans feel differently. I see, yeah. Classic. Recent reviews plummeted to mostly negative rating. Dude, we want that police officer with no eyes, fingers, and like be covered in even more gore. Like, come on, dude. Come on, game ruined now. Yeah, I feel like whenever you kind of tone down something when the game was already out, there's gonna be like, you know, there's gonna be a lottery. So you either just need to kind of like even start already without like going too ham with that stuff. Like if it would be initially already not that dank, no one would even bat the eye, but now they gotta need to deal with that. Getting censored in post? Well, yeah, I guess. I don't know, like that doesn't seem to be like it's that much. Like the fact itself, I guess, yeah, kinda sucks, but yeah. Former Turn 10 employee says Forza Motorsport series is cancelled. Monka is studio becoming effectively a support studio for Forza. So now is the Forza Horizon. Studio is open to support the Horizon side and shutter the Forza Motorsport side only. That's also part of Microsoft Fiesta then. Even the Forza. New Resident Evil game has been announced. Damn, must be Poga. Resident Evil survival unit for iPhone and Android. Ooh, sounds Poga indeed. RTS game for iPhone and Android. Damn, son. Mobile RTS. That already sounds like something. Company previously created Pirates of the Caribbean Tides of War. So they're like farming the franchise slope there. Let's see. The laziest driving game you have played? How so, Ultan? What makes the driving game laziest? How does that work? Is it kinda doga? Or just mechanics are weird? Phil Spencer loved ZeniMax's new MMORPG, but it was cancelled anyway. Well, yeah, that we kinda already sorta read, Blown away executive at Xbox. Well, yeah, looks like they blew them too hard there. Together with financing now. Demonstration in March where Phil Spencer was so hooked to the game that Mad Booty had to step in to take the controller away so that the meeting could continue. It wasn't just Phil Spencer who was impressed, but ZeniMax has now cancelled MMO. Other Xbox executives also had nothing but complimentary words for the project. Development cycle is pretty long, the game being worked on since 2018, however it appeared to be making good progress, which is why employees were shocked when it was cancelled. See what I say, huh? Booty stepped in here like, Phil was too busy playing the demo, so we cancelled the game, you know. They can't play that shit anymore. Back to work, Phil. Enough. Enough. New details? Well, I guess we kind of already just read that stuff. What is gonna be? That we kind of read already. Arcane Studios founder brands Game Pass unsustainable and damaging. There it goes again. I think Game Pass is an unsustainable model that has been increasingly damaging the industry for a decade, as subsidized by Microsoft's infinite money, but at some point reality has to hit. I don't think Game Pass can coexist with other models. They'll either kill everyone else or give up. I think it can exist together, but it needs to be kind of a bit different then. Like, I think at some point it's either gonna get like in some more tiers or some shit. Like, you know, gonna be like games on release tier, right? Like the day one tier with some Omega price to make it kind of worth. And there's going to be some sort of basic tier that will work kind of like PlayStation Plus at the moment or something. So some of the older titles you will be able to play in the library. That's pretty much it. Arcane, the studio that released Weird Vampire Slope. Well, Arcane, first of all, is the studio that released Dishonored and stuff, right? The Vampire Slope is a different story. And I think Rafael Colantoni, if I remember correct, he's not even in Arcane anymore. I think he's at the moment, yeah, I think he's in the moment in their own studio that released the Weird West, right, was it? And is working on another game that looks kind of interesting. Yeah, Game Pass's the backlog is completely fine, yeah. Like, the day one releases maybe cannot coexist with other modes. Like, it will be hard, It will be hard, for them. Like, when they have infinite money and they kind of have like such a big company, so many games and stuff, they just kind of like can't calculate it properly, you know. Like, they can calculate like, it's hard, it's possible, but it's hard to calculate exactly what brought the most money, most signups and stuff, right? Like, it's basically just kind of like harder to like just to calculate which game is like the most, you know, successful on the Game Pass and stuff. Like, it basically kind of becomes very very obscure and stuff. Like, you just have like, you know, like a whole bunch of games on the Game Pass, and like people at some point people subbing, and you think, okay, I guess it's connected because we released that game, but maybe it's connected to something else, you know. Like, it's like hard to like track some sort of like metrics from the games and stuff. Try to figure out what actually, you know, brings money, what actually doesn't bring money. And yeah, it's in general like cannibalizing the sales, not like super much. Like, there were games that were like showing why, you know, like it's kind of wrong, and some games managed to still sell pretty well even being on Game Pass. So it works, it works, it happens. So like, it's not exactly like that crazy bad for the industry, in my opinion. Like, if anything, it's bad for Microsoft. Like, they're still handing out money for that shit, right? So it's bad for Microsoft, and like, I mean, they still made a shitload of money, right? It's not like they're like firing all the people and closing all the studios and projects because they like suffer with no money, right? Like, because the Game Pass drained all their income. No, they just like do that because like because they're corporate, man. They wanted to like get like for the investor call, for the investor report, for the end of the financial year or whatever, the financial like period, they just wanted to like, you know, to get like a good numbers and good results to show to corporate guys. That's pretty much it. So it's not like they're suffering that much. Will they suffer because of the Game Pass at some point? I mean, we'll see. Maybe. Hard to say. But yeah, day one is the tricky part. Like with day one, I feel yeah, it's gonna be hard for them to coexist. But I don't think they will kill any other model. Even though that's what maybe they're kind of trying to do. That's why the day one is there. So they kind of want people, instead of buying games, to sub to the subscription and stuff, right? And basically just kind of like embrace that instead of buying games. I don't know, like I like Game Pass from the perspective of a gamer, right? Like I don't mind that when some game is out and the games are fucking $80 nowadays, right? I have an option to go to Game Pass and get it like pretty cheap or sometimes even for free with all the promo codes and just play that game. That's it. That I like. Having the like constantly have it being some to it, nope. Not really. I still prefer having games. I'm just not ready to pay that much for the fresh releases. That's it. If it's some backlog stuff, I just rather wait for sale and buy it and play it, you know, rather than go in for Game Pass for that. Unless there is something new on Game Pass and I can do some backlog stuff, then sure, I can combine that. Other than that, it's literally my solution to increasing game prices. That's it. Like, if the game prices would be reasonable, like, I wouldn't even use Game Pass because, like, I'd rather own the game, right? Play it again at some point, maybe, if I want. But considering, like, $80 and stuff, fuck you. There is an option of the Game Pass, I'm gonna use that option. There will be no option of the Game Pass, I'm just not gonna buy them. I'm just gonna wait for sales and stuff anyway, most likely. Unless I really want to play something, but that rarely happens nowadays because there is insane amount of backlog, there is insane amount of indie games, there is a shitload of live services and MMOs that I have, so if something is out and I really want to play it and stuff, like, I'm probably still gonna find something else to play, most likely. No good, but Game Pass is convenient. I mean, the only thing that gets damaged by Game Pass is Microsoft themselves and the studios that Microsoft bought, right? Does Microsoft really suffer? They posted fucking billions in income and stuff again. Like, they growing, they pumping money. So, like, all what happened is not because of Game Pass, man. I'm pretty damn sure. So, like, in general, I don't think anyone really is kind of suffering that much from Game Pass being a thing. Like, you don't like it, don't go there, you know. Like, it's not cannibalizing your gamers really that much, you know. Like, whatever, it's just there. You don't like it, don't go there. You like it? Well, I mean, go there, get some, like, for some people, for some games that are already out for a while, that's just, like, a way to get, like, some extra stonks later down the line. They sold the game. They kind of like, well, you know, Game Pass can pay me like, you know, a few thousands more for what I already sold. Alright, fine. I put my game there, sure. Forcing competitors out of the market and then they have monopoly. Nah, I don't think they will be able to do that. Like, I don't think it's possible. I think it actually is not possible, just physically. Because first of all, you have like different consoles, right? You have PlayStation with their own thing, by the way, right? You have Nintendo. You have kind of PC that is kind of also like not necessarily on Game Pass. And then you have pretty massive Steam with discoverability and everything. And yeah, I just can't see them, like, you know, like removing everything. Like, I can't see them monopolizing. It's impossible in my opinion. It's such a huge market, they just can't do it. Like, Epic kind of tried to do that in like small scale, right? Epic tried to pull the blanket from Steam and everything with all this like throwing money to get the exclusives and stuff, and that shit did not work. With Game Pass and stuff, it's also not gonna work. because it's not just like, you know, like dragging the blanket, it's also trying to like switch the concept completely. And like, as I said, like I think for many people it's kind of nice as like the hobo solution. Like people are also not that PPX, right? I mean, obviously there are people who just sub and like forget about it and leave the sub running for decades, right? There are people who did that in fucking Fallout 76, right? And return after years like, oh, I had the sub running here. Oh damn! Holy shit! It's like 5 years of like, you know, minus $15 a month. I didn't notice, you know. Like, there are people like that, sure, but I think majority of people, they don't really use Game Pass. You know, that the way that it replaces everything for you. I kind of really doubt it. How many people wait for it to be on Pass? I don't think there is a lot of people, really. Like, you can even see, like, some games that are on Pass still getting, like, really, really good sales on Steam. Like, selling really well on Steam. It's just, like, I think, like, a lot of people, they don't even care or don't even know about the Game Pass. It's kind of the same as, like, when Epic was out, right? And, like, they got the they give the numbers that, like, half of the Fortnite player base don't even know what Steam is. Now imagine how many people, and Steam is the biggest platform, now imagine how many people actually like don't even know what the fuck is Game Pass, really. Not to mention there's like a whole regions where you can't even really get it or something. Like I don't know a single person like around all my gamer friends who have Game Pass. They don't. Some of them know about it, but they don't, and they don't care, to be honest. No, I mean, it does have negative impact. Not always, but it does. But that's the thing. Like, they chose to be on Game Pass, right? Like, this kind of article, like, implies that, you know, it's like it's bad in general for the industry, which I kind of don't really see. It's kind of like saying, like, Epic is bad for the industry. Like, I mean, don't go there, you know. More advertisement for it than for Steam. True. Like some people for sure. Some people for sure. Normie would get to know about it more than Steam. Yep. I mean that is kind of true. But the thing is, like, also like on Xbox probably. On Xbox they probably know about it real well. On PC I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. Paying you fat bucks up front to be on Game Pass. Yep. You do. You do get paid for that. Sure. See, Slavic, I see. Like in general, for the games that are on Game Pass, that is probably not exactly the poggiest thing. Like for gamers, that's a good thing, in my opinion. It's nice to have an option, considering the current market game prices. Like, should we be afraid of them like taking over the market and there is only Game Pass and subscriptions? Like, I can see that happening only if like a lot of studios will decide to switch to subscriptions, and then we're probably not gonna get. Then we're probably gonna get the situation like on like the shows market, right? Like when it's not like some like Netflix taking over everything, we're gonna get like 10 different subscriptions that you will need to get to play games, and that will just kind of like kill the purpose. When you have like, you know, 10 subscriptions for like, you know, like I don't know, $15 a month to maintain to play everything that is coming out. Maybe you just pick, you know, 2 games a month and that's it. Maybe you don't need more, or just go on sale and on this like $150 just kind of like go ham. So I kind of don't really see that becoming a problem, in my opinion. Happens when all the money runs out. Most vocal concern in my network, and one of the main economic reasons people I know haven't shifted to his business model. The infinite money thing never made any sense. Yeah, I mean that is true. Like I wouldn't like put my hopes into the Game Pass that much. Like, I see the Game Pass being kind of good for multiplayer games because you kind of get some bucks from Microsoft and you get the player base, you know, kind of like NBC Firebreak, right? Like, they got like few hundred people on Steam. Like, that would be dead game, like, absolutely. But because of the being on subscriptions, they still got 1 million players. So they got money, they got some player base that they can kind of like, you know, try to maintain in the game, get the feedback from, get the content for them, and maybe sell DLCs to those people, make them buy it on Steam at some point or something, right? I see the point in if you already kind of like not sure how your game will perform. This way you at least kind of get the eyes on your game 100% because it's gonna appear there and some people will see it and some people will try it. So like maybe it's not gonna be big financial success, but maybe without it, it would be even worse success, right? Or even less financial success. So like I think it does have its own benefits, but overall I think going there day one with the big game is like it's an ale. 100%. In some ways it did hurt the industry because the free time become more valuable and rarer than money. I don't think it's Game Pass's problem. No, not at least exclusively. Like I don't have Game Pass. I don't use Game Pass much, right? Except for like some specific targeted releases, and I don't have time anyway because like you bought Dune. That is already like how much I did dump into Dune at the moment, like 150 hours probably since release, which is like what, month basically, and that's like rookie numbers. I'm pretty sure that people with way more. Yeah, 171 hour right now. You get Dune, Space Marine. I bought it just for campaign back in the day, right? And it already like making back even more hours there. Dude, Monster Hunter Wilds, there you go. Even like roguelike stuff, right? Like an indie roguelike game, boom, 40 hours down there. Like good RPG, 121 hours, and you can get this like dirt cheap nowadays on sales. It's sold already, right? Like you have already like you don't need this subscription. You don't need this subscription. Like you already like if you kind of like already gaming for a while, you already accumulated epic free games. Every week you get yourself something if you really want to, of course, right? You get yourself something that already killing like a few hours of your time. Free live services, shitload, fucking Fortnite, all that stuff, right? MMOs, free and kind of like, you know, buy to play and stuff like this. A lot. Like I think that's why the time is the commodity that is way more expensive than money now, because there is just too much live service, too much MMO, too much, you know, like roguelike, all that stuff. Like buy Slay the Spire on sale for like spare change, and you done there for like, in my case, I think like 400 hours or something. Easy. Like you don't need you can do it for free, pretty much, and with a bunch of free-to-play games. So no, I don't think it's specifically making it that much worse. I really don't think so. I do not think so. And 100 World Dark Web? Ooh, not sure, man. Not sure. Kinda doubt it. Well, there's not enough time for Wilds even. You telling the world, you telling the world, The Fed box, we don't know actually about the deals. There was like the leak with a bunch of deals that they who they give what. But yeah, it is not some sort of standardized. Like every game gets like on the personal basis. But some of the deals that were in that leak, I think they were kind of impressive. Like some indie games were getting like, you know, like 50k or something and stuff like that. And it was all right, not bad. Not bad. Alrighty, Portable, alrighty, have a good one. Have a good one, man. Enjoy the walk. Blizzard is putting a Warcraft Rumble into maintenance mode following the Microsoft gaming purge. Yes, more layoffs. Well, that's the saddest of them all. The Rumble is gone. Work showed signs of progress, but ultimately wasn't enough to put the game on the path of sustainability. Kick. Well, rip this one. Mobile not doing well. I mean, kind of not a good thing to, you know, to joke on that, but yeah, can say I am sad about it. Corepunk outlines its path to launch with new storyline content, seasonal challenges, and the wipe. So Corepunk still pumping. Quite for a while because there's nothing to share, but because we've been completely immersed in critical time-sensitive tasks. So they still working on Corepunk, and there will be a wipe until around 1.0 release. So good thing I didn't even continue with that one. But on 1.0 I might check it again because I kind of actually liked what I played. I did kind of like what I played. Maybe we'll manage to get more people. Maybe we'll get more people to join also, because it was actually quite fun. September, devs also confirm hoping to not wipe the early access version again before launch by the end of the year. We'll see. Huh? But it will be definitely wiping at launch so that everyone starts from scratch. Expect a ramp up of marketing and influencers in the meantime. Well, considering their initial influencer campaign, that is not even the good news, because that's a lot of budget probably down the fucking drain. Because like sponsoring all the OTK streamers to play your MMO for like 2 hours and then forget about it completely, that probably wasn't exactly the best allocation of funds, and that could go into some other fields, honestly. Even though the game was fun, though, the game was good. Maybe this time they will be a bit better with those resources. Path of Exile co-creator Chris Wilson forms a new studio, The Light Pattern. Damn son, haven't seen it in other news, huh? Very little we know about what the studio doing other than working on its first unannounced title and attempting to hire an art director. Chris Wilson at the helm, new online ERPG is not out of bounds of possibility. A job description for the art director mentions the applicant should appreciate dark, moody worlds and love collaborating across disciplines to ship genre-defining experiences, as well as possess appreciation for classic RPGs from 90s and 2000s and a deep familiarity with Diablo 2. Well, I mean, that's quite descriptive. Not just playing it, but understanding what makes its world, art, and system so enduring. Recently, Wilson conducted a lengthy interview with Diablo 2's David Brevik. Damn, son. Time for another ARPG enters the market, man. Let's go. Another ambitious one. Montfish is unambiguously calling The Cube an MMORPG shooter with dungeons and proper updates. A brand new interview, games director Robert Bagratuni is very clear and unambiguous in calling it an MMORPG shooter once again. Calling it an MMORPG shooter because it blends that strong narrative foundation with large-scale systems and deep and persistent character progression, customizable loadouts, long-term gear upgrades, and quests and evolving objectives like expeditions shaped by the community. But unlike traditional MMOs, the Cube is not about static quest hubs or routine grinds. It's about exploration, discovery, and adapting to a shifting, surreal environment that changes over time. Pioneer 2 incident about to hit the tower. Could be. Shifting, surreal environments. It's kind of going to be like sort of like a roguelike thing in the way, with everything changing all the time. I wonder. I mean, we'll see. Could be interesting. Could be dank probably for sure, but will it be a good MMO? That's a different story. Fallout 76 plans changes for manual aim, VOTs, and various weapons in its next big combat update. No, they're still going with this one. What is sort of general specific manual aim adjustments to things like reduced recoil and cone of fire, rewriting of hit chance while in VOTs to make it more consistent and intuitive, more damage for explosions, that's nice, final step of rebalance perks, several updates for melee and ranged weapon mods, and also several lengthy lists for weapon damage, AP costs, ranges and multipliers for sneak attack and crit, and some enemy updates are also on deck to compensate for all of the tweaks. Could be kind of around time if I will be feeling it. For now I'm kind of like not exactly feeling that much. But it would be a nice time when, like, you know, when the final step rebalancing, all these updates are in, and then already can go and start working on, like, you know, new perks, new build, new gear, all the new stuff after the changes. That will be a good time probably, because I guess after that they will focus on like new content. I mean, they already pumped a lot of new content though, I have to say, like in the last year even since I played. They already got like what, raids since then? Got ghouls with all the perks and everything. And now got the fishing, which I mean, I wouldn't really say like that crazy big of a content update, but still. They basically kind of like in a year got solid amount of stuff. Yeah, Gustavani, yeah, without VODs, shooting is not very poga. Without VODs is not that crazy good. I do agree. Dune Awakening players find a fresh dupe exploit immediately after another one was patched out. Another one. I think like some people were like banned from like the creator program for that stuff. Like they literally just went on YouTube, posted guides how to like exploit shit. And they instantly got like claimed basically like cease and desist by Funcom, and then they went to the creator Discord to complain about it. Like the fuck Funcom is doing, bro? The fuck are you doing? You're like a part of creator program and you posting like the exploit guides on YouTube. And they even managed to go like full Karen mode on that anyway, and then got booted from there. Looks like so. Fun. Zodiac, does it even matter? What does it even matter? Who? Duplicate fully repair items in order to earn more Solaris shared on Reddit. Funcom refused to fix the dupe until people posted it. According to title. The moderators of the sub removed the post. Replies is still discussing the discovery, and another thread shares a screenshot of apparently duplicated spice. Most of the groups in our server are duping and blatantly showing it off. Game is cooked. Does it affect other people if you do it? Yeah, it's a PvP game. Well, I mean, it does have a PvP content to it, so yeah, it sure does. It sure does. There were a few lingering issues, include further issues with inventories displaying invisible. Yeah, this has already got patched. That I seen. That I know. I had the invisible items there. Yeah, multiplayer game. In the multiplayer game, that stuff matters. Yeah, absolutely. Not to mention that, you know, there is a player market, right? So you can sell things, you can buy things on the market. When you have that, there is potential for some real money trade. And when there is like duping and stuff going rampant, then usually that only propels that even more. Like remembering Fallout 76, for example, like dude, the real money trade is insane there, was insane there. I'm pretty sure it still is. And quite a big part of it was basically just people duping the best in slot items, especially when some of those items got like kind of like removed. And while they were they initially removed a bunch of like really strong items from the drop tables, like you can't obtain them anymore. But if you have them, sure, feel free. Legacy weapons, I had one even for a while. Like one of the viewers who was quitting the game left me his back then. It wasn't the top tier. It was actually kind of like the fairly acquired one. It wasn't the best one. If it would be the best one, that would be super good, but it wasn't the best one, but still was good. I still occasionally come across injected items, so you still kind of get that stuff, because my legacy got nerfed. Like, at some point they decided that, you know, just still having them in people's inventories after they kind of removed from the game technically is weird. So they just kind of like changed them, so they became useless. So my legacy already was scrapped, I think. That's about it. I see. All right. Yeah, like some like plain cheating stuff was going on. That was a thing. When you can change some weapons, like the 50 caliber machine gun with the module for the multiple rockets or something. That was just like ridiculous shit going on there, and a bunch of things like that. But for that, like that was actually like more of a cheating stuff, and the legacy items were just actually like legit items, right? So you're not gonna get banned for them, and people were just selling them on eBay out of everything, from what I remember. So yeah, like you get some like duping and other shady stuff going on. People will make it do even more shady stuff. Basically. So yeah, exploits in multiplayer games are always bad, no matter what. Even PvE, PvP doesn't really matter. And not to mention unfair advantage. And yeah, people who partake in the PvP endgame, they probably suffer way more. Because, you know, when you actually like try with your guild to farm and stuff, and someone just like rolling in, like shooting out, you know, like some expensive things. It's some expensive ammunition, expensive weapons using, and not being afraid to lose that stuff. That's just kind of like, you know, not very fair. John Smedley's new MMO FPS is called Reaper Actual, and yeah, it is pretty much PlanetSide 3. So that's what they're working on. Thrilled to announce Reaper Actual. This fast-paced FPS throws players into relentless, ever-evolving battlefield fueled by dynamic faction warfare. As in light Reaper on the war-torn island of Morova, survival demands more than just firepower. Brutal test of strategy and skill. Build your base, force alliances, lead high-risk raids against rival factions in a world where every bullet fired is a tactical gamble. Reaper Actual delivers a shifting battle where players fight each other as well as embedded factions who are constantly at odds. Keep an eye over your shoulders, the next firefight could come from anywhere. Built with the open world persistence and the progression of an online game, Reaper Actual hosts an ever-evolving battlefield where Reapers grow, trade, and form lasting bonds in warfare. Yeah, so it's basically from the creators of PlanetSide, new studio. We'll see. I never played. I always kind of wanted to get into PlanetSide because just description-wise, that seemed like my shit. But we'll see, I guess. Oh. Is that one thing MMO players will not be impressed with, though, is that the studio will run a regular MMO FPS version of the game, then a second version encrusted with Web3 junk gamers don't want. Separate version of the game will leverage the Etherlink blockchain to facilitate ownership and trading of in-game assets for players that want to engage with Web3 functionality. I see how it is. Yeah, we saw that with Raven Dawn. And like Raven Dawn first came out and like a normal game, and then after time was like Raven Quest or whatever. That was the Web3 garbage, and I think both are kind of dead now. So rip probably. I see what I see. The operators and like the classes you're gonna be picking like that. I see Slavic. I see. Blue Protocol Star Resonance interview highlights the dev's genuine MMORPG ambitions. Alright, what's with this one? Like there is one already on Steam now, and that's I guess a different one. Core MMORPG title with PvE battle focus mixed with casual gameplay, including other potential features in the future. Players can take on 5-player dungeons, 20 players raids at the end game to make the core PvE experience feel complete with a regular stream of fresh modes. And 2025 global launch. I see. I'm putting like really hyped about that stuff. Bitcraft Online takes the stance of moderate, don't mediate in griefing situations. Servers becoming more stable. Current focus for the studio is to adjust the supply cost of claims, add the WSD character movement, implement more hair colors, and find a balance for when to intervene in griefing situations. Comes to cases of players griefing or causing conflict in the world, our policy is to take the stance of moderate, don't mediate. This means intervening and actioning cases where players are doing things against the rules of community guidelines of the game, and not stepping in places where the tools in the game are designed to facilitate sandbox player interactions. How's the Bitcraft doing there? They're mostly positive, Interesting. Game is amazing. Yeah, like, game is amazing, like 5 hours, you know, absolutely love this game, 25 hours, 172 hours, you know, dog shit. 134 hours, game is just a massive grind. See how it goes, The first impressions, 3 hours, okay, fine, one long positive there, fine. It's like, you know, like becoming aware. You just go in, like, you know, first hours. Oh man, so fun, so cool. And then, you know, like a couple of hundreds hours later, you know, reality kicks in. It's kind of like happened with Genshin, I remember, when you also like first kind of like, you know, fun weeb action game. The combat is cool and everything, and then at some point you just hit this kind of like barrier where you're supposed to either like take those breaks grinding or like, you know, get the swiping going. And you become aware, and that's where you fucking quit. Vertical progression still sustainable for the MMOs, eh? Oh, it's just like the yup by some randos there. We need to discuss that kind of topic ourselves, when it's time for, you know, like some MMO actually time, when it's gonna be the mood for the talk there. So you can get all the rants about the MMO stuff and the progressions out. That's the best part. Fallout 76 tests combat rebalancing and relaxed camp building. What is the relaxed one? A relaxed building rules. Activated for adventure mode. Letting your camp items float, intersect. Ah, I see. Intersect with each other or be unsupported. Hope that this update allows you to further scratch the creative itch in your mind. For adventure mode. It's not the basic mode, right? Like on general ones, I guess they're not allowing that. Studio boosting damage for light machine guns, allowing players to craft receivers based on specific ammo types, improving VATS responsiveness, bumping up melee weapon DPS, tweaking monster health and resistances. One of the largest numeric shifts that Fallout 76 combat has gone through and is being monitored closely on the test realm. Yeah, we're gonna go in when it's tested already. Yeah, a separate one, alright, I see. Because yeah, that would be probably quite interesting camps you would be able to see in the game then with these updates. Alright, let me see. I don't miss anything. If I don't miss anything, how did I? Let's check. The Multan was molding there already about the 11-bit. I see. Already molding there. Alright, new Resident Evil we saw. That we saw. The Phasmophobia with 25 million copies already. Holy shit, they're farming. Holy shit, they are farming there. Alright, yeah, I guess the rest we kinda didn't see. Good. Good stuff, good timing. Alright, 1/4 of what Battlefield's gonna make, yeah. Alright, let's get the raid going. Boom. There we go. There we go. So yeah, that is going to be all for us today. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for all the support. Thank you guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. It was a chunky week indeed. Thank you for watching 500. Thank you guys. Thank you. So yeah, we gonna be back tomorrow. KCD one time. I did some main quests that unlocked even more side quests, another DLC also, so we still have plenty of stuff to go, but yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing. So I will check what I have out of the optional things. I finished like some of the new side quests that I unlocked, and then we get the DLC stuff, and then we get the main quest. So we're gonna be doing that tomorrow, 9 AM CEST as usual. Tuesday, Wednesday next week, day offs. Thursday, we're gonna get some Space Marine 2 for sure. And there's gonna be some new games on Thursday, some new games on Friday, and maybe even on Saturday. We'll see. Like the second half of next week is gonna be kind of loaded. So yeah, thank you guys once again. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening. See you all tomorrow, 9 AM CEST. Love you all. Bye-bye.